Chapter 400. You Have Lost Boom. With the Buddha and Ning Chi as the center, the sound waves spread out rapidly. My ears. Some of the weaker cultivators covered their ears with a pained expression. Those who reacted quickly had already sealed their hearing and looked at Ning Chi in horror. The loud sound rang through the entire Fong sacred palace. Everywhere, passers-by, hawkers, and soldiers guarding the city all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Fong clan. Their faces were filled with shock. Outside the Fong sacred palace in a nearby town, when the sound reached here, it was no longer as shocking. However, everyone still looked in the direction of the Fong sacred palace in shock. Is this loud noise caused by people fighting? What terrifying power! Even we can hear it from here. What a pity! If we were in the Fong sacred palace, we would be able to see this battle. Fong clan, Fong sacred palace. Several old monsters who were cultivating in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes and glanced in the direction of the battle between Ning Chi and Fong Mo, Buddha's palm. Buddha's voice of salvation? This aura is. Fong Mo, this little guy is quite talented. However, this level of battle was not enough for them to come out of seclusion. Therefore, they only smiled and continued to cultivate. Xia Linjiqiang flew in the air and looked at the solid ice on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock. If he had not reacted in time, he might have been attacked by this mysterious frost power. Everyone looked at Ning Chi and Fong Mo. The palm of the golden Buddha that Fong Mo had transformed into was less than a millimeter away from Ning Chi. Its body was already covered in frost. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a slight cracking sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the Buddha, and these cracks gradually spread. Boom! The entire Buddha turned into palm-sized fragments and fell to the ground. Following that, a black figure inside the Buddha fell to the ground in a sorry state. Fong Mo looked at Ning Chi with a pale face. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ning Chi looked at him calmly. You have lost. Big brother. Cousin Fong Mo. Everyone in the Fong clan was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. Fong Mo had been defeated? Even the Buddha that was condensed from Do Chi was frozen? What kind of power was this? He's definitely a dragon. That terrifying dragon aura just now can't be faked. Defeating cousin Fong Mo at the peak of the Do Wong class. Don't tell me! Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. The three great dragon clans? This conjecture caused everyone to feel a trace of panic. Although the Fong clan was strong, they still didn't have the power to resist the three great dragon clans. If they were really from the three great dragon clans, then what was their purpose in challenging Fong Mo? Were they going to make a move on the Fong clan? Thinking of the temperament of the dragon race, panic instantly spread in everyone's hearts. These people would rather believe that Ning Chi was a dragon than believe that Ning Chi was a human. Brother Ning, did you really win? Xia Linjiqiang felt as if he was dreaming. He looked at Ning Chi and felt that everything was surreal. If it weren't for the cold air coming from the ground telling him that it wasn't a dream, he wouldn't have believed that there was someone who could jump levels and defeat the prodigy of the Fong clan, Fong Mo, who was ranked 100 on the dragon rank. Ning Chi glanced at Fong Mo indifferently and turned to leave. The onlookers outside all looked at Ning Chi respectfully. Some of them looked at Ning Chi in fear and subconsciously stepped aside to make way for him. Brother Ning. Xia Linjiqiang didn't dare to greet Ning Chi and swallowed his words. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. Everyone in the Fong clan, including Fong Mo, watched as Ning Chi disappeared from their sight. After Ning Chi left, Fong Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. Fong Bai came to his side anxiously. Brother, are you okay? Fong Mo waved his hand blankly. I'm fine. With that, he stood up and turned to leave. Everyone knew that Fong Mo had never tasted defeat since his debut. Now that he had lost to someone of the same generation whose cultivation was far lower than his, he must be in a bad mood. Therefore, aside from Fong Bai, no one dared to comfort him. After Fong Mo left, Fong Bai shouted at Fong Ku in a low voice, "Go and find out who this person is. If he's from the 3 great dragon clans, then forget it." Fong Ku hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Fong Bai's eyes full of murderous intent, he quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll go now." "Cousin Fong Bai." Fong Jing suddenly stood up. Fong Bai glanced at her. He had some impression of Fong Jing. Although she wasn't a branch of the Fong clan, she wasn't far from it. Other than an old demon at the battle sage level, there was no one else in her branch who was capable. After Fong Xingnen died of old age, this branch would be kicked out and become a branch, losing the right to live in the Fong clan. Therefore, Fong Bai's attitude toward her wasn't very good. He frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "Well, I've seen that guy just now," Fong Jing said. As soon as she said this, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. They all looked at Fong Jing in surprise. "You've seen him?" Fong Bai was stunned for a moment. Then he asked with a serious expression. "Yes." Fong Jing nodded. "What's his background? Where did you see him?" Fong Bai hurriedly asked. "He's an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. I saw him when Elder Shengnan brought us to a dragon graveyard. I even fought with him." Fong Jing said, "That's impossible. You fought with him and you're still alive?" TSK, these branch family members only know how to boast." Everyone looked at Fong Jing suspiciously. Fong Jing's 2 brothers were infuriated. They were about to retort when Fong Jing raised her hand and stopped them. She calmly said, "You can verify whether it's true or not." With that, she turned around and left. Her 2 brothers glared at the crowd, then hurriedly followed her and left the place. Fong Bai muttered to himself in a low voice. He went to a dragon graveyard. That means he's definitely not a dragon. At this thought, he felt a sense of heaviness in his heart, as if someone had hit his chest with a sledgehammer. He's really an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Big Brother and I were defeated by someone like him? Fong Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. Fong Ku happened to be in front of him, and his face was covered in blood. Then, Fong Bai's body began to sway, and Fong Ku hurriedly went up to support him. The people of the Fong clan looked at him with pity and sighed inwardly. Today, the 2 brothers, Fong Mo and Fong Bai, were both defeated by the same person. The reputation they had built up over the years was probably going to be destroyed in a day. The top 100 of the dragon leaderboard of the Bai Xiao clan would also change. It was very likely that because of today's battle, Fong Mo would fall out of the top 100. Chapter 401. Chapter 401. Introduction. Mushroom Cloud Ning Qi calmly left the sacred Fong Palace. When the soldiers guarding the city saw this, they were shocked. They still remembered that Ning Qi had paid a total of 2,000 middle spiritual crystals and entered the sacred palace with another person. Now he was leaving in less than a day. Wouldn't that be a waste of 1,000 medium spiritual crystals? Seeing that Ning Qi had disappeared from their sight, the 2 of them looked at each other and thought to themselves. They were even more certain that Ning Qi was from the 9 superclans. Moreover, his identity was extraordinary. That was why he could treat 1,000 medium spiritual crystals as a lower spiritual crystal. In the vast forest, after completely losing sight of the Fong sacred palace, Ning Qi suddenly leaned against a tree. His face turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of sticky, bright red blood. There were even pieces of internal organs mixed in the blood. Then Ning Qi expressionlessly took out the remaining 10 or so Earth upper grade rejuvenation pills and threw them into his mouth. His life force was decreasing at a terrifying speed. A strand of fighting qi that did not belong to him was swimming in his body, destroying his internal organs. If not for the fact that the dragon slayer's fighting chi was of a high grade and could restrain him, Ning Chi would have become a corpse by now. Buddha's palm, after taking more than 10 Upper Earth level miracle rejuvenation elixirs. Ning Chi's face looked better, and he muttered to himself. Although he seemed to have defeated Fong Mo easily with that slash, he had paid a huge price. The price was so terrifying that even the Upper Earth level miracle rejuvenation elixirs would not be effective in one go. It was considered a continuous damage. I have to prepare more Upper Earth level miracle rejuvenation elixirs in the future. Otherwise, if I encounter a martial arts technique with continuous damage, I will die. Ning Chi thought to himself. The system did not notify him that he had completed the mission. It was probably because the news had not been recorded by the Bai Xiao clan. When the next ranking list came out, he would have completed the advancement mission. Thinking of this, Ning Chi summoned Little Z and flew towards the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire. In the extreme south of Dongxian, there was a huge city. This city was called 100 Daybreak. Within the Bai Xiao clan, there was a heavenly eye hall that was in charge of collecting all sorts of information in Dongxian. No matter what happened or where a prodigy appeared, as long as they were qualified to enter the heavenly eye hall, the Bai Xiao clan's ubiquitous spies would report to them. Hall Master, you can take a look at this news yourself. Inside the heavenly eye hall, a middle-aged man respectfully held a report and walked to the back of an old man whose back was facing him. This old man was the Hall Master of the heavenly eye hall, Bai Xiao Nangua. He was a Dosheng who had made a name for himself several hundred years ago. Of course, compared to those old monsters, there was still a gap. At the very least, his face was ruddy and his skin was firm. He looked like he was only in his 60s or 70s. Oh! Bai Xiananguo flipped through the report and exclaimed in surprise. Fong Mo, the prodigy of the Fong family, was defeated by Ning Chi, an outer sect, disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Is this information reliable? The middle-aged man said in a low voice, reliable. My grand disciple saw it with his own eyes. Oh, interesting. Fong Mo is only 15 or 16 years old, right? None of his peers in the Fong family can compare to him. Even if all the prodigies under the age of 30 are combined, Fong Mo can still be ranked in the top 10. I remember that he was ranked 100th on the Dragon ranking in the last issue. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Such a prodigy lost to an unknown outer sect, disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? How interesting. It's been a long time since I heard such interesting news. Bai Xiananguo smiled. The middle-aged man knew that he and one of the patriarchs of the Fong clan had once fallen out because of a woman. Because of that, Bai Xiananguo had always been biased against the Fong clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed on the information to Bai Xiananguo just because Fong Mo had been defeated. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiananguo would only need to read the information when it involved a Dosheng. As for the rest, he could make decisions directly. Seeing that Bai Xiananguo was happy, the middle-aged man was slightly happy. His decision was correct. Go and investigate the background of that kid called Ning Chi. We'll make a special feature in the next issue. Bai Xiananguo smiled. All right. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. As the name suggested, a special feature meant that when selling the Dragon ranking, they would also sell a detailed explanation related to this issue of the Dragon ranking. Inside, the details of the battle between Ning Chi and Fong Mo would appear. Of course, it would be necessary to belittle Fong Mo. I guess the people from the Fong family will be furious when they see this, right? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed in his heart. Jiuzhou Empire, the capital. Ning Chi didn't go directly to the Divine Dragon Marquis's mansion. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Mystery Institute, because Manjulu had specially informed him. Ning Chi had a smooth journey. However, after entering, he found out that Manjulu wasn't in the capital. He didn't know where he had gone. Seeing this, Ning Chi wanted to leave quietly. Unfortunately, before he could turn around and take a few steps, an old man appeared beside Ning Chi and looked at him with a smile. "Senior Jean, it's you. I was just about to pay my respects to you." Ning Chi smiled ingratiatingly. As for his cultivation, Ning Chi also had a guess. To be able to make Dongfang Haojie so afraid, he should at least be a Doshang, right? "Boy, you clearly wanted to slip away just now. By the way, I now have some new ideas about your refining skills. Come with me." The old man stared at Ning Chi with a faint smile, then turned around and left. Ning Chi was like a little quail, obediently following behind him. After walking and walking, they passed through several long corridors and suddenly came to an open space. The ground of this open space was covered with an unknown kind of stone. There were scorch marks everywhere, and occasionally cracks could be seen in some places. Is this the testing place that specializes in testing the power of fighting weapons? Ning Chi was slightly startled. When he was chatting with Manjula before, he had heard him talk about it. For a testing place like this, the stones laid on the ground were all lapis lazuli. This was a kind of stone that could not be refined into fighting weapons, but its hardness was extremely terrifying. Even a heaven-rank fighting weapon might not be able to break it easily. For example, the city wall of the Fong Saint Palace was built with this stone. Did he bring me here to test something? Ning Chi thought in his heart. At this time, he saw the old man take out an iron ball. He looked at Ning Chi with a smile and said, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know," Ning Chi said obediently. "You will know when you see it." The old man smiled and threw the iron ball into the distance. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. Along with it was a terrible air wave with a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. Ning Chi was directly hit by the air wave and flew backward for hundreds of feet. Finally, he fell heavily on the ground. He felt that he was going to die. For the first time, he felt so close to death. Even if there were Earth upper grade rejuvenation pills in the space bag, he did not have the strength to reach out to take them. Chapter 402. A small gain. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that your cultivation is too low." Old Man Jean appeared beside Ning Chi in a flash. At this moment, Ning Chi's clothes had evaporated, his hair was gone, and his body was covered in bubbles. It looked as if he had just defecated after being roasted in a fire for several hours. Old Man Jean took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into Ning Chi's mouth. He then pressed his hand on Ning Chi's chest, and a warm combat energy slowly entered Ning Chi's body from his palm. In a breath's time, Ning Chi's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his hair began to grow back. After 10 minutes, Ning Chi took out a spare set of clothes from the space bag with a straight face, and then quietly waited for Old Man Jin's explanation. "Hee, kid, how's the power of my dragon-slaying bullet?" Old Man Jin asked with a smile. "Senior Jean, the power is not bad, but what does it have to do with me?" Ning Chi said lightly. He did not die in the hands of Ning Hongtian, the Bloody Kill sect, or the Dragon Clan, but today he almost died in the hands of this old man. It was really infuriating. "It has a lot to do with you. What battery did you give me before?" "I just discovered that in this world, other than Do Chi, there are also various mysterious powers. However, these powers cannot be absorbed and used by humans. Ha ha ha. However, I am overflowing with talent. Using the principle of your battery structure, I extracted a kind of power and refined it into a dragon-slaying bullet. That small bullet just now is enough to kill a rank 7 giant dragon. Oh, it is not the kind that is too strong," Old Man Jean said with a smile. "Extract mysterious powers? This old man is really flexible." Ning Chi thought that the method he used was the ordinary refining method of the dragon's continent, and that it was a disposable fighting weapon like the torrential pear blossom needles. But now it seemed that it was not the case. Ding! Warning! You are suffering from radiation damage. Damage degree is 3, maximum 10. In the next 3 days, you will be in a weak state, and your health points will gradually decrease. Please be prepared for defense. The system notification suddenly sounded, and then Ning Qi found that his health points were decreasing at a rate of 5 points per second. Although this speed seemed insignificant, it could lose 18,000 health points in an hour. Sure enough, after the system notification, Ning Qi found that his health points began to decrease. Radiation. What the hell did this old man Jean refine? A miniature nuclear bomb? Ning Qi's face was pale, or rather, its power had not reached the level of a nuclear bomb, but the effect of the radiation was already the prototype of a nuclear bomb. Senior Jean, if you experiment with such dangerous things in the future, at least remind this junior so that this junior can be prepared. Ning Qi said with dissatisfaction. Haha, if you don't stand closer, how can you feel its true power? Old man Jean said proudly, for thousands of years, there had been no refiner who had made any new innovations in the path of refinement. However, he had done it. This kind of dragon-slaying bullet was even more convenient than dragon-slaying cannons. It could be ignited without the need for battle chi. For example, if there were 10,000 of them and they were carried by 10,000 ordinary people to charge into a certain dragon clan, I'm afraid that even if the dragon clan isn't exterminated, their vitality will be greatly damaged, right? The human race now had another method to attack the dragon race. Nonsense. If I die, what's the use of knowing its power? Ning Qi said in his heart, but he did not say it out loud on the spot. He thought for a moment and asked Senior Jean, do you have a more powerful dragon-slaying bullet? A blush flashed across old man Jin's face. He laughed dryly and said, I'm researching. It should appear in the near future. By the way, in view of your help in my invention of the dragon-slaying bullet, I'm going to give you 10 of them. Oh, Ning Qi's face revealed a hint of surprise. Take it, use it sparingly. With these 10 dragon-slaying bullets, at least if you encounter a rank 7 dragon, you will be able to escape. As old man Jean spoke, he took out 10 iron balls and gave them to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a look and directly put them into his space bag. He was still a little afraid that old man Jin's refinement skills were not up to standard, causing the dragon-slaying bullet to explode for no reason. When not in use, it was safer to put it in the space bag. All right, I have to continue my research. You can play by yourself. Old man Jean waved his hand at Ning Qi and turned to leave with a smug face. If I go and exchange for a real nuclear bomb, will he kneel down on the spot and worship me as his master? Ning Qi looked at his back and thought, amused. This is a pleasant surprise. I've obtained 10 dragon-slaying bullets. I wonder who will I use them on next? Ning Qi smiled and turned to walk towards the door. After leaving the Divine Mystery Institute, Ning Qi came to a restaurant not far from the Divine Dragon Marquis's residence. There would always be a place where ordinary information could be gathered in every place. That was a local restaurant that was of a slightly higher class. Basically, there would be the most popular news circulating in the restaurant. These people were tireless. Even if a knife was held to their neck, they still had to say it. The Withering Bones Forbidden Ground of the Cloud Rising sect is about to open. I heard that the Lamp Elder, Meng Qingling, of the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground, has released a lot of places. Some sect disciples who were not qualified to participate have also gotten a chance. That's right. Based on preliminary estimates, there will be more than 3,000 people entering the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground this time, which is much more than the 1 to 200 people in the past. It is said that the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground is connected to a mysterious world. The training speed there is 3 times faster than the outside world. Every person who comes out from there will have their cultivation greatly increased. Haha, I've also heard that there are humans and dragons in there as well. Speaking of which, it seems to be a fragment of a continent that was shattered during the ancient war between humans and dragons. Those humans and dragons have been reproduced from that generation. No wonder there are so many natural treasures inside. However, only existences below the Dozun level can enter. Moreover, the humans and dragons inside cannot be underestimated. Each time, less than 10% of the people who come out from the Withering Bones forbidden ground will survive. Ning Qi was slightly startled when he heard this. He felt a little curious about the Withering Bones forbidden ground. Perhaps he could also go and take a look? Other than this news, there was also some gossip in the capital. Soon, the news that Ning Qi wanted to hear arrived. Has the beast in the divine dragon marquis's residence been executed? The fellow who raped sister-in-law? He was not executed. It is said that the managing elder of the Cloud Rising sect said that he could be suppressed, but not executed. Hence, he is currently being suppressed in the sky prison of the divine dragon marquis's residence. Inside, it is no different from death. He has to suffer the torture of the extreme sky flame and the extreme ground ice every day. Chapter 403. Chapter 403. I entiendo Ingwe. Brothers, this little brother has left the capital for many years. I wonder who that beast in the divine dragon mansion is. Ning Qi smiled. When the two of them saw that Ning Qi had come over to disturb them, their faces were a little unhappy. At this time, Ning Qi took out 5 low-grade spirit crystals and placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "Why don't I pay for your meal?" Their eyes lit up. Although they did not lack money for a meal, the price of these 5 low-grade spirit crystals was dozens of times greater than the value of the meal. After they accepted it with a smile, they invited Ning Qi to sit down and participate in their chat. They even specially called for the waiter to bring another pot of wine. "Little brother, you look young, but your cultivation is not low. The two of us can't see through your cultivation. You should be a Dowang, right?" One of them said with a smile. He was only at the peak of the Douling. Even though he knew that Ning Qi was a Dowang, he did not take it to heart. After all, there were Dowang-s everywhere in the capital. "Brother has good eyesight." Ning Qi smiled and changed the topic. With a curious expression, he asked, "Just now, the two of you mentioned the beast in the divine dragon mansion. I wonder if the two of you know the details of this matter?" "Haha, you're right to ask me. I have a good friend who is a disciple of the divine dragon mansion. Although he is from the side branch, he personally saw that beast Duan Ingjun do such a thing to his half-brother Duan Ingwe's wife. Little brother is not in the capital, so you don't know how lively the divine dragon mansion was that day. Even the government sent people to investigate the situation in detail. Later on, they were allowed to deal with this scandal on their own. As the saying goes, one should not wash one's dirty linen in public. However, everyone knows about this matter. Caught on the spot. I wonder how many witnesses there are? I think there might be some misunderstanding. I heard that he is an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. He wouldn't abandon everything and do such a shameful thing for a woman, right?" Ning Qi said. "Witnesses? Even if it wasn't 1,000, there should be at least 700 or 800, right?" That day, it just so happened that the disciples of the various clans were competing, and they all rushed back from the various sections. In the end, after the competition, this kind of thing happened. Because the venue of the competition was in the divine dragon manor, before everyone had even left, they just so happened to see this. "Yes, I heard that she pulled Duan Ingjun, that beast, down from the bed." The two of them spoke one after another and basically told Ning Qi what he wanted to know. Ning Qi knew that there must be some deviation. However, Duan Ingjun was caught on the spot with hundreds of witnesses. This made it impossible for Duan Ingjun to overturn the case unless he could find the guy who framed Duan Ingjun and make him admit it personally. "Little brother, you don't seem to believe that Duan Ingjun would do such a thing. Could it be that you know him?" The two of them noticed that Ning Qi's expression seemed to be a little off, and their faces immediately darkened. If people knew that they were drinking at the same table as Duan Ingjun's friend, wouldn't they be laughed at? Who is Duan Ingjun's friend? Before Ning Qi could reply, a group of people coincidentally walked up and ordered some food. After hearing this, the group of people exchanged glances with each other and swarmed over. They stood in front of Ning Chi and looked down at the three of them. There were a total of 4 people in this group. The leader looked to be 7 or 8 years older than Ning Chi and was a 2-star Do Huang. The other 3 were all Do Wang and were about the same age as Ning Chi. Ah! The 2 of them had ugly and embarrassed expressions. They recognized who the young man in the lead was. It was the second male lead that they were talking about, Duan Yingjuan's big brother, Duan Yingwei. At this moment, Duan Yingwei's expression was extremely gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water droplets could drip down. His eyes continued to sweep across the 3 of them. Every time he passed by their vital points, he would purposely stop for a moment. A faintly discernible killing intent spread out from his body. There were almost no ordinary people in the capital. The weakest was also a doja. Therefore, the people in the restaurant could immediately sense this killing intent and looked over in shock. Is that Duan Yingwei from the Divine Dragon Manor? Oh, he's the one who did that. Lower your voice. He's currently angry. If you add fuel to the fire, be careful that you don't even have a place to complain after being beaten up. Watch the show, watch the show. Let's just quietly watch the show. I'll ask again. Which one of you is Duan Yingjuan's friend? Duan Yingwei said coldly. The 3 disciples of the Divine Dragon Manor slowly surrounded Ning Chi and the other 2, as though they were preventing them from escaping. The 2 young men looked at each other and pointed at Ning Chi in unison. It's him! Just as we were talking about that beast, Duan Yingjun, he purposely came over and thought that Duan Yingjun might have been framed by someone. Brother Duan, this matter has nothing to do with us. You also know that it's impossible for us to be Duan Yingjuan's friends. The 2 of them were also disciples of small clans in the capital. They were all in similar circles and would often meet each other. Therefore, they did have some understanding of their own social circles. Hearing this, Duan Yingwei nodded, scram. Yes, sir. Although the 2 of them had ugly expressions, they still tactfully stood up and left. Then, Duan Yingwei looked at Ning Chi coldly. You're Duan Yingjuan's friend? Ning Chi sized up Duan Yingwei, smiled and nodded. That's right, I'm his friend. He calls me boss in the Cloud Rising sect. Boss? Perhaps because he didn't expect Ning Chi to actually dare to admit it in front of him. Duan Yingwei's face immediately fell. His killing intent instantly locked onto Ning Chi. Since you're the friend of this beast, you're definitely not a good person. While I'm in a good mood today, scram out of the capital. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Why aren't you scramming after hearing Brother Yingwei's words? What are you still standing there for? Are you courting death? Duan Yingwei's 3 lackeys immediately berated Ning Chi. You guys, don't cause trouble in my Cloud Mist restaurant. At this moment, a woman walked over under the guidance of a waiter. She didn't give Duan Yingwei any face and directly berated him. She had an extremely beautiful face with an indescribable temperament. Her delicate skin was fair and rosy, and there was a faint blush on her pink cheeks. Under her long and thick eyelashes, there was a pair of cold eyes, which formed a sharp contrast with her temperament. Ding Ling, I'll give you face. Let's go. After seeing this woman, Duan Yingwei's expression changed slightly. He looked deeply at Ning Chi, then decisively led his 3 lackeys downstairs and left. And you? Ding Ling looked at Ning Chi indifferently. Ning Chi smiled slightly. I'll leave. After saying this, he also followed her downstairs and left. Ding Ling? Surname Ding? Even Duan Yingwei has to give him face. He should be from the Ding clan of the 9 super clans, right? Ning Chi muttered in his heart. Chapter 404. Potions. Ning Chi glanced at Duan Yingwei and revealed his white teeth. He grinned and walked out of the capital. Cousin Yingwei, he actually dares to provoke you. This brat is too arrogant, and he's even Duan Yingjuan's friend. How can we not teach him a lesson? Right? We should give him a good beating, or directly cripple his cultivation. Duan Yingwei listened to the words of his 3 lackeys and looked at Ning Chi's back. His eyes were incomparably cold as he sneered and said, "Let's go. We can't make a move in the capital. We'll deal with him outside." Ning Chi felt that a few gazes seemed to be lingering on him from behind. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. At the same time, he began to search the dragon's slaying mall to see if there were any goods that could help in this matter. Low-grade, profound, rank soul search pill. It can directly view a person's memories, limited to those below the Dozong realm. After searching the soul, the other party's soul will become damaged, no different from a living dead person. Price: 50,000 dragon slaying coins. This was useful, but putting aside the price, Ning Chi could not accept it. Just the side effects were a little overbearing, and he did not know if Duan Yingwei was a victim or a participant in this matter. If he used the soul search pill on him and found out that he did not participate in framing Duan Yingjun, then he would not be able to explain himself to the divine dragon Marquis Mansion. Let's see. Ning Chi continued to search and found all kinds of pills and tools that could help him in his current situation. However, it was either the price was too high for him to bear, or he couldn't afford it at all, or the side effects were a little abnormal. Magic type. Potion, truth-telling potion. 3 drops can allow a person to reveal the secrets hidden in their hearts. The amount used depends on the other party's cultivation. 1 drop price: 100 dragon slaying coins. This thing seems to be useful. That's right, isn't this the potion refined by the wizard in Harry Potter? The system even collected this, it's a little awesome. Ning Chi was slightly delighted. At this time, he had already left the capital and flew for another 700 to 800 kilometers before stopping. 3 breaths later, for streams of light rushed over from behind and surrounded Ning Chi. "You know you can't escape, right? If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I'll be in a good mood. Maybe I won't mind that you're a friend of that beast Duan Yingjun and let you go." Duan Yingwei looked at Ning Chi and smiled faintly. In his eyes, Ning Chi was merely a peak dowang. He could deal with him with one hand. His 3 lackeys all laughed. In the capital, everyone's status was not low. They could only find some sense of accomplishment and pleasure from these outsiders to vent the anger in their hearts. 6 breaths, Ning Chi muttered to himself. His voice was too soft, so Duan Yingwei and the others couldn't hear him clearly. Duan Yingwei frowned and said, "What did you say?" "What 6 breaths?" "I only need 6 breaths to defeat you." Ning Chi smiled slightly and threw 3 palms toward the 3 dowangs. Due to the close distance between both parties, the 3 of them did not have the time to react. They were thrown to the ground by the 6 silver dragons and were seriously injured. Only 2 breaths of time had passed. Duan Yingwei was shocked. What kind of martial skill is this? It's so powerful. For more breaths. Ning Chi looked at him and smiled. Humph, arrogant. Duan Yingwei was so angry that he laughed. So what if he had defeated 3 dowangs? He was a 2-star dohuang and came from the 9-state empire's divine dragon Marquis Mansion. In a remote place, it would not be a problem for him to fight a 3 or 4-star dohuang. Therefore, he laughed sinisterly and attacked Ning Chi. Now, it was not as simple as teaching Ning Chi a lesson. "I will cripple your cultivation and see if you can still be so arrogant." 18 dragon, subduing palms. Puff, puff, puff. Ning Chi threw 3 consecutive palms at him. Each palm was stronger than the one before. The incomparably violent dragon slaying Do Chi and the godly martial skill 18 dragon, subduing palms directly slapped Duan Yingwei into a retard. His attack did not have the slightest effect on Ning Chi and was directly submerged in the Dragon Sea. After being hit 3 times, his body fell beside his 3 lackeys with a loud bang. Really, only 6 breaths. Duan Yingwei struggled to sit up as he looked at Ning Chi, who was looking down at him from above in shock. A black glass bottle appeared in Ning Chi's hand. It was about the size of a palm, and inside it was the truth serum. It was black and was still bubbling. There was a total of 100 drops, and it cost Ning Chi 10,000 dragon slaying coins. "You, what are you trying to do?" seeing that Ning Chi seemed to be about to feed him that unknown potion. Duan Ingwe's face revealed a terrified expression. His 3 lackeys struggled to stay away from Ning Chi. From their point of view, Ning Chi was probably one of those evil experts who cultivated demonic arts. I am a disciple of the divine dragon Marquis Mansion. If you dare to treat me like this, my father and the elders will not let you off. Seeing that Ning Chi was getting closer and closer to him, Duan Ingwe's face twisted in fear. He was a disciple of the divine dragon Marquis Mansion, a 2-star Do Huang. No matter where he went, he would be able to live a life that everyone envied. How could he die here like this? Still talking nonsense. Ning Chi slapped him on the face and then forcefully fed him a drop of the truth serum. After that, he carefully looked at Duan Ingwe to see what reaction he had. After the drop of truth serum entered Duan Ingwe's mouth, he immediately felt his head spin. "What's your name?" Ning Chi asked. Duan Ingwe's face revealed a struggling expression. "Looks like the medicine isn't effective enough. Give me another drop." Ning Chi fed him another drop of blood. "What's your name?" This time, Duan Ingwe's expression became incomparably wooden. He said indifferently, "My name is Duan Ingwe. What's wrong with Cousin Ingwe? What did this guy feed him?" The fear on the faces of the 3 divine Dragon Marquis Mansions, Do Huang, dissipated quite a bit. However, there was an additional trace of doubt. This was because they realized that the potion Ning Chi fed Duan Ingwe did not seem to harm him. "What's your wife's name?" Ning Chi continued to ask. "My wife's name is Yenshui Ling." Duan Ingwe said woodenly, "Do you like Duan Ingjun?" Ning Chi changed the topic. "I don't like him. He's very dirty. He's a lowly servant. He's a bastard," Duan Ingwe said woodenly. Hearing this, a trace of killing intent flashed across Ning Chi's eyes. "Cousin Ingwe, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Duan Ingwe seemed to have said something he shouldn't have, the 3 of them opened their mouths to remind him in panic. At this moment, Duan Ingwe heard their voices and his expression clearly began to struggle. It seemed that because of their reminder, the effect of the truth serum began to decrease. "Damn it, wasting my Dragon Slayer coins." Chapter 405. Chapter 405. I and the facts of the matter. Tell me, did you instigate the incident with Duan Ingjun? Ning Chi asked. "No," Duan Ingwe said blankly. Ning Chi's expression changed slightly. Could it really have nothing to do with him? "Does framing Duan Ingjun have anything to do with you?" Ning Chi continued asking. "Yes," Duan Ingwe said blankly. Ning Chi's face revealed a trace of joy. "Tell me the ins and outs of this matter." Duan Ingwe's expression began to struggle again. Without hesitation, Ning Chi fed him 3 drops of the truth serum. Only then did he begin to slowly narrate his story. The more Ning Chi listened, the darker his expression became. So Hua Wushang's shadow was behind this matter. Some time ago, the various great clans of the 9 regions empire summoned back the disciples of the side branches who were cultivating outside and had them compete. Originally, the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion planned to let Duan Feifei or Duan Tianning return. But Duan Tianning used some unknown method to get them to call Duan Feifei. At that time, Feifei was on a mission. In the end, Duan Ingjun took the initiative to replace her as one of the candidates for the competition. Just like that, Duan Ingjun became the representative of the divine Dragon Marquis Palace in the Cloud Rising sect. After that, she personally sent Duan Ingjun back and contacted a good friend of his in the divine Dragon Manor. That good friend was none other than Duan Ingwe's uncle and also Duan Ingjun's father's younger brother, Duan Shoujuan. It was unknown what kind of deal they made between the 2 of them. But Duan Shoujuan later found Duan Ingwe and privately promised a considerable amount of training resources to Duan Ingwe. He asked his wife, Yenshui Ling, to come out and put on a show. Duan Yingwei was at the bottleneck of a 2-star Do Huang and really needed this batch of training resources. He also hated Duan Yingjun, so he straightforwardly agreed. After that, the rumors that followed were similar to what the outside world knew. Ning Qi thought of a crucial question and frowned. How did you guys control Duan Yingjun to make him do such a thing? The desire parasite of the 5 poison divine sect is colorless and odorless. It will automatically disappear within the host's body. Even a Do Sheng would have difficulty detecting it. Duan Yingwei said blankly. At this moment, Duan Yingwei's expression suddenly sobered up. He remembered what he had said to Ning Qi, and a look of horror appeared on his face. What did you do to me? What are you afraid of? Why weren't you afraid when you framed your own brother? Ning Qi smiled. I didn't frame him, Duan Yingwei said angrily. I believe that in the entire divine dragon manor, there should be a few rather upright elders, right? I'll take you to confront them. Ning Qi smiled. I advise you not to meddle in this matter. If you go to the divine dragon manor, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Hearing this, Duan Yingwei finally felt some fear. He was afraid that things would be exposed, so he threatened Ning Qi. Hee, your divine dragon marquee mansion is not strong enough for me, Ning Qi, to not dare to investigate. What's more, I'm still in the right. Ning Qi laughed wildly and slapped Duan Yingwei unconscious. Then he carried him and flew towards the capital. Master, thank you for being willing to help. Duan Feifei and Xiaobing flew towards the capital together. When they were about to reach the city gates, the two of them landed on the ground. Duan Feifei thanked Xiaobing softly. Last time, Xiaobing had already appeared, but unfortunately it was to no avail. Unexpectedly, this time, she actually took the initiative to ask Duan Feifei to bring her to the Divine Dragon Manor, saying that she wanted to talk about Duan Yingjun again. There's no need to thank me. Duan Yingjun is also my disciple. Xiaobing said indifferently. Duan Yingjun is really blind. He was so close to Ning Qi before, but now that something has happened to him, Ning Qi is trying to shirk responsibility. Duan Feifei could not help but complain. Maybe he really does have something to do. Xiaobing's eyes moved slightly as she said. Duan Feifei clearly did not accept this explanation. But seeing that Xiaobing did not seem to want to talk about it, she shut her mouth and followed Xiaobing to the city gate. Halt! Who is this in your hand? When the guards saw Ning Qi carrying Duan Yingwei, they asked sternly. At the same time, they all took a defensive stance. He's a disciple of the Divine Dragon Manor. He's injured, so I want to send him back. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Divine Dragon Manor? The expressions of the guards improved a lot. After going forward to check, they realized that Duan Yingwei indeed had the jade pendant of the Divine Dragon Manor on him, so they prepared to let him go. At this time, Xiaobing and Duan Feifei also recognized Ning Qi, and their faces revealed looks of surprise. Why was he here? Ning Qi entered the city, but before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Xiaobing and Duan Feifei. Elder Xiaobing, junior sister Duan, why are you here? When Ning Qi saw the two of them, he was also a little surprised. He's Duan Yingwei. When Duan Feifei heard that this person was a disciple of the Divine Dragon Manor, she specially paid more attention to him. When she saw his appearance, she almost cried out in alarm. Wasn't Duan Yingjun arrested because he tried to rape Duan Yingwei's wife? And now, Duan Yingwei was unconscious in Ning Qi's hands? Could it be? Duan Feifei's heart quivered. She immediately understood that she seemed to have misunderstood Ning Qi. However, this method could not save Duan Yingjun. Duan Yingwei, Xiaobing frowned and glanced at him, then said to Ning Qi in a low voice, What are you thinking? You want to use him to threaten the Divine Dragon Manor to release Duan Yingjun? Do you know that this action will cause a war between the Divine Dragon Manor and the Cloud Rising sect? That's right, senior brother Ning. Quickly let him go. If you do this, not only will you not be able to save Duan Ingjun, you will also make us very passive. Duan Feifei said anxiously. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Elder Xiaobing, junior sister Duan, I have my own methods. I should have a 70 to 80% chance of saving Fatty Duan. It's good that you guys are here. Come with me. You can also be a witness. What? He had a 70 to 80% chance of saving Duan Ingjun? The two girls were slightly startled, doubting whether what Ning Qi said was true or not. Martial nephew Ning, is what you said true? Xiaobing frowned slightly. What good will it do for me to lie to you? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. With a chuckle, he directly walked in the direction of the divine dragon manor. Seeing this, Xiaobing and Duan Feifei looked at each other, but in the end they still followed. Xiaobing thought to herself that if the divine dragon manor was enraged because of Duan Ingui, she had to at least protect Ning Qi. Otherwise, if Ning Qi was also suppressed, then to the cloud-rising sect, it would be a greater loss than 10 Duan Ingjun. Divine Dragon Manor. At the gate, the two disciples guarding the gate frowned slightly when they saw a few people walking over from afar. It's Duan Feifei and her master, Xiaobing. What are they doing here? Wait, who is that young man? The one in his hand is Duan Ingui, right? When they realized that Duan Ingui's life or death was unknown and was being carried by the young man at the front, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 406. Threatening on the street. Chapter 406. Stop right there. What did you do to Duan Ingui? The disciples of the divine Dragon Marquis estate shouted. Him. He's still alive. Get the people in charge out here. I want to sue Duan Ingui for raping my sow. Ning Qi said with a smile. Raping your sow. This brat, the corner of Xiaobing's mouth, curled up slightly. She almost burst out laughing. Duan Feifei, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. The disciples were stunned for a moment. Then they realized that Ning Qi was messing with them. They flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked Ning Qi. However, they were defeated by Ning Qi in 2 moves. They looked at Ning Qi in shock. They could not understand how he could defeat them so easily when he was only a peak dowang. Wait, it's you. One of them looked at Ning Qi, and his expression changed from shock to horror. The last time Ning Qi and Duan Minglong fought, he just happened to be present, but he didn't recognize Ning Qi at first. Only now did he recognize him. Two sirs, this is a misunderstanding. We have come here because of Duan Ingjuan's matter. We wish to meet Elder Duan Shoujuan. Duan Feifei stepped forward and said, It's not a problem if you want to see Elder Duan Shoujuan. However, we don't know if Duan Ingui is dead or alive. It's an insult to the divine Dragon Marquis estate. Duan Feifei, if you're still a disciple of the divine Dragon Marquis estate, you shouldn't stand on his side. The disciple said unhappily. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi with fear. What's happening up ahead? Duan Juntian and his brothers went out to complete a mission and were about to return to the Marquis estate. When they were about to reach, they saw Xiaobing and the others. Duan Juntian asked curiously, It's Ning Qi. Duan Juanhong's expression changed slightly. It's him. Why is he here again? A trace of fear flashed across Duan Juntian's eyes. The scene of Ning Qi defeating Duan Minglong previously brought him great shock and pressure. Duan Juntian felt a stabbing pain in his heart when he thought about how an ant-like existence now had a higher cultivation base than him. What's going on here? Duan Juntian took a deep breath and walked to the door with his 2 brothers. He looked at Ning Qi and the others and said, Duan Juntian, it's you 3 brothers. Long time no see. Where's Miss Lung Mei? Why isn't he with you? Ning Qi smiled. Duan Juntian's expression darkened when he heard this. F*CKU. It's none of your business whether Duan Lingmei is with me or not. Of course, He didn't dare to say this out loud. He only dared to curse in his heart. They know each other. Duan Feifei was puzzled. Duan Juntian quickly informed the elders that the Cloud Rising sect is causing trouble again because of that animal, Duan Ingjun. The gatekeeping disciple said to Duan Juntian, "Oh, is it because of Duan Ingjun?" A hint of joy flashed across Duan Juntian's face. This matter involved a lot of people. If Ning Qi came to make trouble because of this matter, it was very likely that he could suppress Ning Qi as well. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly swept over Duan Ingwe's face in Ning Qi's hand, and he was shocked. Even Duan Ingwe was taken down by him. After the initial shock, Duan Juntian was ecstatic. "Ning Qi, oh Ning Qi, you still haven't died this time? You actually want to use Duan Ingwe to threaten my divine dragon manor? All right, I'll inform the elders now." Duan Juntian nodded. After glancing at Ning Qi, the three of them quickly entered the divine dragon manor to inform the elders. "All of you wait here. The elders have the final say on whether you're allowed in or not." The gatekeeping disciple heaved a sigh of relief and berated Ning Qi and the other too coldly. At the same time, they also specially observed Duan Ingwe's condition. After discovering that he had only fainted, they were even more certain. "Ning Qi, are you really confident?" Xia Bing transmitted her voice. Ning Qi merely nodded slightly. Xia Bing felt a little more at ease when she saw this. She had some understanding of Ning Qi's character. He didn't seem like someone who liked to boast. Ever since the outer court disciple selection, he had always been very outstanding. Moreover, he had a good relationship with that person from the Heaven Prophet Academy. When Xia Bing thought of this, she seemed to feel that the outcome this time would be different from the previous time. It was very likely that she would be able to get Duan Ingjun out. About 10 minutes later, "Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my divine dragon manor?" An angry shout was heard. The gatekeeping disciple immediately looked towards the door respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Duan Shoujuan." Duan Juntian and the others followed a large group of people and walked out of the door under the lead of a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. The middle-aged man in the lead was Duan Ingjuan's uncle, Duan Shoujuan. Duan Shoujuan first swept a glance at Duan Ingwe. Because he already knew about it beforehand, he wasn't too surprised. After that, he looked coldly at Xia Bing. In his eyes, Xia Bing was the mastermind of this matter. Otherwise, how could a Peak Do Wang dare to be so arrogant? "Xia Bing, Elder Xia, I've already made it very clear to you last time. Duan Ingjun will be dealt with by my divine dragon manor's Duan clan. If you still want to take him away today, please leave." However, he changed the topic and looked at Ning Qi. "This brat must stay in my divine dragon manor to be punished. Is the disciple of my Duan clan someone you can easily insult? Put Duan Ingwe down." "Elder Duan Shoujuan, this matter is a misunderstanding." Duan Feifei was only halfway through her sentence when Duan Shoujuan reprimanded her sternly. "Shut up. To think that you're a member of the Duan clan." Duan Feifei was shocked. She quickly shut her mouth and did not dare to speak anymore. Xia Bing looked at Ning Qi, obviously waiting for him to speak. "Duan Shoujuan, Elder Duan, right?" The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This old fellow's acting was quite good. He looked righteous, but he was actually a hypocrite who would even frame his own nephew. "You have no right to speak to me. Someone, bring Duan Ingwe here. If anything happens to him, your Cloud Rising sect must have an elder in green come out and give me an explanation." Duan Shoujuan looked at Ning Qi mockingly and snorted coldly. "Yes, elder." A smile appeared on Duan Juntian's face as he walked toward Ning Qi. It was obvious that he planned to bring Duan Ingwe away. With Duan Shoujuan's support, he was not afraid of Ning Qi at all. "Duan Shoujuan, I already have concrete evidence that you conspired with Hua Shiri to frame Duan Ingjun. Are you still going to feign ignorance in front of me?" Do you believe that I'll let the entire capital know about your shameful deeds? Ning Qi smirked. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present, including Duan Shoujuan himself, was shocked. He said Duan Shoujuan conspired with Hua Shiri to frame Duan Ingjun? Xia Bing frowned slightly. Duan Juntian stopped in his tracks and stood rooted to the ground. He did not know what to do. You, what did you say? A violent killing intent erupted from Duan Shoujuan's body. Chapter 407. Old beast, Xia Bing, what do you mean? You brought people from your sect to slander me? Do you think you can bring Duan Ingjun back just like that? Duan Shoujuan shouted. A disciple of my cloud-rising sect would not simply accuse someone. Since he said that he has evidence, then he has evidence. Elder Duan Shoujuan, if you are not guilty, why don't you let him finish speaking? Xia Bing refused to be outdone. Duan Feifei was shocked. Why would Ning Qi say that Duan Shoujuan was involved in framing Duan Ingjun? He was Duan Ingjuan's uncle. At this time, Duan Ingwei slowly woke up and discovered that he had appeared at the entrance of the Divine Dragon Manor. Duan Shoujuan was also there, and he immediately shouted anxiously, "Uncle, save me!" Pa! Ning Qi took the opportunity to knock on his neck, and Duan Ingwei fainted again. At this time, more and more people noticed the situation here and gradually gathered. Duan Shoujuan knew that the people in the capital had nothing better to do, so they gossiped behind their backs. Once a piece of news reached their mouths, it would spread like wildfire in less than half a day. Thinking of this, Duan Shoujuan glanced at Ning Qi coldly and said to Xia Bing, "All right, I'll give you a chance. Come in." As he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the manor. Duan Juntian looked at Ning Qi awkwardly before he lowered his head and followed Duan Shoujuan. "Senior apprentice brother Ning, what you just said, is it true? Why would Elder Duan Shoujuan frame Duan Ingjun? You don't know he is." Duan Feifei said in a low voice. Halfway through her words, Ning Qi interrupted. "I know. He's Duan Ingjuan's uncle." "Do you know you're still?" Duan Feifei didn't finish her sentence, because Ning Qi had already nodded to Xia Bing and walked towards the Divine Dragon Manor. Seeing this, Duan Feifei hesitated for a moment, but still followed. If Ning Qi framed Duan Shoujuan for no reason today, and did not have any concrete evidence to prove that Duan Shoujuan was related to Duan Ingjun, then even she would not be able to walk out of the Divine Dragon Manor, Divine Dragon Marquis Palace, in the courtyard of the 7th house. Along the way, many disciples of the Marquis's residence were shocked to see Duan Ingwei being carried by Ning Qi. When they saw Xia Bing and Duan Feifei, they immediately thought that it was probably because of Duan Ingjuan's attempt to rape his sister-in-law. They also wanted to join in the fun, but they were repelled by Duan Shoujuan's gaze. At this moment, in the courtyard of the 7th branch, Ning Qi stood in front of a large group of disciples that belonged to the 7th branch. Their eyes swept up and down Ning Qi's body in an extremely unfriendly manner. If it weren't for Duan Shoujuan, they would have already attacked Ning Qi. At this time, a middle-aged man rushed over. Looking at his appearance, he looked similar to Duan Shoujuan, and his aura was even more profound than Duan Shoujuan's. He was Duan Ingjuan's biological father, the decision-maker of the 7th branch, Duan Shoheng. Beside him was a beautiful middle-aged woman who looked very similar to Duan Ingwei. She was probably Duan Ingwei's birth mother. In addition, behind the two of them, there were 7 or 8 similar-looking middle-aged men rushing over. Each of them was followed by a group of young people. At the very least, there were more than 200 people gathered in the courtyard of the 7th branch. They surrounded Ning Qi. Duan Feifei was a little frightened. However, Ning Qi and Xia Bing appeared very calm. "Ingwei." When the beautiful woman saw Duan Ingwei in Ning Qi's hand, she immediately frowned and shouted sternly. Without any explanation, she directly attacked Ning Qi. Her cultivation was only that of a 5-star Do Huang, so Ning Qi naturally did not care about her. He was prepared to wait for her to come closer before giving her an 18 dragon subduing palms. At this moment, Xia Bing made her move. With a flick of her finger, the middle-aged woman flew back instantly and was caught by Duan Shouheng. Xia Bing, what is the meaning of this? Are you capturing Yingwei to threaten me because of that unfilial son, Duan Yingjun? Duan Shouheng looked coldly at Xia Bing. Master, we don't know if Yingwei is dead or alive. Quickly take down these traitors. After the middle-aged woman landed, she immediately said anxiously, Don't be anxious. Duan Shouheng comforted her and then looked at Xia Bing, obviously wanting her to give an explanation. At this moment, Duan Shoujuan's eyes rolled and he said to Duan Shouheng, Big brother, don't waste your breath on them. They are here today to smear our 7th branch. Oh. Duan Shouheng's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Ning Qi explained to them. Xia Bing said to Ning Qi plainly. Ning Qi nodded and looked at Duan Shouheng. Senior, are you Duan Yingjuan's father? I don't have such an unfilial son. Who are you? Put my son down and we'll talk. Duan Shouheng said coldly. Hee, a trace of mockery flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He then glanced at the crowd and seemed to not notice Duan Yingwei's wife, Yan Shuiling. He looked at Duan Shouheng and said, I'm here today for a simple reason. I want to prove that Duan Yingjun is innocent. Senior, please let Yan Shuiling out. I can only present the evidence when the person involved is present. What? He said that Duan Yingjun is innocent. Could it be that all of us are blind? Damn it, the Cloud Rising sect is too much. Yes, Duan Yingjun did such a beastly thing not long after he went to the Cloud Rising sect. Now, they even dare to capture Duan Yingwei to threaten us. Kill them. Kill them. Kill. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Hundreds of murderous intents gathered and looked at Ning Qi and the rest with a murderous look. Duan Feifei felt a layer of cold sweat appear on his back. Even Xia Bing frowned slightly. If the other party attacked directly, she could only protect herself at most. Ning Qi would be in danger. Are you guys trying to silence me? Ning Qi bellowed. His voice spread across the entire place with the help of his fighting energy. Duan Shouheng slowly raised his hand and pressed down in the void. The crowd's voices stopped abruptly. Then he looked at Ning Qi coldly. I don't care what relationship you have with that beast. I'll ignore your nonsense for the sake of the Cloud Rising sect. However, if Yingwei is injured in any way, I'll make you pay tenfold. Little bastard, let go of my son. The middle-aged beauty looked at Ning Qi and shouted. Her gaze was like a sword that pierced deep into Ning Qi's heart. I'm babbling nonsense? Ha ha ha! I didn't expect the people of the Divine Dragon Marquis's residence to be so muddle-headed. They don't even know that their own son has been framed. They even think that he's a beast. If he's a beast, aren't you an old beast? Ning Qi laughed maniacally. How dare you? Duan Shoujuan shouted angrily. Seeing that Duan Shouheng was present, he directly attacked Ning Qi because he knew that even if Xia Bing attacked, Duan Shouheng would help him block it. Now he just had to slap Ning Qi to death, and this matter would be over. I don't know how Hua Shiri leaked the news. I only know that you can die. Chapter 408. Chapter 408. Duan Xiaobing's eyes flashed with anger when she saw Duan Shoujuan attacking again. She was just about to stop him when Duan Shouheng suddenly locked onto her aura. In that instant, she was a step too slow. She could only watch helplessly as Duan Shoujuan attacked Ning Qi. Ha ha ha, this is great. He's dead for sure. The 3 Duan Juntian brothers were ecstatic. 18 subduing dragon palms. An extremely firm and yang aura instantly exuded from Ning Qi's palms. Boom! Ning Qi took 3 to 4 steps back and rolled 7 to 8 times on the ground, dissipating the terrifying force from Duan Shoujuan's palm. Duan Shoujuan did not feel good either. He took a step back and felt his palms go numb. Shock flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. What's going on? Did Elder Duan Shoujuan show mercy? How? How is this possible? The three Duan Juntian brothers looked at Ning Qi in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Only a few people knew that Duan Shoujuan did not show mercy at all. Therefore, their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Ning Qi. Duan Feifei looked at Ning Qi in shock. In her heart, Endo Zong was invincible. No matter how talented Ning Qi was, he could not possibly be a match for Endo Zong. However, this scene had completely overturned her understanding of a peak Dowang. Xia Bing's eyes flashed with joy. In the next second, she stood in front of Ning Qi and looked at Duan Shouheng and Duan Shoujuan coldly. Your Duan clan tried to kill a disciple of my Cloud Rising sect without any reason. Do you know that he's favored by Meng Qingling, the lampholder elder of my Cloud Rising sect's Withering Bones Forbidden Ground? What? He's favored by Elder Meng Qingling? Duan Shouheng was shocked. He naturally knew about the 4 lampholder elders of the Cloud Rising sect. After all, they had existed for many years, especially Elder Meng Qingling of the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground. Almost everyone in Dongxian knew about her due to the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground. She was an old demon who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Even among the Doushengs, he was not a weak existence. With this child's talent to be able to exchange a palm strike with Fourth Brother without being injured, he is indeed no different from a genius. Although his cultivation is weaker than the 4 great geniuses of my divine Dragon Markipalace, it is impossible for any of them to exchange a palm strike with Fourth Brother. In that case, Xia Bing did not lie to me. Thinking of this, Duan Shouheng's expression became more and more solemn. A trace of fear flashed in Duan Shoujuan's eyes. If Xia Bing wasn't lying and Ning Qi was favored by Meng Qingling, could it be that he had personally invited Meng Qingling, which was why he knew the truth? Panic rose from the bottom of his heart. However, he immediately reacted. Even if Ning Qi knew the truth, he did not have any evidence. That desire goo was colorless and odorless. It would disappear within one's body after it flared up. Even a Dou Sheng would not be able to find any traces on Duan Ingjuan's body. Ning Qi was also a little surprised that Xia Bing would bring up Meng Qingling. However, it seemed to be quite useful. He smiled slightly, looked at Duan Shouheng and said, "Are you willing to call Duan Ingwe's wife, Yan Shuiling, over and confront her face to face? It's so lively here. Who is the person favored by Elder Meng? Why isn't he a disciple of Elder Meng?" An indifferent voice came from the sky. With a flash of light, an old man appeared. This old man's appearance was extremely strange. His eyebrows were connected together, and his expression was solemn. He was curiously sizing up Ning Qi. "It's a Dozun." Ning Qi's eyes were slightly fearful. He was not afraid of a Dozong and was confident that he could protect himself. However, facing a Dozun, he was afraid that he would not even be able to last one move. First Elder, everyone, including Duan Shouheng's brothers and his wife, respectfully bowed to the old man. This old man was the leader of the 3 great elders of the divine Dragon Marquis Palace, a 4-star Dozun Duanhe. At the same time, he was also the younger brother of the current divine Dragon Marquis. In the divine Dragon Marquis Palace, his cultivation was only slightly weaker than divine Dragon Marquis Duan Hu. When Duan Shoujuan saw him appear, he bowed and lowered his head. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. "Xia Bing greets Elder Duanhe." Xia Bing bowed, slightly respectfully. "Yes, you and I know who this kid is. You said that he is the person favored by Elder Meng?" Duanhe's gaze remained on Ning Qi. "That's right." Xia Bing nodded. "Back then, I wanted to be a disciple of Elder Meng, but she thought that I was not talented enough and refused to accept me. What's so special about this kid that Elder Meng favors him?" Duan, he smiled slightly. I'm afraid we'll have to ask Elder Meng about this. Xia Bing said indifferently. Haha, if I have the chance to go to the Cloud Rising sect, I will indeed ask. However, what's going on today? Duan, he smiled and glanced at the crowd. His gaze lingered on Duan Yingwei, who was in Ning Qi's hand, for a full breath's time. Then his figure moved. Before Ning Qi could even react, Duan Yingwei had already appeared in Duan He's hand. A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged, beautiful woman's eyes. She hurriedly went forward to check on Duan Yingwei's injuries and found that he had only fainted and suffered some internal injuries. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. A stream of dou qi entered Duan Yingwei's body. Duan Yingwei slowly woke up and realized that he had escaped from Ning Qi's clutches. His face was filled with ecstasy, and he shouted at Ning Qi, "Quick, take him down! He wants to frame me." If Duan he had not appeared, perhaps everyone would have attacked Ning Qi with his shout. However, now that Duan he was present, the sovereignty was obviously no longer in Duan Shouheng's hands. I heard from my disciple that you want to frame him. If that's true, even if Elder Meng favors you, according to the rules of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace, you can't leave this place easily. Duan he smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said, Senior Duan, you seem to be a reasonable person. You didn't attack us the moment you arrived. Obviously, you have to be the judge for today's matter. Oh, tell me about it? Seeing that Ning Qi was neither servile nor overbearing, Duan he believed Xia Bing's words a little. This made him extremely interested in Ning Qi. What was so special about him that he could win Xia Bing's favor? Being rejected by Meng Qingling had always been a pain in his heart. Ning Qi recounted the matter. During this period, the disciples of the 7th branch scolded Ning Qi for being shameless, for coming to clear the name of the beast, and even framing Duan Yingwei and Duan Shoujuan. However, after Duan he swept a cold glance at them. These people all shut their mouths. Do you have any evidence for what you said? Duan, he said lightly. Of course I have evidence. I hope Senior Duan can call Yen Shui Ling over. Ning Qi said. All right. Duan he nodded and looked at Duan Shouheng. Go and bring your wife here. Yes. Duan Shouheng nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Not long after, he brought a beautiful woman with a trace of uneasiness and fear on her face. Chapter 409. Test Subject. Duan Juntian, I've brought him here. Duan Shouheng looked at Ning Qi coldly. Little friend, can you show me your evidence now? Duan, he looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Grand Elder, this kid is just spouting nonsense. He just wants to save that beast, Duan Yingjun. Duan Shoujuan said sternly. That's right, Grand Elder. He just injured me and wants me to release Duan Yingjun. If I don't obey, he'll kill me. Duan Yingwei quickly said. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with righteous indignation when they heard that. Does Senior Brother Ning really have evidence? If not, how are we going to resolve this matter today? Duan Feifei suddenly felt a hint of regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have told Ning Qi about this. If Xia Bing stepped forward, Duan Yingjun might still have a chance to live. Don't say anything. Ask him to show me the evidence. If it's just empty words, I won't ignore it. However, if he really has evidence to prove that someone is framing his disciple, I won't ignore it. Otherwise, how can the Divine Dragon Marquis estate maintain its foothold in the capital? Duan, he shouted coldly. Duan Shoujuan could only shut his mouth when he heard that. However, he was still very confident that Ning Qi would not be able to produce any evidence. However, Duan Yingwei felt extreme fear. Senior Duan, I have a potion here that can make people spill all their secrets with just 3 or 4 drops. I've already used some on Duan Yingwei. I wonder if Senior would like to hear what he has to say. Ning Qi smiled as he took out the truth serum. Potion? 3 or 4 drops can make people spill all their secrets. This is his evidence. Everyone frowned. then looked at Ning Qi with a mocking expression. After all, Dongxian had all sorts of bewitching drugs. Most people had seen this drug before, using its effects to bewitch people and make them say what they wanted to hear. This is the evidence he's talking about? Xia Bing's expression immediately turned ugly. She was already prepared and looked at him warily. No matter what, she had to protect Ning Qi today. It's over. Duan Feifei smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, he's dead meat. He wants to use an unknown potion as evidence? Duan Juntian and his two brothers laughed inwardly. They looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. So that's how it is. No wonder he's so confident. It seems like everything he knew before wasn't revealed by Hua Shiri, but by Duan Yingwei. Duan Shoujuan suddenly came to a realization. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Even if this medicine was really useful, Duan he would not allow Ning Qi to give it to the disciples of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. Duan Yingwei's face revealed a look of horror. He had personally experienced the terrifying effects of the medicine before. Now that Ning Qi had taken it out again, he felt that the sky was about to collapse. If everyone knew that he had collaborated with Duan Shoujuan to frame Duan Yingjun, not to mention how Duan Shouheng would punish him, the family rule of not killing each other was enough to make him take Duan Yingjuan's place in prison. Duan he glanced indifferently at the magic bottle in Ning Qi's hand, then shook his head and said indifferently, "This kind of thing can't be used as evidence. If you want, I can find at least 10 kinds for you right now. After you consume it, what you say may not be the truth. Do you have any other evidence? If not, send a message back and have the elder Qing personally come and take you away." Hearing this, Duan Yingwei's face revealed a look of ecstasy. That's right. The clan would never allow their own disciples to consume this kind of unknown medicine. His worries were completely unnecessary. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hold Yan Shui Ling's hand tightly and look at Ning Qi gloatingly. The matter is already very clear. He came to slander my son for no reason. Great Elder, this matter must be dealt with severely. Otherwise, how can we display the dignity of our divine Dragon Marquis Mansion? If any random sect disciple dares to insult us like this, how can our divine Dragon Marquis Mansion still have any face in the capital in the future? The beautiful middle-aged woman said sternly as she looked at Ning Qi coldly. She wished that she could tear him into pieces. Duan Shouheng remained silent and nodded slightly. Senior Duan, you can naturally test whether what you say is true or not. This medicine is definitely not an ordinary bewitching medicine. Don't tell me that Senior Duan doesn't want to know why Duan Yingjun would do such a beastly thing. If this matter is not investigated in broad daylight, I'm afraid it won't be the last time the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion does this. Ning Qi said confidently, "How dare you? Even now, you still dare to curse my divine Dragon Marquis Mansion? Great Elder, as long as you give the order, I will take this brat down. No one can dare to slander us with empty words, trample on our dignity." Immediately, all sorts of vicious curses came out from their mouths. Duan Feifei's face was incomparably pale, because those people were looking at her with eyes full of resentment, as if they were looking at a traitor. What this child said seems to make sense. That brat Duan Yingjun is as timid as a mouse. How could he dare to do such a beastly thing in that kind of situation? It had to be known that at that time the people from the various great clans were all gathered in the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare to do something that would humiliate their family at such a time, right? Duan, he frowned slightly. He had also sensed that something was wrong, but there were too many people who had witnessed it with their own eyes. The evidence was conclusive, so he didn't think too much about it. All right, I'll test the effects of your medicine and see if it's really as you said, able to make people reveal all their secrets. Duan, he said indifferently. What? Great Elder, you can't. What if the potion is poisonous? What should we do? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Duan Shojuin was the first to speak out to stop him. Fear appeared on Duan Ingwe's face again. The one who objected the most was Duan Ingwe's mother, the middle-aged, beautiful woman. She even brought up the family rules and accused the great elder of putting her own disciple in danger. There's no need for you to say anything more. If this potion is useless or if it's a drug, I'll naturally be able to tell. Then, even if he's someone favored by Elder Meng, he must receive the punishment he deserves. You don't want others to say that the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion can't tell right from wrong, right? Even if they lose, we have to make them accept their defeat wholeheartedly. Duan, he said, coldly. A solemn aura surged out of his body, instantly suppressing the voices of everyone present. You and you come out. Duan, he casually pointed at 2 disciples of the 7th branch. One of them was actually Duan Juntian. The other had just shouted with great enthusiasm, saying that he wanted to kill Ning Qi to clear the name of the Marquis Mansion. Now that he was pointed out by Duan, his expression turned slightly ugly. Great Elder. The 2 of them walked to Duan. He sighed and bowed. Yes. Duan, he looked at Ning Qi. Let's begin. Chapter 410. You scum. Ning Qi smiled as he walked up to Duan Juntian. Brother Duan, I won't stand on ceremony then. Duan Juntian looked at Ning Qi coldly. He felt slightly uneasy. Duan Ingwe needs 3 drops. 2 drops should be enough for him, right? Ning Qi thought to himself as he gestured for Duan Juntian to open his mouth. The crowd watched nervously, especially Duan Shoujuan, Duan Ingwe, and Yan Shuiling. If the potion was really effective, Duan, he would definitely ask that kid to use the potion on them. That way, the matter of them framing Duan Ingjun would be exposed. Are you sure it's not poison? Duan Juntian could not help but ask. Don't worry. Why would I dare to poison you in front of so many people? No matter what, we're still friends. Ning Qi smiled. This guy is friends with Duan Juntian. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like he's so familiar? Do you remember the incident with Duan Minglong's cousin? Wasn't he defeated by this guy? That's right. I wouldn't have remembered if you didn't mention it. It's him. So he's a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Duan Shohing's ears twitched as he looked at Ning Qi in shock. He knew that Duan Minglong had lost to someone, and his confidence was shaken. He did not expect Duan Minglong to be in closed-door cultivation in the Marquis estate. Duan Minglong was not only a 1-star Do Huang, but he was also ranked around 300 on the Dragon leaderboard. There were not many disciples in the Marquis estate who could defeat him. Even Duan Ingwe, who was a 2-star Do Huang, could not last more than 10 moves against Duan Minglong. Apparently, Duan, he had also heard these whispers, and the way he looked at Ning Qi became even more curious. 2 drops of the truth potion were dripped into Duan Juntian's mouth. Soon, his expression turned numb. What's your name? Ning Qi smiled. Duan Juntian. Duan Juntian said numbly. When the crowd saw this, someone said suspiciously, Isn't this the same as an aphrodisiac? You can't be sure if he's telling the truth, right? Ning Qi glanced at him, smiled, and continued to ask, Who do you like? Duan Lingmei. Duan Juntian said blankly. Duan Junhong and Duan Jundi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were aware of Duan Juntian's feelings for Duan Lingmei, but they had never heard Duan Juntian admit it. With his prideful character, he would never admit it. However, he had just blurted it out so naturally. One had to know that there were hundreds of disciples gathered here. Once the news came out, the entire Divine Dragon Manor would probably know about it tomorrow. Senior Duan, you can ask him yourself and see if he's telling the truth. Ning Qi smiled at Duan He. Duan He nodded and walked up to Duan Juntian before he said, Recite the cultivation method you're cultivating. The spirit comes out from the void and enters the body like liquid halfway through. Everyone's expression changed. This was because half of the people present were also cultivating the cultivation method that Duan Juntian had recited. Not a single word was off. Done. Duan, he stopped Duan Juntian when he was halfway through his recitation. Duan Juntian immediately shut his mouth. Following that, Duan, he asked a few more questions. Duan Juntian's answers were concise and accurate. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Duan Juntian's expression changed slightly as he regained his senses. When he recalled what he had said earlier, Duan Juntian's face turned extremely pale as he glared at Ning Qi furiously. Is this potion really effective? Everyone thought to themselves. Duan Juntian's expression was enough to explain everything. Surprise flashed across Xiaobing's eyes as she looked at Ning Qi. She did not know where he had obtained this medicine from. It did not seem to have any side effects on humans. Furthermore, it could make a 7-star Do Wang reveal all his secrets and even recite his clan's Qi method. Senior Duan, try him again. Ning Qi looked at another person. That person's expression was a little unnatural. He laughed dryly and said, "This potion is indeed effective. There's no need for me to try it." "Try it." Duan, he said calmly. That person's body trembled. Since Duan he had spoken, he knew he could not avoid this. Ning Qi gave him 2 drops of truth serum and said with a smile, "Tell me all the bad things you've done when you were young." That person said blankly, "When I was 4, I peeked at my aunt bathing. When I was 8, I peeked at my cousin's sister bathing. When I was 13, I had an affair with my cousin-in-law. When I was 16, I gave birth to a child and sent him away. When I was 17, I secretly kept the cultivation resources I obtained during a mission and only took out 30% to share." "Enough!" Duan, he shouted. In the next moment, that person regained his senses. He looked at Ning Qi with a pale face and suddenly knelt down in front of Duan He. "Grand Elder, I'm not telling the truth. He framed me. He framed me. I'll know whether it's true or not once I find out." Duan, he said coldly. Not long after, the cousin-in-law that he had mentioned was dragged out. Under Duan He's coercion, she admitted to the matter in no time. His cousin was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. "You scum! If it weren't for someone stopping him, he would have rushed up and torn that guy into pieces." Adultery with his cousin-in-law was even more serious than what Duan Ingjun had committed. "Take him away." "Duan," he said coldly. Someone immediately came forward and took that guy away. When he left, his legs were weak and he was almost dragged away. Now, everyone was afraid of the potion in Ning Qi's hand, who didn't have a secret that they didn't want others to know. However, under the effects of this potion, she was even able to confess the matter of her adultery. One could imagine how powerful this potion was. "Fourth uncle, we..." Duan Ingwei looked at Duan Shoujuan with some trepidation, wanting to hear what he could do to avoid this. "Shut up." Duan Shoujuan gave him a look and scolded him through voice transmission. "Senior Duan, are you satisfied with this potion?" Ning Qi said with a smile. Duan, he nodded slowly. "This potion is a little interesting. What's its name?" "This potion is called Truth Serum. As the name suggests, after taking it, you'll tell the absolute truth without any concealment. When this matter is over, I can give you 10 drops. Ning Qi said with a smile. "Oh, then I won't stand on ceremony." A hint of joy flashed across Duan He's face. "Now, it's time to get to the main point, right? As long as Duan Ingwei, his wife, and Duan Shoujuan take the truth serum, we'll know the truth about Duan Ingjun." Ning Qi said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Duan Shoujuan, Duan Ingwei and his wife. "No, my son won't take this medicine of unknown origin." The beautiful middle-aged woman refused sternly. A hint of panic flashed across the depths of her eyes. Chapter 411. Chapter 411. The END lovers, since they said that there was something fishy about Duan Ingjun, Our divine Dragon Marquis mansion has to give them an explanation. Duan, he said lightly. After saying that, he looked at Duan Ingwe and said, You come here. Father. Duan Ingwe looked at Duan Shoheng with some fear, hoping that he could say something. Go, I believe you, Duan Shoheng said. But Duan Ingwe did not dare to go over and hesitated. Xiaobing frowned slightly. Duan Ingwe's appearance made her believe Ning Qi's words a little more. Why are you dragging your feet? Could it be that you really did this? Duan, he shouted in a low voice. Duan Ingwe hesitated for a moment and finally took a deep breath. As if he had made up his mind, he knelt on the ground and said, Great Elder, it was fourth uncle who asked me to frame Duan Ingjun. It's really not my fault. I was blinded by money and was momentarily deceived by him. That's why I did such a thing. Wen Yan Shuiling, who was beside him, heard Duan Ingwe admit it. Her face revealed a terrified expression. She lowered her head and did not dare to speak, but her body could not help but tremble. Duan Shoheng's face instantly turned livid. He looked at Duan Ingwe angrily and said, Ingwe, what did you say? How dare you frame your fourth uncle? Tell me, did someone threaten you? How could you do such a thing? Tell the great elder that this has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged woman said in horror. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. For a moment, countless suspicious gazes were fixed on Duan Ingwe and Duan Shoujuan. Could it be that what Ning Qi said before was true? Was Duan Ingjun really framed by them? Great elder, Ingwe is crazy. Don't believe what he said. How could I do such a thing? Duan Shoujuan looked at Duan He with a dry smile. Whether he's crazy or not, won't you know after taking the truth serum? Ning Qi sneered. Duan He nodded slightly and looked at Duan Shoujuan with an indifferent expression. Do you dare to take the truth serum? Great elder, you must believe me. Duan Shoujuan continued to defend himself. Okay, I got it. Duan He sighed and ordered. Send a few men to release Duan Ingjun from the prison and bring him here. Yes. Duan Shoheng's other brothers turned around and left with strange expressions on their faces. Before they left, they looked deeply at Duan Shoujuan, as if they didn't believe that Duan Shoujuan would frame a junior. Don't tell me you really framed your brother. Looking at Duan Ingwe, Duan Shoheng's expression gradually turned ugly. Father, it has nothing to do with me. I was deceived by fourth uncle, Duan Ingwe whispered. Hearing this, Duan Shoheng's face instantly turned deathly pale. His body swayed a little, and then an extremely unnatural flush surged up from his neck. Puff! Duan Shoheng vomited a mouthful of blood. It was obvious how furious he was. He looked coldly at Duan Shoujuan. At this time, Duan Shoujuan was still explaining to Duan He, implying that he was not involved in this matter and that everything was Duan Ingwe's own decision. Duan He's body suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Duan Shoujuan was stunned. The next moment, Duan He appeared beside him, grabbed his shoulder and came to Ning Qi. Little brother, give him a few drops of truth serum to try. Duan, he said. Ning Qi nodded and saw that Duan Shoujuan was restrained by Duan He. He had no choice but to open his mouth, unable to resist. Ning Qi dripped about 20 drops into his mouth before the medicine began to take effect. Duan Shoujuan told him about the dirty deal he had with Hua Shiri with a wooden face. The more Duan He listened, the uglier his face became. Xiaobing's face did not look any better. Hua Shiri had colluded with outsiders to frame a disciple of the sect. It was too rampant. Did he think that Elder Nu Tao could protect him forever? I didn't expect that Duan Ingjun was really framed. But why would they frame a little king of fighters? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Even if two grandmasters wanted to plot against someone, they should at least plot against a king of fighters. What was so special about Duan Ingjun that was worth so much effort? Under Duan He's inquiry, Duan Shoujuan also got rid of this doubt. It turned out that Hua Shiri had done all this to avenge Hua Wushang and Nu Tao. Hua Wushang had a grudge against Ning Qi, and Ning Qi had brought Manjulu to embarrass Nu Tao. They could not take revenge on Ning Qi for the time being, so they wanted to take revenge on the people around Ning Qi first. Duan Yingjun was a typical example. It's really because of me. The people of the Five Poisons divine sect are really vindictive, Ning Qi muttered in his heart. Colorless and odorless goo desire, no wonder no one could see it. Duan, he sneered. At this time, Duan Shoheng's brothers brought Duan Yingjun up. But was the person they brought up really Duan Yingjun? He was wearing a white prison uniform and covered with blood. The most important thing was that his chubby body was now as thin as a stick. His eyes were dull. Even though there were hundreds of eyes looking at him, he did not seem to notice them. His eyes were looking straight ahead. One could imagine what kind of torture he had suffered during this period of time. Duan Shoheng looked at Duan Yingjun, feeling upset. Humph! Xia Bing snorted coldly and flew to Duan Yingjun's side. She tapped on his body a few times and then took out an elixir pill for Duan Yingjun to consume. Only then did his complexion look a little better. There was some movement in his eyes, too. Duan Yingjun's eyeballs moved first, then moved a second time. Finally, when he saw clearly that it was Xia Bing in front of him, he burst into tears and said, "Master, save me, Master, they wronged me." "All right, as a man, why are you crying? Your matter has been resolved. You can follow me back to the sect. As for this divine dragon manor, if there's nothing else in the future, it's fine if you don't return." Xia Bing said coldly, "My matter has been resolved?" When Duan Yingjun heard this, he stopped crying and stood there in a daze. After a while, he was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have any strength left, he would have jumped up and celebrated. He didn't want to go back to that damned place for even a moment. Only then did he realize the situation around him. "Father, you're here too? The great elder is here too? Boss? Is that you, boss?" Duan Yingjun said in surprise when he saw Ning Qi. "Yes, it's me." Ning Qi looked at him and said with a faint smile. Duan Yingjun directly rushed towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi reached out to give him a hug, but unexpectedly he brushed past Ning Qi and arrived in front of Duan Feifei. He said affectionately, "Feifei, I'm innocent. You didn't misunderstand me, right?" "I know you're innocent." Duan Feifei nodded with tears in her eyes. He's still AF * king lover. Chapter 412. The whereabouts of Shinto UNBS. Duan, he nodded. When everyone watched Ning Qi and the others disappear from their sight, a small bottle flew over from afar and landed in Duan He's hand. Duan he weighed it with a smile on his face. Then he put away the bottle and looked at Duan Shoujuan and Duan Yingui coldly. "This is a scandal of your 7th branch. You can solve it yourselves." To everyone's surprise, Duan he just glanced at Duan Shoheng and turned to leave. At this time, Duan Shoujuan also woke up from his confused state. His face instantly turned pale because he remembered what he had said. "Big brother." Duan Shoujuan looked at Duan Shoheng and was speechless. Duan Shoheng looked at him coldly and then at Duan Yingui, who was kneeling in front of him. He snorted, "I don't have a brother like you, and I don't have a son like you. Get out of the 7th branch. I don't want to see you again." "Master, give Yingui another chance." The beautiful middle-aged woman pulled Duan Shoheng's arm and tried to persuade him. "It's all because of you." Duan Shoheng roared angrily, pulled his arm out, and turned to leave. "Mother." Duan Yingui looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman with a pleading expression. "Don't worry. Your father will be fine after he gets angry for a while. Your father has never cared about that bastard. So what if he wronged him?" The beautiful middle-aged woman comforted him in a low voice. "Boss, thank you so much this time." On the way back to Cloud Rising Sect, Duan Yingjun heard Duan Feifei's explanation and realized that it was Ning Qi who had cleared his name. However, That old guy Hua Shiri wronged me. He's really inhumane, Duan Ingjun said indignantly. Don't talk too much when you go back to Cloud Rising Sect, Xia Bing said lightly. But master, Duan Ingjun looked anxious. He had been tortured to the point that he had lost hundreds of kilograms. Was he going to let it go just like that? Listen to Elder Xiaobing. You're still no match for Hua Shiri. What's more, he has Elder Nu Tao behind him. If you go back to the sect and spread the news, even if Hua Shiri is punished, Elder Nu Tao will make things difficult for you in the future. Do you want to be framed like this time? Ning Qi said, All right, when I become a Dozong, I will personally take revenge. Duan Ingjun nodded. Ning Qi, where did your truth serum come from? Xia Bing suddenly said, This was found in a relic. It should have been refined by an ancient alchemist. Elder Xia Bing, are you interested? I'll give you 20 drops too. Ning Qi laughed. Xia Bing was a little embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but Ning Qi had already poured 20 drops of truth serum into another small bottle and handed it to Xia Bing. Xia Bing hesitated for a moment and reached out to take it. She smiled at Ning Qi and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Ning Qi laughed. The fact that Xia Bing was able to come to the Divine Dragon Manor with Duan Feifei to save Duan Ingjun this time had changed Ning Qi's impression of her. Previously, he felt that Xia Bing was cold and indifferent, as if she didn't care much about Duan Ingjun. Now, it seemed that as a master, she was more competent than most people. Cloud Rising Sect. Outer Sect. As soon as Duan Ingjun returned, he attracted everyone's attention. How is that possible? Duan Tianying looked at Duan Ingjun in shock. Although he had lost a lot of weight, he could still see 70 to 80% of his original appearance. His face instantly darkened, and he turned to leave. I have to inform senior brother Hua Wushang about this. Junior brother Duan, is that you? Situ Sun still looked at Ning Qi and the rest in shock, then looked at Duan Ingjun and asked, It's me, brother Sun Su. Don't you recognize me? Duan Ingjun was puzzled. Obviously, he hadn't gotten used to being so thin. TSK, Situ Sun sighed. He knew that Duan Ingjun had probably suffered a lot after being suppressed by the Divine Dragon Manor. Isn't that Duan Ingjun? He's back? Didn't I hear that he tried to rape his sister-in-law and was suppressed? Could it be that Elder Xiaobing snatched it back? Many outer sect disciples muttered softly. Hearing that, Duan Ingjun said to them angrily, I'm not that kind of beast. This is a misunderstanding. After being yelled at by Duan Ingjun, they immediately fell silent. They weren't afraid of Duan Ingjun, but they were afraid of Ning Qi, who was beside him. After all, Ning Qi was now the #1 outer sect disciple. You still have some injuries on your body. Take this time to recuperate. Don't run around. Xia Bing said lightly. Yes, master. Duan Ingjun nodded and then smiled at Ning Qi. Boss, wait for me. When my injuries are almost healed, let's go on a mission together. Go on. Ning Qi waved his hand impatiently. Xia Bing brought Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei back to her courtyard. Seeing that, Situ Sun mustered up the courage to invite Ning Qi to go on a mission with him. But Ning Qi declined with a smile. Inner sect. What did you say? Duan Ingjun is back? Hua Wushang looked at Duan Tianying coldly, surprise flashing in his eyes. Yes. Duan Tianying nodded. Damn it. Hua Wushang was infuriated. His cultivation had been forcefully reduced from a 1-star Do Huang to a peak Do Huang by Ning Qi. He had wanted to collect some interest from Duan Ingjun, but now it was all ruined. It's Ning Qi. Hua Wushang sneered. Yes, Ning Qi came back with him, along with Elder Xiaobing. Duan Tianying said. Ning Qi. Xiaobing. The killing intent in Hua Wushang's eyes grew. He glanced at Duan Tianying and said coldly, You hate Ning Qi very much, right? Duan Tianning was slightly startled. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I hate him very much. Then go to the 5 Poison Sect now and help me send a message. Hua Wushang said. 5 Poison Sect. Duan Tianning was somewhat unwilling. As a disciple of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, his reputation would be tarnished if he went to the 5 Poison Sect and was discovered. What, you don't want to... Hua Wushang's face instantly turned cold. I am willing. Duan Tianning hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Uft, Hua Wushang sneered. He took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a few breaths of time, the jade slip flashed with light. He handed the jade slip to Duan Tianning. Remember, give this to the 4th elder of the 5 Poisons Divine Sect. I will definitely deliver it. Duan Tianning nodded, put away the jade scroll, and turned to leave. Hua Wushang looked at his back and sneered in his heart. Ning Qi, if I don't kill you, I am not fit to be the divine son of the 5 Poison Sect. In a place extremely far from the Cloud Rising Sect, there was a dragon valley. This was the holy land of the famous Redbud Dragon tribe. At this moment, Jing Wuming looked at the injured Shinta Yuanba and sneered. Where did you get the courage to find trouble with me? Chapter 413. An unwelcome guest. I killed your clansman? Lifeless Thorn's lips curled into a mocking smile. I've killed too many ants. Since your cultivation is so low, I'm guessing your clansmen aren't much better off, right? There will come a day when your dragon clan will fall from the divine altar. Shinta Yuanba glared at Lifeless Thorn, enunciating each word. Young master, this ant is too arrogant. Let me eat him. A robust man stood beside Lifeless Thorn. Although the man's facial features resembled that of a human's, he had a trace of the dragon race's aura. Clearly, he was a dragon in human form. At this moment, the robust man licked his lips as he looked at Shinta Yuanba, treating him like a delicacy. After all, Shinta Yuanba was a 6-star zone. Kill him? That's letting him off too easily. Send him to the Draconic Penitentiary. Those fellows there haven't been active in a long time, right? Lifeless, Thorn sneered. Yes, young master. Pity flashed in the robust man's eyes as he led Shinta Yuanba away. Suddenly, another person beside Lifeless Thorn stepped forward and said in a low voice, Young master, the move he just used should be from the Cloud Rising Sect. The Cloud Rising Sect? Haha. Send someone to tell them that because of Shinta Yuanba, their tribute this year will be increased tenfold, Lifeless Thorn said indifferently. Yes, young master. Understood. Cloud Rising Sect. A small dot flew over from the distant sky. When the dot approached, the disciples guarding the gate discovered that it was a 100-meter-long, crimson-gold dragon. What a terrifying aura. Is that a Tier 8 dragon race? It's heading in our direction. When the crimson-gold dragon approached, it showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it flew straight into the Cloud Rising Sect. Cloud Rising Sect steward, get out here. The dragon's furious roar echoed through the clouds. That's the dragon race's furious roar. Everyone in the outer sect could not help but raise their heads when they saw the enormous crimson gold dragon in the sky. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. What's going on? That dragon is coming. I'm afraid that it's up to no good. Wu, who walked out from the courtyard. Not far away, Simalin, Xiaobing, and the other deacon elders appeared outside the door. Then they gathered together and looked at the crimson golden dragon in the sky as they chatted softly. Tai Bing, Situ Yi, and the other outer court disciples also walked out. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Inner sect. Isn't this dragon the dragon envoy of the Redbud Dragon tribe? An inner sect disciple recognized the scarlet gold dragon and was shocked. Had the Cloud Rising Sect offended the Redbud Dragon tribe? Otherwise, Why would the other party be so rude and not give him any face at all? The Red Bud Dragon clan, Hua Wushang, stood not far from the inner sect disciple. He raised his head and looked at the golden dragon. He felt a little envious. It would be great if he could be as domineering as this dragon one day. The green-robed elders of the Cloud Rising sect slowly opened their eyes from their seclusion. Pure gold? What did it come here for? Forget it. Let Nuteo worry about this. Interesting. It seems like they're very dissatisfied with our Cloud Rising clan. Aren't you afraid of provoking Elder Lampholder? Who provoked the Red Bud Dragon tribe this time? After Nuteo opened his eyes, he instantly appeared in midair. Before long, he was in front of Pure Gold. Nuteo, you have to give me an explanation this time. The golden dragon clearly knew Nuteo. The moment he saw him, he growled coldly. Pure Gold, what happened? Nuteo frowned. Your Cloud Rising sect is really audacious. Someone actually dared to sneak attack my Red Bud Dragon tribe and kill 3 of our rank 7 Dragon tribe members. If young Master Jing Wuming hadn't discovered and captured you, would your Cloud Rising sect have planned to exterminate my Red Bud Dragon tribe? Pure Gold growled. What? Someone sneak attacked the Red Bud Dragon tribe? Wu Hu and the others were shocked. Isn't that just harming us? Many of the outer sect disciples looked angry. Everyone knew that the Red Bud Dragon tribe ruled over the 6 top sects, including the Cloud Rise sect. Now, someone from the Cloud Rise sect had sneak attacked the Red Bud Dragon tribe. Did they want the Red Bud Dragon tribe to declare war on the Cloud Rise sect? If that was the case, the outer sect disciples would be the first to become cannon fodder. Someone from my Cloud Rising sect attacked you. Nuteo revealed a puzzled expression. Yes, this is what that person looks like. The golden dragon growled and spat out a mouthful of flames. The flames transformed into a human face in the air. When everyone saw this face, they all exclaimed, Elder Shintu! Shintu Yuanba? It's him? Nuteo's expression changed slightly. Ning Qi, who had been paying attention to this matter, changed his expression. Master, want to find trouble with the Red Bud Dragon tribe? Damn it, isn't he in the hands of the other party now? Or has he already been killed? Ning Qi's expression became extremely ugly when he thought of this. How could it be Elder Shintu? Wu Hu and the others couldn't understand why Shintu Yuanba, one of the top 10 acting elders of the Cloud Rising sect, would go to find trouble with the Red Bud Dragon tribe for no reason. Wasn't this courting death? As long as he trained properly, he would have the chance to break through to the Do Zun realm and become a green-clothed elder. The outer sect disciples immediately looked at Ning Qi, their gazes very different from usual. In the past, when they looked at Ning Qi, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. Now, however, they were all unfriendly. Clearly, because of the matter with Shintu Yuanba, they held a grudge against Ning Qi. If the Red Bud Dragon tribe declared war on the Cloud Rising sect, they would definitely kill Ning Qi first. Oh, that arrogant fellow is called Shintu Yuanba? He has already been thrown into the Red Bud Dragon tribe's draconic penitentiary by young Master Jing Wuming. He can probably live for a few more months. The golden dragon sneered. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. At least his master hadn't been killed on the spot. Draconic penitentiary? Ning Qi's expression gradually turned serious. If it really is him, I will apologize to you on behalf of the Cloud Rising sect. Nuteo said, Apologize? If apologizing could solve problems, would there still be a need to train? The golden dragon sneered, a faint mocking smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Golden dragon, what do you want? Nuteo frowned. Young Master Jing Wuming has spoken. Your Cloud Rising sect will increase this year's tribute tenfold. The golden dragon said coldly, What? Tenfold? Regardless of whether it was the acting elders, the ordinary elders, the inner sect disciples, the outer sect disciples, or the odd job disciples, they all had ugly expressions. Chapter 4:14. The son must pay his father's debts, 10 times the amount of tributes. What are we going to eat? Even the cultivation resources of the inner sect disciples will be squeezed to a frightening level, right? I'm afraid that when the time comes, the missions in the mission hall will no longer be ours. They will be snatched away by the inner sect disciples. Then our cultivation will be stagnant for at least 2 to 3 years. How can we still cultivate? The outer sect disciples discussed in low voices. In the end, they lifted their heads and looked at Ning Qi with disgust. After all of this was caused by Ning Qi's master, Shintu Yuanba. Like the outer sect disciples, the inner sect disciples were also cursing Shintu Yuanba in their hearts. Only one person was laughing in his heart. That person was Hua Wushang. He did not lack cultivation resources. After all, he was the divine son of the Five Poisons divine sect. Although the Five Poisons divine sect could not compare to the Cloud Rising sect, the cultivation resources provided to him had already surpassed that of ordinary Cloud Rising sect disciples. Although it was not as good as the Cloud Rising sect, it was more than enough. This incident would not affect him much. Instead, he could already imagine what Ning Qi, as Shintu Yuanba's disciple, would encounter in the future. Ning Qi, to think that your master would be so stupid as to provoke the Amethyst Dragon tribe. Now the sect has to pay 10 times the amount of tributes. Not only will the sect not help you save him, but even you will be implicated. Even without me doing anything, there will be countless people who will want to kill you. Ha ha ha! Hua Wushang laughed maniacally in his heart. Qi Jin 10 times? Can it be less? You know that our Cloud Rising sect always pays the full amount of tributes. There is no fraud. If you want us to pay 10 times the amount of tributes, I'm afraid it will not be as you wish. Nu Tao said with an ugly expression. If the tributes are any less, then our Amethyst Dragon tribe will declare war on your Cloud Rising sect. At that time, don't think that the 9 states empire will care about you. They won't dare. None of the other 9 great clans will help you. Your Cloud Rise sect will be exterminated. Nu Tao, I have known you for many years, and that is why I am giving you a chance. If it were another clan member, he would have found a random reason to leave. He would not even have the chance to pay tribute. Qi Jin sneered. Nu Tao frowned. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he heavily sighed and said, "All right, I promise you. 10 times the tribute it is." Elder agreed. Sigh. Most people looked at this scene expressionlessly. In their hearts, they had probably cursed Shintu Yuanba countless times, especially the inner sect disciples. They did not have much respect for the deacon elders. In their eyes, Shintu Yuanba was an equal existence to them. However, this person, who had no status in the Cloud Rising sect, had caused the Cloud Rising sect to pay 10 times the amount of tribute to the Redbud Dragon tribe. He had caused the inner sect disciples' cultivation resources to be greatly reduced. The only ones who would not be affected by this matter were the green-robed elders, the lampholder elder, and the sect master. The rest of the people had all become Shintu Yuanba's targets. Remember, 3 months from now is the time to pay tribute. At that time, I hope to see all of you at the Redbud Dragon tribe. Otherwise, the aura on the large crimson gold dragon's body became wild and violent. Golden-colored Do Qi spread over the sky. It was just like the first ray of sunlight that had risen in the morning, dyeing the entire place golden. It brought everyone below a suffocating pressure. Even a couple of the green-clothed elders, who were similarly Do Zuns, revealed shocked expressions. From this aura, they could tell that they were far from being a match for the huge crimson gold dragon. They would not even be able to last 10 moves. Nu Tao's expression did not change. After the huge crimson gold dragon displayed its dragon might, it turned around and flapped its wings to leave. Everyone could not recover for a long time until it disappeared from their sight. Shinto Yuanba, that damned fellow! Nu Tao roared. His eyes suddenly locked onto Ning Qi, who was looking at him from the outer sect. Catch this guy for me. Nu Tao's voice instantly reverberated in the ears of Wu Hu and the other deacon elders. Xia Bing revealed a hesitant expression. However, Sima Lin and the other deacon elders had already appeared in front of Ning Qi like wolves and tigers. They all used their Do Qi to lock onto Ning Qi. Your master has caused our cloud rising sect to suffer great losses. He has caused us to suffer great losses. Now, we're going to capture you and bring you to Elder Nu Tao. If you dare to resist, I do not mind killing you with one palm. A deacon elder coldly looked at Ning Qi and said, after which the cultivation of a 7-star dozong was instantly revealed in front of Ning Qi. The storm-like aura caused Ning Qi to involuntarily take 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Ning Qi glanced at all of them. Everyone had the same expression, indifference and disgust, after which he glanced at the group of outer sect disciples. Other than Duan Yingjun, Duan Feifei, Tai Bing, Sita Yi, and a few others, the rest of them looked at him with the same expression as the deacon elders. Let's go. Don't resist, Sima Lin said indifferently. Ning Qi realized that Sima Lin was secretly giving him a look. He was slightly surprised. Okay, I will go with you. Ning Qi knew that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He did not plan to resist at all. Nu Tao would at most give him some groundless blame and would not sentence him to death. After which, Ning Qi was brought in front of Elder Nu Tao. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes of inner sect disciples instantly focused on Ning Qi. As the dry bones Forbidden Land was opening soon, the inner sect disciples who were outside had basically returned to the sect. They wanted to see if they had the opportunity to obtain a place. Now, there were more than 600 pairs of eyes staring at Ning Qi with extremely unfriendly expressions. This person is Shinto Yuanba's disciple. I have seen him during the promotion competition. He is extremely strong. Even Hua Wushang is not a match for him. Didn't Hua Wushang become a peak Dowang after being injured? Some inner sect disciples looked at Hua Wushang mockingly. They were extremely dissatisfied with Hua Wushang's background. The 5 Poison Divine sect was a demonic sect. Senior Wu, when you were not in the sect last time, I heard that Hua Wushang's cultivation dropped because of this person. This person should not be underestimated. Oh, so what? Now that his master has done such a thing and caused our cloud rising sect to suffer such a huge loss, even if he is talented, Elder Nu Tao will not let him off. I am afraid he will be sent to the back mountain to face the wall for 10 years. When that time comes, he will not have any cultivation resources or opportunities. After 10 years, he will still be ordinary. Nu Tao landed in front of Ning Qi and looked at him coldly. Do you know your crime? Know my crime? Ning Qi was confused. Elder Nu, what crime did I commit? This time, the sect has suffered such a huge loss because of your master, Shinto Yuanba. The son has to pay for the father's debt. Shinto Yuanba is imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary. So naturally, you will receive your punishment. I sentence you to the back mountain to face the wall for 50 years. Nu Tao said calmly. 50 years. Chapter 415. Who has the final say? Face the wall in the back mountain for 50 years. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly as he looked coldly at Nu Tao. Elder Nu, let's not talk about whether what my master said is true or not. Even if it is true, what does it have to do with me? Why do you want me to face the wall for 50 years? You are abusing your position to take revenge. How dare you? Nu Tao's aura suddenly changed. Ning Qi felt as if his heart was hit by a big hammer. He retreated 7 to 8 steps, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wu Hu and the other elders were shocked. They had felt something strange, but because Nu Tao's aura was deliberately targeted at Ning Qi, they were not affected. Is this old man planning to use this opportunity to deal with me today? Ning Qi thought to himself, just as he was hesitating if he should pretend to agree and wait for an opportunity to escape from the back mountain. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Meng Qingling? Ning Qi's heart was filled with joy. Meng Qingling came without a sound, causing all the deacon elders and inner disciples to jump in fright. Who is this girl? I don't know her. I have never seen her in the sect. I can't see through her cultivation. Looking at her appearance, she seems to be in her 20s. Could she be a new direct disciple? It's possible. When the elders accept disciples, they are always so mysterious. The inner sect disciples discussed in low voices, guessing Meng Qingling's true identity. Some of them might have seen Meng Qingling's early appearance, but no one had seen her appearance after taking the beauty-calming pill, so they couldn't recognize her. Wu Hu and the other elders had never seen Meng Qingling before. When she suddenly appeared in front of them, a few of them dared to use their aura to test her. In the end, they were all lightly injured. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they didn't dare to make any more movements. Meng, Elder Meng? Nu Tao's face flashed with a trace of shock. He looked at Meng Qingling in disbelief. Elder Meng? She is an elder? Elder Nu's attitude towards her seems to be a little different. Could she be a new elder in green? I guess so. I didn't expect our Cloud Rising sect to have such a young green-robed elder. I wonder who will be lucky enough to be her disciple. The inner disciples were all amazed by Meng Qingling's youth. As for the deacon elders, when they heard the name Elder Meng, they had already guessed Meng Qingling's true identity. They all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with shock. What happened just now? Meng Qingling said lightly. Nu Tao explained the situation with a slightly respectful expression. Of course, he was extremely dissatisfied with Shintu Yuanba, describing him as a sinner of the Cloud Rising sect. Together with those who had once betrayed the sect and entered the path of the devil, they stood side by side. Do you know why your master went to find trouble with the Red Bud Dragon clan? After Meng Qingling heard this, she looked at Ning Qi and said lightly. Ning Qi nodded and said, Master once told me that his clansmen were all killed by Jing Wuming of the Red Bud Dragon clan. Clansmen killed. Meng Qingling frowned slightly, then looked at Nu Tao and said, This matter is pardonable. Shintu Yuanba was not instructed by anyone to deliberately provoke the Cloud Rising sect and the Red Bud Dragon clan, so there is no need to implicate others. When Nu Tao heard this, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Meng Qingling was obviously helping Ning Qi. He thought for a moment and frowned. Elder Meng, the sect has suffered a great loss because of this. We have lost 10 times the amount of tribute. I'm afraid that in the next few years, the cultivation resources of the outer sect disciples and the inner sect disciples will be greatly affected. This will indirectly drag down the overall strength of the Cloud Rising sect. If we do not handle this matter in a satisfactory manner, what should we do if someone is dissatisfied with the sect in the future and deliberately provokes the Amethyst Dragon tribe, or even the 3 major dragon tribes, bringing disaster to our sect? What should we do then? I suggest that we not only let Shintu Yuanba's disciples receive punishment, but also capture Shintu Yuanba's close friends and imprison them in the back mountain. Elder Nu's words make sense. That should be done. The inner sect disciples all agreed with him. Meng Qingling glanced at the crowd, then looked at Nu Tao lightly and said, What you said makes sense. Joy flashed in Nu Tao's eyes, and he felt a little proud. With reason, even the lamp-bearer elder had to be convinced. But do your words count, or do my words count? Meng Qingling continued. She looked at Nu Tao with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Nu Tao felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from Meng Qingling. His heart felt like it was pressed down by a mountain, and he almost couldn't breathe. Do your words count, or do I count? She dared to speak to Elder Nu Tao like this? The crowd of inner disciples showed expressions of disbelief. They all looked at Meng Qingling with shock. One must know that Elder Nu Tao was one of the best among the green-robed elders. Ordinary green-robed elders even had to greet him as a junior when they saw him. But this woman actually used a superior tone to speak to him? Could it be that she was not the green-robed elder, but someone with a more terrifying identity at this time? Some people's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be the lamp-bearer elder? Their eyes were filled with shock. Isn't Meng Qingling the green-robed elder? How dare she speak to Grandmaster like this? Hua Wushang was a little shocked. Everyone was waiting for Nu Tao's reaction. After what seemed like a few long seconds of choice, Nu Tao cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Of course, Elder Meng has the final say." Hiss! Sounds of cold air being inhaled rang out one after another. Elder Nu Tao actually admitted defeat? That woman, who was she? Meng Qingling nodded, looked at Ning Qi, then turned and left. Seeing this, Ning Qi hurriedly ran a few steps and followed behind her. The deacon elders, inner disciples, Hua Wushang, Nu Tao, and the others could only watch as Ning Qi and Meng Qingling disappeared from their vision. Nu Tao's face suddenly turned green, and a trace of humiliation flashed across his face. Today, in front of so many people, he was put on the spot by Meng Qingling. It was really too shameful. Master, Hua Shiri, who had not dared to make a sound, hesitated for a moment, then slightly opened his mouth. In the end, Nu Tao glared at him, waved his sleeves, and left. Even the main characters had left. The inner disciples buzzed and enthusiastically discussed. The topic was all about guessing Meng Qingling's true identity. Chapter 416. Why are you following me? Meng Qingling stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Ning Qi. Ning Qi laughed awkwardly, cupped his hands, and said, "Elder Meng, although my master was a little impulsive and caused a lot of trouble for the sect, he has given his all for the sect for many years. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still put in a lot of effort. I wonder if Elder Meng can come out and save my master?" Meng Qingling said indifferently, "If I had been there, your master would have been fine. But now that he has been thrown into the Draconic Penitentiary, do you know who is living next to it?" "Who?" "The patriarch of the Redbud Dragon tribe. Even I am no match for this old dragon," Meng Qingling said. Ning Qi was shocked. How strong was the dragon tribe if Meng Qingling was no match for him? But Shintu Yuanba had treated him well, so Ning Qi could not just stand by and watch. After some thought, he said, "I heard from the Redbud Dragon tribe's giant dragon that my master seemed to have killed a few of the more ordinary Redbud Dragon tribe members. Such an existence shouldn't have a high status in the Redbud Dragon tribe, right? I wonder if it's possible to exchange for my master through a trade?" "Trade?" Meng Qingling's lips curled into a mocking smile. She looked Ning Qi up and down and smiled. "What can you offer to tempt a rank 9 Dragon tribe member?" "I think the crux of this matter is Jing Wuming. I heard that he is ranked 38th on the ranking list of young masters and should be a rank 7 Dragon tribe member. A rank 7 Dragon tribe member needs a lot of cultivation resources. But with my status, going to the Redbud Dragon tribe is just like giving them rations. Elder Meng, can you help me ask if there is any possibility of such a trade?" Ning Qi analyzed. "Jing Wuming." Meng Qingling narrowed her eyes and nodded. "There is a possibility." Ning Qi looked at Meng Qingling with a hint of joy. Meng Qingling paused and continued, "Do you know about the Forbidden Dried Bones grounds?" "I know a thing or two." Ning Qi nodded. "In the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground, there's a fruit called the Dragon Blood Fruit. This fruit has a certain chance of activating the ancestral bloodline of the dragon tribe and increasing one's strength greatly. However, it only works on dragons below the rank 7 level, including rank 7 dragons. If you have a dragon blood fruit, it won't be difficult to trade for your master." Meng Qingling said, "Dragon blood fruit? Ning Qi's mind immediately sank into the dragon slaying mall and searched. He quickly found this fruit, but the price was actually 100,000 dragon slaying coins. He only had 60,000 dragon slaying coins now. He was still short of 40,000. There's still half a month before the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground opens. At that time, there will be hundreds of disciples from various sects entering the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground. Apart from training, their mission is to obtain this dragon blood fruit. If you really want to save your master, I'll give you a spot. Meng Qingling said lightly. Searching for the dragon blood fruit in the dry bones forbidden land? That was feasible. Ning Qi quickly said, "Thank you, Elder Meng." Suddenly, a doubt rose in his heart, and he could not help but ask, if the dragon blood fruit is so useful to the dragon tribe, why don't they enter the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground themselves? Haha, even a rank 10 dragon might not be able to come out after entering. The corner of Meng Qingling's mouth was curled into a mocking smile. What, it's that dangerous inside? Ning Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Even for humans, only those below the Dozong rank can enter. The Withered Bones Forbidden Ground is a fragment of the dragon continent that was shattered during ancient times. Many people know this, but not many know that the ancient dragon tribe lives inside. They are extremely xenophobic, and if they discover anyone who doesn't belong to the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground, they'll definitely kill them. Once the dragon tribe of Dongshin enters, they'll be detected by the almighty beings inside. Therefore, only humans can enter. Even so, there won't be many who can come out. Most of them die inside. Meng Qingling smiled at Ning Qi. You can decide if you want to go or not. No wonder. Ning Qi came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the aura of the dragon tribe would be detected, which was why humans would enter on their behalf to search for the dragon blood fruit and various cultivation resources. If that was the case, Ning Qi wouldn't be too afraid. After all, there were also rank 10 dragons in Dongshan. As long as he didn't provoke them or get targeted, they wouldn't have the time to find trouble with an ant like him. Ning Qi nodded at Meng Qingling and said, "Elder Meng, I'll go in." "All right, once the time is up, we'll gather in front of the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground. Take this jade token. Only with it will you be able to enter the central area of the Cloud Rising sect." Meng Qingling nodded her head. She took out a jade tablet from her bosom and handed it to Ning Qi. After Ning Qi received it, he subconsciously used his Do Qi to test it. As a result, the jade tablet immediately released a terrifying aura, almost scaring him. "It's fine. It's best if you don't inject Do Qi into it." Meng Qingling softly gave him some advice. In the next second, she quietly disappeared from Ning Qi's sight. Ning Qi couldn't even catch a trace of her departure. Elder Meng actually wanted me to go to the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground, Ning Qi thought to himself. Otherwise, how could he have followed Meng Qingling just now? Thinking of this, Ning Qi rejoiced in his heart that he had used a low-grade, profound, level beauty calming pill to build a good foundation for his relationship with Meng Qingling. Otherwise, even if New Tao made things difficult for him today, it would have been difficult for him to get past this hurdle. When he returned to the outer sect, Ning Qi stood in front of a ruin. This ruin was Shinta Yuanba's courtyard and also Ning Qi's cultivation ground. "Boss, you're all right?" "That's great." Duan Yingjun ran to Ning Qi and said in surprise, Who did this?" Ning Qi said faintly. His tone was calm, as though there wasn't much emotion in it. However, Duan Yingjun knew that Ning Qi was probably on the verge of exploding. He said with an ugly expression, "A few hundred of them did it together." The few hundred outer sect disciples stared at Ning Qi coldly. They had the advantage in numbers now. No matter how arrogant Ning Qi was, he wouldn't dare to kill all of them, right? To think that this day would come for you. Lei Yong was gloating in his heart. No one knew that the first person to suggest destroying the house was him. At that time, All the deacon elders had escorted Ning Chi to the inner sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to destroy Shinto Yuanba's courtyard so smoothly and embarrass Ning Chi. Lei Yong was very happy when he thought about how his palm was crushed by Ning Chi and how he was humiliated in front of so many people. All of you break a finger. Otherwise, if I do it myself, it won't just be a finger. Chapter 417. Hand-chopping maniac arrogant. Arrogant. You want us to cut off one of our fingers? You caused us to lose all our training resources. How are we going to settle this? Don't think that you are powerful. Your master is a sinner, and you are also a sinner. There's so many of us here. Do you think we are afraid of you? That's right. If you have the ability, then kill us all. Lei Yong hid behind the crowd and shouted. Then he immediately shrunk his head to avoid being discovered by Ning Chi. He was very cautious. Yes, kill us if you can. Damn it. I thought that I could try to break through to the peak of the king realm in 3 years. Now, there is no way I can break through. I don't even know where to get the elixirs and spiritual crystals for training. The crowd was filled with indignation. Under the instigation of some people, they looked at Ning Chi with murderous intent. They wanted to kill Ning Chi on the spot. Hey. This has nothing to do with my boss. Don't go too far. Duan Ingjun pointed at the crowd and shouted. You lackey. You took advantage of Ning Chi's support and did not return the lower spiritual crystal you lent me last time. I will beat you to death. Beat him to death. Damn it. I have not liked this fatty for a long time. Not only is he weak, he is also so arrogant. I followed him on a mission last time. If he was not Ning Chi's lackey, I would not have helped him. I lost an upper mystic fighting weapon because of him. Me too. The crowd seemed to have shifted the blame to Duan Ingjun. Duan Ingjun was stunned and immediately retorted angrily. Damn it. Did I not return the lower spiritual crystal I lent you? Wasn't I framed and suppressed? And you, I made you lose an upper mystic fighting weapon? Wasn't it because you were too greedy? I told you to retreat, but you did not retreat. You too. F*CKU. Duan Ingjun retorted until his mouth was dry and he felt weak. Duan Feifei stood with Duan Hualien in the distance. If Duan Hualien did not pull her, she would definitely be standing beside Duan Ingjun. Feifei, they're in trouble now. It's better if you don't join in the fun, Duan Hualien whispered. But no buts. You won't be able to help them even if you go up now. Instead, you'll become a thorn in their side. They need to vent their anger. You don't want to wake up one day and find that your yard has been smashed, right? This time, Shinto Yuanba has not only implicated us outer sect disciples. I'm afraid the losses of the managing elders are not small as well, Duan Hualien said coldly. On the other side, Situ Yi and the other brothers calmly watched the development of the situation. Situ Rin said in a low voice, Big brother, should we go up and say a few words? These people should listen to us, right? After all, the Situ clan's brothers had very strong cultivations. Even if they were newly promoted outer sect disciples, they still occupied a position in the outer sect and still had a bit of authority. Second brother, don't be silly. If you go up now, aren't you afraid of being swallowed whole? Situ Mingdeng frowned. What are you talking about? At least Ning Chi is on our side, right? Situ Rin said angrily. Situ, he said indifferently. Third brother is right. Now that they are in a rage, we can't help them even if we go up. Don't worry, no matter how angry they are, they won't dare to make a move on Ning Chi. Furthermore, how can they be Ning Chi's opponent? They can only vent their anger like this. After saying that, he looked at Tai Bing and the others who were not far away. These few guys who had an extremely high reputation among the outer sect disciples obviously did not intend to interfere in this matter. On Duan Ingjuan's side, he had already reached a white-hot state with the crowd. His mouth was like a machine gun, cursing the families of these hundreds of people, from cousin to grandmother. Of course, He didn't dare to curse his great-grandmother. Who knew if there would be such old monsters in their family? He didn't want to say the wrong thing and get himself killed. However, no matter how strong one mouth was, how could it be a match for hundreds of mouths? F***CK. Boss, what's the matter? Let me curse this group of stinking idiots to death. Duan Ingjun felt Ning Chi pat his shoulder and turned his head to ask. After staying with Ning Chi for a long time, he occasionally learned a few vulgarities from Earth, and now he could use them flexibly. Ning Chi said indifferently, "No need to curse." Duan Ingjun felt a little strange. Could it be that Ning Chi was planning to let it go just like that? Ha. He's afraid. Everyone, curse these two fellows to death. Scolding them is letting them off too lightly. Beat them up. Lei Yong, who was in the crowd, popped his head out and shouted. Ning Chi's eyes instantly locked onto Lei Yong. At the same time, the Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at Lei Yong, and a terrifying wave of chi rushed forward. Everyone was startled, and soon after they heard Lei Yong scream, "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The people standing beside Lei Yong immediately scattered and looked at Lei Yong rolling on the ground in shock. His arm was actually cut off from the shoulder by Ning Chi. Ning Chi had long noticed a few typical people. Every time they scolded, they would provoke the emotions of the crowd. Among them, Lei Yong was the most typical, vicious. So after confirming Lei Yong's position, he did not hesitate to stab him. Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade. So close yet worlds apart. You actually dare to be so ruthless to a sect disciple. Someone looked at Ning Chi in horror, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that he had gone mad? Ning Chi did not say a word and slashed a few more times. "Ah, my hand is also cut off. He's crazy. Let's go together and kill him. The elders will not blame us." In an instant, countless outer sect disciples frantically attacked Ning Chi. From cursing to fighting, it only took an instant. Situ Yi was instantly stunned. He never would have thought that Ning Chi would really dare to violate the sect rules. If he had known earlier, he would have stepped forward and said a few words. Now the situation was serious. Situ Yi felt a little regretful. "Tai Bing, what should we do? We can't interfere in this matter now. Go and call the deacon elders over. And let Elder Wu Hu and Elder Xiaobing come here. They have a good relationship with Ning Chi and can stop him." Tai Bing said with a solemn expression. Just as they were talking, more than a dozen arms flew into the air. Yes, someone immediately left in a hurry. Because of the incident with the Crimson Golden Dragon, the deacon elders were now gathered in the steward's hall to discuss the follow-up resources for cultivation. Otherwise, things would not have developed to this point. 10 minutes later, there was no one in front of Ning Chi. All the outer sect disciples stood in the distance in horror, not daring to go forward. Hand-chopping demon, someone muttered to himself. Chapter 418. The Jade Tablet unleashes its might. Are you crazy? Someone pointed at Ning Chi, trembling. "The elder will not let you off." Although an arm could be reattached, Ning Chi had chopped off hundreds of people's arms at the same time. This was shocking news to the Cloud-Rising sect. "Oh, is that so? I didn't see Elder Nu Tao do anything to me." Ning Chi smiled faintly. "That's right. Wasn't he taken to see Elder Nu by the deacon elder? Why is he back?" Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. At this moment, a few rays of light came from the sky. Wu Hu, Xiaobing, Simalin, and the other deacon elders appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Lei Yong wailed, "Deacon elder, Ning Chi has gone mad. He actually dared to attack us. Quick, capture him." Wu, who was shocked when he saw the hundreds of arms on the ground. He looked at Ning Chi and asked, "You did all this?" "Yes." Ning Chi did not hide anything and nodded indifferently. At this moment, A deacon elder who did not know the relationship between Ning Qi and Meng Qingling frowned and looked at Ning Qi. His eyes flashed with killing intent. You are Shinto Yuanba's disciple, Ning Qi. That's me. Ning Qi looked at him. How dare you? Your master has just brought disaster to the sect, and now you're doing such a thing. Follow me to the torture chamber to be punished. The other party said coldly, Hee, why don't you ask why I chopped off their arms? Ning Qi sneered and pointed at the ruins behind him. Ask them who destroyed this courtyard. Wu Hu and the rest had already noticed this. They thought that the battle had destroyed the courtyard, so they did not take it to heart. But after hearing Ning Qi's words, it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. Elder Lindang, we were the ones who destroyed the courtyard, but so what if we destroyed it? Shinto Yuanba made us outer sect disciples not have enough cultivation resources for at least 3 to 4 years. Just destroying the courtyard is already letting him off lightly. But Ning Qi chopped off the arms of hundreds of us. This is a violation of the sect rules. He must be severely punished. An outer sect disciple admitted straightforwardly. However, he immediately pointed the spearhead at Ning Qi. The meaning behind his words was that they had destroyed the courtyard, and Ning Qi had chopped off their arms. This was treason. Lin Dang sneered and looked at Ning Qi with a frown. Because of a courtyard, you would do such a vicious thing to your fellow disciples. What did your master teach you? Oh, I don't think he can teach anything good either. Otherwise, why would he be so ignorant of his own abilities to cause trouble at the Redbud Dragon tribe and even bring disaster to the sect? Let the sect clean up after him? Like teacher, like disciple. What else do you have to say? This. Wu Hu opened his mouth. He originally wanted to remind Lin Dang that with the relationship between Ning Qi and Meng Qingling, even Nu Tao couldn't do anything to Ning Qi. However, Lin Dang didn't give him a chance to speak. Elder Wu Hu, I know that you have a good relationship with Shinto Yuanba. Previously, this guy was originally under your sect, but he was bought by Shinto Yuanba for 100 middle spiritual crystals. However, you don't have to say anything now. Wrong is wrong. Let's not talk about his master's fault. Just based on his actions today, crippling his cultivation is not too much. Lin Dang interrupted Wu Hu's words and said coldly, he was a 7-star dozong and his cultivation was higher than Shinto Yuanba's. Seeing this, Wu Hu could only rub his nose awkwardly and shut his mouth. That's great. If this guy's cultivation is crippled, then my arm would be worth it. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for being arrogant. Even your master doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of Elder Lin Dang. When his cultivation is crippled, I must find a chance to catch him and torture him. Lei Yong looked at Ning Qi and was extremely excited. Xia Bing had been watching the development of the situation calmly. When Lin Dang said that Ning Qi's cultivation was going to be crippled, she said, it's just a broken arm. Just reattach it. It's not a matter of life and death. It's not to the extent of crippling his cultivation. Xia Bing, what do you mean? Lin Dang looked at Xia Bing coldly. Xia Bing looked at him fearlessly and said, I'm just stating the facts. I think it's better to let the disciplinary hall Elder Chingy decide. Si Malin suddenly said, there's no need. Seeing that Wu Hu and Xia Bing seemed to want to protect Ning Qi and embarrass him, Lin Dang's lips curled into a sinister smile. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ning Qi and ruthlessly struck at Ning Qi's dantian. If this strike landed, not only would Ning Qi's cultivation be crippled, he might not even be able to keep his life. Boss, Brother Ning. Haha, he's doomed. Seeing this scene, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were gloating, some were frowning, and some were anxious. Those outer sect disciples whose arms were chopped off by Ning Qi were not only gloating, but their eyes were also filled with hatred. They believed that Lei Yong was definitely not the only one who wanted to settle the score with them. If Ning Qi didn't die and became a cripple, he would die in the hands of one of them. Suddenly, A violent, terrifying, and unfathomable aura was emitted from Ning Chi's body. Lin Deng's face was filled with horror. He hurriedly stopped his cultivation and retreated dozens of steps, looking at Ning Chi in bewilderment. What technique was this? Why did he feel like he had stepped into hell? Not only him, but Wu Hu and the other deacon elders were also very shocked. They stared at Ning Chi with their mouths agape. There was no need to mention the outer sect disciples. When Ning Chi's body emitted such a terrifying aura, some of them directly fainted. The rest of them also felt their bladder contracting, and they almost peed on their pants. It was too terrifying. How could this aura be so terrifying? At this moment, Ning Chi raised a jade tablet high, looked at Lin Deng, and said, "Elder Lin, do you recognize this?" When Lin Deng heard this, he stared intently at the jade token for a full 3 breaths. His expression began to change, from bewilderment to surprise, then shock, and then fear. Finally, when he looked at Ning Chi, his eyes turned into fear. Lin Deng asked in a low voice, "Central jade token?" Central jade tablet. A jade tablet that could allow one to enter the central area of the Cloud Rising sect. This was a treasure that only the legendary true disciples possessed. Every true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect had an unfathomable cultivation base. Some of them had even lived longer than green-clothed elders like Nu Tao. If they did not strive to break through to the Doshin class and become lamp-bearers, the top 10 green-clothed elders would all be replaced. Chapter 419. Half-dragon race, how could Ning Chi have such a thing? Everyone was shocked. Lei Yong's mouth was wider than a fist, and he did not even notice the drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. After the shock, there was an inexplicable fear. As expected, Wu Hu and the other deacon elders looked at each other, confirming their guess of Meng Qingling's identity. However, why would Meng Qingling give Ning Chi a central jade token? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Ning Chi and wanted to take him in as a legacy disciple? How regretful! How could I give away a disciple that even the lampholder elder is interested in just for 100 middle spiritual crystals? Wu Hu was filled with regret. Sima Lin's eyes also showed a trace of regret. If he had fought for it, Shinta Yuanba might not have used his status to snatch the disciple. As for Wu Hu, he had a way to make him compromise. But now it was all too late. Central jade token? What is that? Why are the expressions of these deacon elders so strange? Duan Ingjun, who had been shaken into the ruins by the aura of the jade token, crawled out and looked curiously at the central jade token in Ning Chi's hand. "Oh, it's good that you recognize it. Do you still want to take me to the torture hall to question me?" Central jade token? So it was called that. Ning Chi was slightly stunned, but on the surface, he looked at Lin Deng indifferently. Suddenly, Ning Chi's body exuded an unfathomable aura, making Lin Deng's heart heavy. He smiled bitterly and cupped his hands towards Ning Chi. "I do not have the right to punish someone who has the central jade token. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Ning Chi nodded and no longer paid attention to Lin Deng. Instead, he looked at the group of outer sect disciples. Some of them still had their arms cut off. Ning Chi sneered and said, "I've said it before. Either you cut off a finger or I'll cut off your arm. I will give you 3 breaths of time." At this moment, they were stunned by the sudden turn of events. It was not until the second breath that they finally reacted, and in front of Ning Chi, they fiercely broke their fingers. Of course, some of them broke their pinkies, while others were so scared that they broke their thumbs. For a moment, painful groans rang out. Then, they looked at Ning Chi blankly, waiting for his next punishment. Those outer sect disciples who did not participate in this matter were rejoicing in their hearts, secretly praising themselves for being smart. Although they were also dissatisfied with Shinta Yuanba, it was because they had more or less nodded and talked to Ning Chi before, so they did not harden their hearts to humiliate Ning Chi together with the others. The current results showed that their choice was very correct. Tai Bing and the others looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. I'll give you 1 day. I want this place to return to its original state, Ning Chi said coldly. Yes, originally, they thought that Ning Chi would give them some humiliating punishment. They didn't expect that Ning Chi would only ask them to repair their houses. The man with the severed arm picked up his arm from the pile of arms on the ground. After performing emergency treatment, he began to work with the men with severed fingers to repair the courtyard. Elder Wu Hu, Elder Xiaobing, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first, Ning Chi said. All right, go ahead. We'll keep an eye on things here for you. Wu Hu and Xiaobing nodded. Boss, where are you going? I'll go too, Duan Ingjun hurriedly said. I have something to attend to. I can't bring you this time. Ning Chi smiled and patted Duan Ingjun's shoulder. He glanced at Duan Feifei and whispered to him, Your relationship with Feifei has grown so much during this period of time. You're willing to go out with me? Why don't you put in more effort and take her down? What boss said makes sense. Duan Ingjun glanced at Duan Feifei, then lowered his head and giggled happily. Ning Chi glanced at Lin Deng again. Lin Deng felt guilty and did not dare to look at him. He looked away. Then Ning Chi broke through the air and left the outer sect. After Ning Chi disappeared from their sight, a deacon elder said in shock, Was that really the central jade token? How terrifying. Just this aura alone made me feel suffocated. Elder Zhangding's spirit was in it? When a Do Zun broke through to the Doshun realm, he had to go through a checkpoint. It was similar to when a Do Huang broke through to the Dozong realm. That was the forging spirit checkpoint. This checkpoint was not as clear as the 9 life and death checkpoints. Only one could judge the extent to which the spirit had been trained. Only when it reached a certain level would one have the chance to break through to the Doshan realm. Many peak Do Zuns were stuck at this checkpoint. Due to their lack of talent, their spirit could not be strengthened. For this reason, there were many medicinal pills that could forge the spirit that were sold very well. It is indeed the central jade token. I have seen it once, another deacon elder said. Lin Deng's expression was very ugly. He glanced at Wu Hu indifferently. Who exactly is behind this boy? He seems to have a good relationship with Elder Meng. Xia Bing said faintly, You know, but you didn't tell me. Are you purposely making fun of me? Lin Deng shouted sternly. Wu Hu laughed dryly. Didn't I want to tell you just now? In the end, you interrupted me. Lin Deng felt as though he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit when he heard that. He had no place to vent his bitterness. All he could do was wave his sleeves and leave. His voice came from afar, continued to discuss the issue of resources. Yes, the group of deacon elders hurriedly followed. Wu Hu and Xiaobing specially instructed the group of outer sect disciples to repair the courtyard as it was before they hurried in the direction that Lin Deng had left. As there were only a few days left before the Withering Bones Forbidden Land opened, Ning Chi did not go far. He searched for demonic beasts with the bloodline of the dragon tribe or the dragon tribe in the mountains near the Cloud Rising sect to earn some dragon slayer coins. After all, he did not know how dangerous the Withering Bones Forbidden Land was. He wanted to save some dragon slayer coins so that he could have a backup plan if anything happened. Xiao Jin, it's up to you now. Sniff hard. Ning Chi released Xiao Jin and fed it a few spiritual nourishing pills. Xiao Jin chirped happily and began to use its innate ability, smelling poop. After 5 minutes, it pointed to the north with its little finger. Ning Chi smiled and released Xiao Zi. Then it turned into a bolt of purple lightning and flew in the direction that Xiao Jin pointed. After flying for about 1,000 miles, Ning Chi noticed a group of people not far away. They were running in a sorry state. Behind them, there was a muscular, 10-foot-tall giant chasing them. Half-dragon Jing Yin? Chapter 420. The wrath of the red bud, Senior Ning? Quick, run. This guy is a half-dragon. The group of miserably fleeing people were the outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. The 7-star Do Wang, who was running at the front, recognized Ning Qi and hurriedly reminded him. Ha ha ha, where can you run to? Hurry up and hand over that thing. Otherwise, even if you escape back to the Cloud Rising sect, I will kill my way there and ask your managing elder if a half-dragon like me can bully him as I please. Jing Yun laughed wildly. His voice was very deep, as if he was beating a drum. His Do Qi stirred the sound, turning it from formless to tangible. The guy who was running at the back was nearly shaken to the point that he fell from midair. Following this, Jing Yan's speed exploded as he threw a punch at one of them. If this punch landed, that guy would either die or be crippled. No, I don't want to die. Seeing that Jing Yan's fist was about to land on his head, Zhang Hao's face revealed extreme fear. Zhang Hao is dead for sure. Let's run. A few people instinctively stopped to take a look. Unable to bear it, they were about to run again. At this critical moment, Ning Qi did not hesitate to slash at Jing Yan. So close yet worlds apart. First, a cold aura caused everyone's movements to slow down. Then, an incomparably violent wave of Do Qi attacked Jing Yan. Jing Yan's face revealed a trace of shock. He immediately withdrew his fist and dodged to the side, barely avoiding the onslaught of the wave of Do Qi. Zhang Hao's life was saved. He reacted quickly and flew behind Ning Qi, gasping for breath. Senior Ning, thank you for saving my life, Zhang Hao said with a face full of gratitude. Zhang Hao is not dead? Ning Qi saved him. How is this possible? That half-dragon is a Do Huang. The kings of fighting who had been running away all stopped and looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. You, who are you? Jing Yun looked at Ning Qi with fear. He had sensed danger from that strike just now. Out of instinct, he had dodged. However, seeing that Ning Qi's cultivation was only at the peak of the Doan class, he was a little doubtful. I am a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, the fear on Jing Yun's face disappeared and he revealed a mocking smile. After sizing up Ning Qi, he said, You know who I am? Oh, you are? Ning Qi smiled. Jing Yin of the Red Bud Dragon race. Jing Yin said proudly. The Cloud Rising sect was one of the sects ruled by the Red Bud Dragon tribe. Hence, when he heard that Ning Qi was a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, he didn't think much of Ning Qi. He knew that after Ning Qi heard about his background, he would definitely apologize and admit his mistakes. As for whether he would accept it or not, that would depend on his mood. Oh, so it's the Red Bud Dragon clan. A faint smile appeared on Ning Qi's face, but he did not have the slightest intention of apologizing. This surprised Jing Yin. He said coldly, Are you afraid now? Get your fellow disciples to hand over my things. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you today. He did not attack immediately because Ning Qi's previous attack had left a shadow in his heart. Before he was certain of Ning Qi's strength, he would not make a move. What did you take from him? Ning Qi looked at Zhang Hao curiously and asked. A trace of hesitation appeared on Zhang Hao's face. However, when he saw that his teammates were hiding far away and that he was about to die at Jing Yan's hands, they had no intention of saving him. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao made a decision in his heart and said, Senior Ning, we took an ancient Do weapon from him. Zhang Hao. The group of outer sect disciples clearly did not expect Zhang Hao to reveal this matter. Wouldn't it be fine if they refused to admit it, even if they died? After revealing it, as long as the other party went to the Cloud Rising sect, the managing elder would definitely ask them to return the Do weapon based on the other party's identity. This way, their trip out this time would be a complete waste of effort. Ancient Do weapon, huh? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Jing Yin. He said, It's just a Do weapon. As a 3-star Do Huang, you still had your Do weapon stolen by them. Don't you feel ashamed? Damn it, they stole it while I was not around. Jing Yun was furious. A dough weapon should be carried on one's person. Who can you blame for not keeping it properly and it was stolen? Ning Qi laughed. Ha ha, in that case you don't intend to return it to me? Do you know that I am from the Purple Bud Dragon tribe? Jing Yun laughed in his extreme anger. You are a mere half-dragon. How can you think of yourself as a member of the Purple Bud Dragon tribe? Do they really treat you as one of their own? Or as a slave, servant, cannon fodder? Ning Qi countered. Jing Yun's expression changed a few times. Finally, a wild killing intent was emitted from his body. Looks like your cloud-rising sect is very bold now. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Admit your wrongs and return the item to me. Then I will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, I will capture all of you and let you live a life worse than death every day. Ning Qi didn't say anything and directly gave him a stab. Jing Yun abruptly dodged to the side. His face was green as he looked at Ning Qi. You actually dare to attack the Purple Bud Dragon tribe? The outer sect disciples were also shocked. They did not expect Ning Qi to take the initiative to attack. I am attacking your Purple Bud Dragon tribe. You are just a little interest. Ning Qi no longer teased the other party. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he attacked Jing Yun. Jing Yun's strength was that of a 3-star Do Huang. His actual combat strength was slightly higher, probably about the same as an ordinary 4-star Do Huang. However, under Ning Qi's attack, he did not even have the ability to retaliate. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, over 100 knife wounds had appeared on his body. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. What is going on? How can a peak Do Huang be so strong? What kind of knife technique is that? Senior Ning is actually this strong. Everyone was shocked. Stop! Jing Yun was slashed by Ning Qi again. When his HP dropped to an extremely dangerous level, he yelled. Ning Qi withdrew his knife and looked at him with a faint smile. What is it? Forget it. I don't want the dough weapon anymore. However, I will not let today's matter go so easily. Jing Yun's face was dark as he spoke. Once he finished speaking, he coldly swept his gaze over Ning Qi and the crowd before turning to leave. Suddenly, his body paused in midair, after which he turned his head in disbelief and looked at Ning Qi. You! Before he finished speaking, his body was split into two and fell to the ground. Ning Qi sneered. If you say forget it, then forget it. What a joke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Do Huang half-dragon, Jing Yun. You have been awarded 130,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the betting gift package. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Because the host has killed the son of the Purple Bud Dragon tribe's leader. The system provides 30 days of protection. After 30 days, the host will face the wrath of the Purple Bud. If the host survives the Purple Bud Dragon tribe's pursuit for 100 days, the host will receive a reward after completing the mission. Chapter 421. An unexpected joy. The son of the Red Bud Dragon tribe leader? What the hell? Ning Qi jumped in fright. Wasn't Jing Yun a half-dragon? His cultivation wasn't high and his talent was poor. How could he be the son of the Red Bud Dragon tribe leader? Was the system joking with him? System, are you joking? Ning Qi asked. The system didn't answer. Ning, senior apprentice brother Ning, killed that half-dragon? Heavens, if the Red Bud Dragon tribe learns of this, none of us will be able to escape. Everyone's faces were ashen. Zhang Hao immediately flew towards Jing Yun's corpse. Ning Qi glanced at him, thinking that he wanted Jing Yun's cultivation resources. Instead, he saw Zhang Hao dig a deep pit and bury Jing Yun's corpse. Zhang Hao flew to Ning Qi's side and whispered, Senior brother Ning, I won't tell anyone about this. You better be careful during this time. If the Red Bud Dragon Tribe learns that you killed one of their clansmen, I'm afraid they won't let you off easily. And I understand. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He then looked at the others and said faintly, "What ancient battle weapon did you take from him that he would chase you all this way?" This group of outer sect disciples exchanged glances with one another. The leader, a 7-star Dowang, hesitated for a moment before flying in front of Ning Chi. He took out an armor from his Qian Kuan ring and handed it to Ning Chi. "This is the ancient Do weapon. If Senior Ning does not mind, please accept it. If it were not for Senior Ning's help today, I'm afraid that we would have died in his hands. This is—" Ning Chi looked at the armor, but a face appeared in his mind. It was Old Sun who had sold Ning Chi an ancient battle weapon at the Heavenly Wonders Market. It was from that time that Ning Chi had learned of the inferior grade Spirit Stone. As expected, Ning Chi found a piece of inferior grade Spirit Stone on the armor. The style of this armor was similar to the one Old Sun had sold. It was likely from the same batch. Thinking of this, Ning Chi hurriedly scanned his spatial bag and found that the jade slip Old Sun had given him was still there. Old Sun had said that as long as he went to the Heavenly Wonders Market and crushed it, he would be able to find him. "I'll accept this armor." Without hesitation, Ning Chi put the armor into his dimensional bag. That 7-star Do Wang was momentarily stunned. He had thought that Ning Chi would be courteous and then let them leave. It was unexpected that Ning Chi was so thick-skinned that he would really take away the ancient Do weapons that they had painstakingly stolen. 10 bottles of top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills for each of you. As he spoke, Ning Chi took out elixirs from his spatial bag and gave each of them 10 bottles. According to the calculation of 10 pills per bottle, each person would be able to obtain 100 pills. This was already a considerable amount of income. Even if they were to sell the ancient Do weapon and split it equally, it would not be much. They, who were originally a little unhappy, immediately accepted the pills and high spirits and thanked Ning Chi profusely. "All right, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first." Ning Chi waved his hand at the crowd and flew toward the direction of the Heavenly Wonders Market. After Ning Chi left, the leading 7-star Do Wang glanced at Zhang Hao and said to everyone, "If the matter today were to spread, we would also be implicated. Therefore, everyone should keep their mouths shut. Senior brother, we know. Heavenly Wonders Market." After Ning Chi entered, he directly crushed the jade slip given by Old Man Sunday. Not long after, Old Man Sun appeared in front of Ning Chi with an excited face. "Little brother, have you thought it through? As long as you tell me the use of those ancient Do weapons, I will give you one." Old Man Sun smiled at Ning Chi and said. Suddenly, his smile froze and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. He subconsciously took a few steps back and blankly looked at Ning Chi and said, "Peak King Do Wang." He remembered that the last time he saw Ning Chi, he was only a 6-star Do Wang. "Senior son, didn't you say that you still have a few ancient Do weapons? Do you want to find someone to repair them?" Ning Chi smiled and said. Hearing this, Old Man Sun's attention immediately shifted from Ning Chi's cultivation to the ancient Do weapons. He excitedly said, "Little brother, have you found a blacksmith who can repair ancient Do weapons?" Ning Chi shook his head and said, "Not yet." Old Man Sun's face revealed a disappointed expression and said, "Then, little brother, why did you call me over?" "I want to buy all the ancient Do weapons in Senior Sun's hands." Ning Chi went straight to the point. Although with his cultivation, robbing Old Man Sun was easy, and he could also make up a few lies to deceive the other party, Ning Chi would not do so. After all, there was no enmity between him and Old Man Sunday. Old Man Sun had even allowed him to obtain a low-grade spirit stone. Speaking of which, Ning Chi could be said to owe him a favor. "Buy all the ancient Do weapons in my hands." Old Man Sun's face revealed a trace of ridicule as he looked at Ning Chi and said, "You must have obtained something from it to want the ancient Do weapons in my hands. Otherwise, Why would you want to buy mine when there are so many people selling them in the Heavenly Wonders Market? Little brother, if you tell me the secret, I can give you one. There is indeed a secret. However, other than me, even if you send it to the 9-state empire's heavenly secret institution, the blacksmiths there may not be able to find out. Moreover, even if they find out, will these ancient dough weapons still belong to you? If you do not repair them and do not know the secret, these dough weapons will be no different from trash in Senior Son's hands. It is better to sell them for a good price. Ningqi nodded and said, each of these words hit the heart of Old Man Sunday. He subconsciously thought that these ancient dough weapons were not ordinary items. However, after setting up a stall in the Heavenly Wonders Market for so long, many dough zone-level experts had seen them, but they did not have the slightest interest in them. Old Man Sun thought of sending them to the Heavenly Secret Institution to be appraised. However, he was afraid that the appraisal result would be disappointing. Or perhaps it could be said that they were indeed valuable, but at that time it was uncertain who the dough weapons would belong to. He was merely a 2-star dough huang without any foundation. Why would the Heavenly Secret Institution care about him? If his ancient dough weapons were really valuable, the other party could casually give him a few hundred middle-grade spirit crystals, and he would be sent away. Therefore, after Ningqi bought one of them, he had some hope for Ningqi. If Ningqi really knew the secret within, or had a way to repair it, he was willing to sacrifice some of his own interests. After all, with Ningqi's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to cheat him. Thinking that these ancient dough weapons had been in his hands for more than 10 years without creating any profit, Old Man Sun was a little disheartened and said, "What price can you offer?" "Some time ago, I found an ancient elixir in an ancient ruin. It is a low Xian beauty calming elixir. I wonder if Senior Sun is satisfied with this elixir?" Chapter 4:22. Chapter 4:22. A lower mystic beauty pill? Elder Sun was a little startled. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. All these years he has been searching for ancient ruins and excavating everything left behind from the ancient times. Naturally, he has studied the medicinal pellets from tens of thousands of years ago. He has a good understanding of all kinds of medicinal pellets that have been lost in history. Beauty pill. This kind of pill was very common in the ancient times, and its value was not high. He had seen it in an ancient book. At that time, his first thought was that if he had this pill now, he could definitely exchange it for a large amount of cultivation resources from some dosheng. Its value was even more shocking than those ancient pills that could increase one's cultivation. Does this kid really have a beauty pill? Little brother, there are too many people here. Let's go to a quiet place to talk. With that, Old Man Sun brought Ningqi to the Heavenly Qi auction house. There was a room specially provided for those who wanted to inspect goods in private. As long as they paid a certain amount of spiritual crystals, they could use it. Moreover, they could also provide appraisal services. Of course, the amount of spiritual crystals required depended on the value of the item being appraised. Old Man Sun booked a room with ease and impatiently asked Ningqi, "Little brother, the pill you mentioned earlier, is it really a lower mystic beauty pill?" "Of course, if Senior Sun doesn't believe me, you can ask Elder Ku to appraise it." Ningqi smiled. Elder Ku? Ku Changxing? Old Man Sun trusted Ningqi's words a little more. After all, Ku Changxing was the #1 appraiser of the Heavenly Qi auction house. However, he had another concern. "Little brother, the beauty pill is an ancient pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if Ku Changxing appraised it personally, he might not be able to tell if it is real or fake, right?" Old Man Sun voiced out his concern. "Senior Sun need not worry about this. I have already auctioned off a low Xian level face calming pill here. It was even personally sold by Elder Ku. If you do not believe me, you can ask Elder Ku to come over and appraise it. However, Senior has yet to answer me. Can a low Xian level face calming pill be exchanged for the ancient dough weapon in your hand?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "What? You've already sold one?" Old Man Sun's eyes revealed wild joy. If this was true, then it was sufficient to prove that the low-grade, profound, rank beauty suppression pill in Ning Chi's possession wasn't fake. He rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Two low-grade mystic beauty calming pills, and I will give you all my ancient battle weapons. He knew that since Ning Chi had auctioned one, then Ning Chi surely had more than just a single low-grade, profound, rank pill on him now. The corner of Ning Chi's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked at Old Man Sun and said, Senior Sun, do you know how much an inferior grade beauty stabilizing pill can sell for in Dongxian today? You want two. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. It looks like this deal can't be concluded. I'll take my leave now. With that, Ning Chi got up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Old Man Sun hurriedly stopped Ning Chi and smiled sheepishly. Little brother, let's talk this through. Isn't doing business just you name a price and I bargain? I name a price and you bargain. How about this? You invite Elder Ku to appraise the pill. You'll pay the appraisal fee. If it's real, then this deal is done. I wonder how many more ancient battle weapons Senior has. If it's less, then the value cannot be compared to the low-grade mystic beauty calming pill. Then I may not trade. Ning Chi said faintly, I still have two. Old Man Sun raised a finger. Ning Chi turned and left. Wait, 3. Old Man Sun hurriedly said, Senior Sun, since you're not sincere in doing business, why waste everyone's time? If I use this low-grade mystic beauty calming pill, I can at least exchange it for a low-grade heaven-level battle weapon in the 9 States Empire, right? Ning Chi smiled coldly. All right, I won't lie. I still have 5 of the ancient battle weapons that you bought last time. Old Man Sun's face revealed a trace of embarrassment as he said, sincerely, That's more like it. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. After that, he called the auction house's servants to invite Ku Changxing over. When Ku Changxing saw Ning Chi, his face revealed a look of surprise. Little brother, it's you again. What are you selling this time? As for Old Man Sun, he only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Seeing that Ku Changxing really knew Ning Chi, Old Man Sun's heart calmed down a little. Elder Ku, this time I want you to appraise the medicinal pill. I want to make a deal with this senior. Ning Chi smiled. Oh, it's not being auctioned here. A trace of disappointment flashed across Ku Changxing's face, but he still smiled and said, What medicinal pill? Take it out and let me see. This medicinal pill. Elder Ku has already seen it. Ning Chi directly bought another low-grade mystic beauty calming pill from the Dragon Slaying Mall, then took it out from the space bag and handed it to Ku Changxing. This is a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill? Ku Changxing's face revealed a look of shock as he carefully took it and examined it. Indeed, it was exactly the same as the one Ning Chi auctioned last time. Haha, it really is a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill. That's great. Old Man Sun greedily looked at the medicinal pill in Ku Changxing's hand. Little brother, I didn't expect you to still have a trick up your sleeve. This is indeed a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill. What do you want to exchange with him? Ku Changxing reluctantly returned the medicinal pill to Ning Chi, then glanced at Old Man Sun. He didn't know what the other party, a mere 2-star Do Huang, had that was worth Ning Chi using a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill to exchange with him. If this pill was given to any old monster, the benefits it would bring would be endless. Ah, Elder Ku, this is the secret between me and little brother. Old Man Sun hurriedly opened his mouth. Seeing this, Ku Changxing smiled and said, All right, I won't disturb the two of you. As for the appraisal fee this time, it's free. Who asked me to hit it off with little brother? Little brother, next time if you have this kind of ancient medicinal pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years, you must remember to bring it to me for auction. Haha, of course. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. After Ku Changxing left, Ning Chi looked at Old Man Sun and said, Elder Sun, The authenticity of the medicinal pill has been confirmed. Where is your ancient fighting weapon? Seeing this, Old Man Sun directly took out 5 armors from the Qian Kun ring. Each of them had a low-grade spiritual godstone on it. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled slightly and threw the low-grade Mystic Beauty calming pill to Old Man Sunday. Then he conveniently stored the 5 armors into the space bag. Including the original one, Ning Qi now had a total of 6 armors. This represented 6 low-grade spiritual godstones and 60,000 dragon-slaying coins. Elder, the transaction is complete. I will take my leave first. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. After he left the Heavenly Wonders Market, Old Man Sun also came to a secret place and smiled proudly. 5 pieces and it's settled. That kid is still too inexperienced. Chapter 4:23. Training System. How much are you willing to pay for these 6 low-grade spiritual godstones? 60,000 dragon slayer coins. 70,000. After a round of bargaining, Ning Qi successfully sold the low-grade spiritual godstones for 60,000 dragon slayer coins. After deducting the 1,000 dragon slayer coins he used to buy the low-grade Mystic Beauty pill, he now had 119,000 dragon slayer coins. Cloud Rising Sect. Looking at the courtyard that had been repaired to its original state, Ning Qi's face showed a trace of satisfaction. At this time, the group of outer sect disciples who had their arms cut off by him were standing not far away, trembling with fear, looking at Ning Qi. They waited until Ning Qi nodded, then they heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. 3 more days. Ning Qi returned to the courtyard and bought 3 days of intermediate training grounds from the Dragon Slayer Mall. 1 day cost 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins, so he spent a total of 3,000 Dragon Slayer coins. However, the intermediate training grounds were equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. It was worth it. 3 years should be enough for me to raise my Sky Edge Moon Blade's proficiency to the 5th level. Ning Qi thought to himself. In the next moment, he disappeared from the courtyard with a flash of light. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Ning Qi reappeared, he had some stubble on his face. He looked much more mature than 3 days ago. Cloud Rising Sect. The central area. In front of the dry bones, forbidden ground. At this moment, there were dozens of old monsters who were no weaker than Meng Qingling. They were standing in front of the dry bones forbidden ground with disciples from their sects or clans, waiting for it to open. Among the disciples they brought, the strongest had already reached the peak of the 9th life and death stage, while the weakest was at least a 1-star Do Huang. Moreover, all of them were geniuses on the dragon ranking. Those peak Do Huang, who were at the peak of the 9th life and death stage, all had proud expressions on their faces. These people were ranked at least in the top 100 on the dragon ranking. Among the 300 to 400 people, there were more than 50 disciples from the Cloud Rising Sect. They were the inner disciples with the highest cultivation. When they looked at the others, their eyes were filled with disdain and pride. After all, the dry bones forbidden ground belonged to the Cloud Rising Sect. They were the true hosts. These people were merely guests who had come over to be his guests. Elder Meng, is everyone here already? An old monster chuckled at Meng Qingling. We still need 1 more. Meng Qingling said lightly. Missing 1? The old monster glanced at the inner sect disciples of the Cloud Rising Sect. There were really only 59 of them. There was indeed 1 person missing. You're actually late for such an important matter? The disciples of your sect are a little sloppy. Not far away, Fang Shengnan lightly said. Meng Qingling glanced at her and chuckled. The dry bones forbidden ground hasn't opened yet. How are you late? Fang Xingnan's face showed a hint of mockery. When the other old monsters saw this, they all took a step back. They knew the grudge between Meng Qingling and Fang Xingnan, so they didn't plan on getting involved. This elder lampholder of the cloud, rising sect, is actually so young. He seems to have some enmity with our elder Fang. Fang Mo, who was standing behind Fang Xingnan, looked at Meng Qingling. This time, the two brothers were also selected to enter the dry bones, forbidden ground. Boss, when did you come back? Just as Ning Qi left the courtyard, he was caught by Duan Ingjun. I've been back for a few days. Ning Qi said, Then where are you going now? Are you going on a mission? Shall we go together? Duan Ingjun asked. Oh, you want to go? Ning Qi's lips curled up. Of course I want to. Duan Ingjun said excitedly, If I go with Ning Qi, there will definitely be meat to eat. Oh, the dry bones, forbidden ground. You want to go? If you do, I can ask for you. Ning Qi smiled. Huh, dry bones, forbidden ground? Forget it. Duan Ingjun subconsciously took a step back and waved his hand with a smile. If he went to such a place, he would definitely die. Then he reacted and asked curiously, Boss, you want to go to the dry bones, forbidden ground? In the past 2 days, he had seen many outsiders flying in the sky and heard from others that the dry bones, forbidden ground would open today. Those outsiders were all geniuses of the major sects and clans. Yes, it's almost time. I can't talk to you anymore. Ning Qi looked at the sky and patted Duan Ingjun's shoulder with a smile before flying towards the inner sect. Not long after he left, Duan Ingjun spread the news that Ning Qi was going to enter the dry bones, forbidden ground. All the outer disciples, including the managing elders, were shocked when they heard it. At the same time, they were even more curious about the relationship between Ning Qi and Meng Qingling. After all, there had never been a disciple at the peak of the Douwang class who was chosen to enter the dry bones, forbidden ground. At the very least, he should be a 1-star Douwang. Luckily, he only lost an arm. Those outer disciples who had lost an arm to Ning Qi rejoiced in their hearts. Inner sect. Halt, intruder. This is the inner sect. Outer disciples are not allowed to enter. Don't you know the rules? Halfway through his flight, Ning Qi was stopped by 2 inner disciples. Both of them were 1-star Douhuangs. It's you! Suddenly, their expressions changed as they recognized Ning Qi. When they thought of the relationship between Ning Qi and Elder Meng, their expressions became a little awkward. Seniors, I want to go to the dry bones, forbidden ground. Please let me pass. Ning Qi smiled. Dry bones, forbidden ground? The 2 of them were incomparably shocked when they heard this. They were even more certain that the relationship between Ning Qi and Meng Qingling was not simple. They smiled awkwardly and moved aside. Junior, please. Thank you. Ning Qi smiled and continued to move forward. Looking at Ning Qi's back, one of them exclaimed, What relationship does he have with Elder Meng? I have never heard of a peak Douwang being chosen to enter the dry bones, forbidden ground. I don't know either. Even with our talent, we don't have the qualification to enter the dry bones, forbidden ground. Yet, an outer disciple can enter. Ugh. Ning Qi flew all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the inner sect and the central area. There was no one guarding this place. Obviously, they were not worried that someone would barge in. However, when Ning Qi took a step into the central area, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Elder Nu. Ning Qi was slightly startled. Nu Tao looked at Ning Qi coldly. Do you know where this place is? The central area. Ning Qi said, Why do you still dare to barge in? This time, even Elder Meng will not be able to save you. Nu Tao smiled coldly. Oh, Elder Meng asked me to come. Ning Qi smiled. What? Nu Tao frowned slightly. Do you have proof? This should be proof. Chapter 4:24. Who is Ning Qi? The Central Jade Token? Nu Tao was shocked. Elder Meng gave him the Central Jade Token? Is she going to take him as a direct disciple? Thinking of this, Nu Tao's face turned ugly. Elder Nu, can I go in now? Ning Qi smiled. Nu Tao snorted and turned to leave. A thick fog suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dried bones, forbidden ground. The forbidden ground is open. Everyone's eyes brightened. Meng Qingling, your disciple is late, right? Fang Shangnan looked at Meng Qingling mockingly. The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect looked at each other, their expressions ugly. Who is the other person? Why is he so late? Why did he make us wait for him? Is it Junior Qiu? It's not him. Junior Qiu is out on a mission. He hasn't returned yet. Then who is it? They transmitted their thoughts to each other. Meng Qingling's expression changed. A ray of light came from the horizon. Ning Qi landed beside Meng Qingling and cupped his hands together. Elder Meng, I am late. Please forgive me. Meng Qingling smiled. Not late, just in time. It's him? Fang Shengnan frowned. Standing behind her, Fang Amo and his brother's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. It's him. Isn't he an outer disciple? A mere Peak King Do wants to enter the dried bones, forbidden ground. What can he do inside? Do we have to take care of him? The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were displeased, but they didn't show it because of Meng Qingling. However, they looked at Ning Qi coldly. The disciples brought by the old monsters all revealed looks of curiosity. Is there something special about this guy? Otherwise, why would the Cloud Rising sect let a Peak King Do enter the dried bones forbidden ground? There was no other meaning to it other than death. Elder Meng, is there no one else in the Cloud Rising sect? If I am not wrong, he is only a Peak King Do, right? One of the old monsters frowned. If there is no one else, you should have told me earlier. I would have brought another disciple. The other old monster revealed a mocking smile as he glanced at Ning Qi. He then smiled at Meng Qingling. Do these old fellows have nothing better to do? Ning Qi frowned slightly and cursed in his heart. I have the final say on who can enter and who can't. If you have any objections, you can go back. Meng Qingling said lightly. Cool. It is not that we do not have any opinions. Everyone knows that the purpose of entering the Withering Bones forbidden ground is to obtain the dragon blood fruit for the dragon tribe. Everyone has to be useful. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a spot. He is merely a Peak Do Wang. What use can he be when it comes to obtaining the dragon blood fruit? An old monster said calmly. Meng Qingling, you brought this child with you to the dragon's graveyard, and now you're bringing him again. Could he be your lover? The corners of Fang Xingnan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Elder Meng's lover? The expressions of the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect changed drastically. They no longer looked at Ning Qi coldly. Instead, they were filled with fear. Many of them even had a tinge of jealousy. As for the female disciples, they looked at Ning Qi with slight disdain. This is going to be fun. The group of old monsters looked at each other. As expected, Meng Qingling's expression suddenly turned cold. A terrifying aura surged out from her body and swept towards Fang Xingnan. Fang Xingnan did not want to be outdone. She used the same method to exchange a blow with Meng Qingling. In the end, both of them took a step back. It was a draw. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations on completing the advancement mission. Please choose to advance within 24 hours. The Dragon leaderboard has finally been updated. Ning Qi's face revealed a hint of joy. You too, forget it. The forbidden ground has already been opened. Let's go in. One of the old monsters tried to persuade them. Meng Qingling coldly snorted. Just as she was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Who is Ning Qi? This loud sound was like thunder. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken and scattered. It's the sovereign? Meng Qingling's face revealed a trace of surprise. The sovereign of the Rising Cloud clan? The group of old monsters looked up one after another. How does the sovereign know his name? Meng Qingling looked at Ning Qi doubtfully. In the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in the sky. The group of old monsters saw this and saluted. Who is Ning Qi? The imposing figure glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, This disciple is. Ning Qi stood up and cupped his hands towards the sky. The stalwart figure looked at Ning Qi and nodded. You are not bad. This time, you are ranked 100th on the dragon leaderboard. After you come out of the Withering Bones forbidden ground, I will reward you. After saying this, he disappeared from the crowd's sight. At the same time, 2 black dots fell from the sky and landed on the ground. What? The dragon leaderboard was updated and he was ranked 100th? A Peak King Do entered the top 100 of the dragon leaderboard? If the sovereign of the Rising Cloud clan had not said it himself, no one present would have believed it. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of shock, especially the Peak King Do in the 9th Life and Death Gate. They stared at Ning Qi as if they wanted to memorize his appearance. One of the old monsters suddenly said, Wasn't the previous 100th on the dragon leaderboard Fong Mo from the Fong clan? Fong Mo's face immediately became extremely ugly. He knew that he had probably fallen out of the top 100. At this moment, someone finally noticed the 2 black dots on the ground. That's the dragon leaderboard. Why is there another one? A special? One of the old monsters went forward and flipped through it. Finally, his expression became extremely strange, and he threw the 2 books to Meng Qingling. After Meng Qingling finished reading it, the corner of her mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. She asked Fang Shengnan, Do you want to take a look? Deliberately mystifying, Fang Shengnan coldly snorted and took a look. As a result, her face instantly became extremely ashen. Not only did it record Ning Qi's ranking, but it also recorded the details of Ning Qi's battle with Fong Mo in the Fong clan. The description made Fong Mo look like he was worthless. Meng Qingling smiled. To think that a genius of the Fong clan would be defeated by a mere Peak King Do. Fong Mo's face was ashen. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood why Ning Qi was ranked 100th on the dragon leaderboard. So it turned out that Fong Mo, who was ranked 100th on the dragon leaderboard, was defeated by Ning Qi? A Peak King Do who had entered the First Life and Death Gate was defeated by a Peak King Do? This was simply too unbelievable. Chapter 4:25. Advancement to Do. Huang faced with Meng Qingling's ridicule. Fang Xingnan's face flashed with anger. She coldly looked at Ning Qi and sneered, Looking at his age, he doesn't seem to be that young, right? Why was he still at the peak of the Do Huang class? So what if he had outstanding battle prowess? If I cannot become a Do Huang or a Do Zong, what is the use? As soon as Fang Xingnan's voice fell, Ning Qi's body was shrouded in a faint layer of light. Congratulations to host for successfully advancing to a 1-star Do Huang. At this time, the experience points that Ning Qi had previously stored were instantly poured into his body, and his body glowed once more. 2-star Do Huang, a 3-star Do Huang. His aura was still rising. Soon, the Do Qi on Ning Qi's body was gradually withdrawn into his body. At this moment, he was already a 4-star Do Huang. He actually rose 4 levels in a row. Breakthrough from a peak Do Huang to a 4-star Do Huang? The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were shocked. Those old monsters were also very surprised. They all locked their gazes on Ning Qi, as if they wanted to see through his cultivation technique. Fang Xingnan's expression instantly stiffened. She had just said that Ning Qi's cultivation was too low. At this moment, Ning Qi had consecutively broken through and become a 4-star Do Huang. It was as though she had been slapped in the face. Ha ha ha. Meng Qingling laughed heartily 3 times and looked at Fang Xingnan with eyes full of ridicule. We've dragged this out for too long. Let them enter the forbidden area. If the 2 of you don't like each other, You can just fight it out later. An old monster said. Fong Xingnan expressionlessly looked at Fong Mo and the others. She lightly said, "Go in." Yes. Fong Mo and the others nodded and walked towards the dry bones forbidden ground. When he passed by Ning Qi seemed to feel several gazes full of killing intent sweep over him. But when he looked, he did not see who it was. Seeing that Fong Xingnan seemed to have admitted defeat, Meng Qingling didn't chase after her. She revealed a faint smile and said to Ning Qi and the others, "You guys go too?" "Yes, Elder Meng." Ning Qi, wait a moment. "Elder Meng, do you have any other instructions?" Ning Qi stopped and looked at Meng Qingling in confusion. Meng Qingling hesitated for a moment before she took off an earring from her ear and gave it to Ning Qi. "Wear this, and your chances of coming out alive from the dry bones forbidden ground will be higher." "Thank you, Elder Meng." Ning Qi glanced at the attributes of the earring and discovered that it actually increased HP. Moreover, it was a one-time increase of 200,000 points. He hurriedly thanked the owner and accepted it. "All right, go." Meng Qingling waved her hand. "Meng Qingling, you're really generous. This earring was given to you by him, right? Aren't you afraid that he'll die in the withered bones forbidden area? At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your earring back." Seeing this, Fong Shengnan sneered. "Even if someone were to die, it would be that Fong Mo of yours who dies first, right?" Meng Qingling refused to be outdone. "Fight?" Fong Shengnan coldly said. "Then let's fight." Meng Qingling sneered. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, they flew into the sky at the same time. After Ning Qi entered the fog, he felt a chill on his body. In the next moment, his vision suddenly became clear. They had appeared at the top of a mountain. At a glance, there was only an endless mountain range around them. Some of the people who had entered first had already left. As Ning Qi's group had entered the forbidden area late, there were only about 80 to 90 people at the top of the mountain at the moment. These people also divided into small groups and dispersed, heading in different directions. Obviously, this was not the first time that some of them had entered the withered bones forbidden area. Is this the legendary fragment of the dragon continent that was shattered in ancient times? The spiritual energy in the world is indeed about 30 to 40% more than the outside world. Ning Qi took a deep breath. At this moment, the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect looked at each other and then left without paying any attention to Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ning Qi sneered in his heart. They were trying to isolate him. Not far away, there were 7 to 8 people who were only 1 star Do Huang. It seemed that they were also isolated. Seeing that Ning Qi was alone, they gathered their courage and came before Ning Qi. Among them, the woman who was leading them cupped her hands together and greeted Ning Qi. "Senior Ning." "You are." Ning Qi looked at them with a smile. The woman hurriedly introduced herself. "I am a disciple of the Sword River sect, Li Mingqi. These are my junior brothers and sisters." Qi's junior brothers and sisters also introduced themselves. The gazes they used to look at Ning Qi carried a trace of respect. After all, he was in existence, ranked 100 on the dragon ranking. Moreover, Fong Mo had been defeated by him. This proved that his strength had, at the very least, surpassed an ordinary peak Do Huang in the first life and death stage. "I wonder if Senior Ning is willing to come with us. This way, our chances of obtaining the dragon blood fruit will increase greatly," Li Mingqi said with anticipation. "Well, I am used to being alone." Ning Qi tactfully declined. Li Mingqi and the others revealed disappointed expressions. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I wonder if you have any information about this place?" The few of them curled their lips into a mocking smile. Since he wanted to be alone, he still wanted to get information about the dry bones forbidden land from them? Li Mingqi nodded. She took out a jade scroll and handed it to Ning Qi, saying, "This is the information about the dry bones forbidden land. There is only one thing you need to take note of. Do not step into the central area. There is an extremely terrifying existence there. Over 10 years ago, there were 7 to 8 seniors ranked in the top 50 on the Dragon ranking who did not believe in evil and stepped into the central area. In the end, none of them returned and all of them died there. Oh, thank you. Ningqi looked deeply at Li Mingqi. A smile appeared on his face. He nodded and turned around to leave. Senior, he is not willing to come with us. Why did you give him the information and tell him about the central area? That's right. This kind of person is no different from those people. He looks down on us. All right, stop complaining. Let's go to Ao Long Valley. The senior who returned previously said that there might be dragon blood fruit there. Moreover, there is not much danger there. Let's go and try our luck. Li Mingqi said. All right. It was obvious that she had some prestige among the crowd. Ningqi removed the scroll from his forehead. He instantly gained a better understanding of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. The Dry Bones Forbidden Land was not huge. According to the information in the scroll, it should be around the size of the 9 prefectures' empire. That being said, it was only the speculation of the predecessors. As such, no one was sure of its exact size. Not only were there dragons, there were also beasts and humans. Chapter 4:26. Chapter 4:26. Introduction Lanue. Town in the past, the earliest batch of disciples who had entered the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground had cooperated with the native humans. However, one of the disciples had accidentally revealed the truth, letting them know that they only existed on a fragment of the continent. Since then, the native humans had wanted to leave the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground. Therefore, a battle broke out between the two sides. From then on, as long as the native humans saw someone they suspected of being an outsider, they would directly capture and interrogate them before finally killing them. Not only do I have to be wary of the dragon tribe and demonic beasts, but I also have to be wary of the human tribe as well, Ningqi thought to himself. Lanyu Town, north of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land, was the border between the human tribe and the dragon tribe. Basically, there would be a small scale where every month or two, a medium-sized where every 6 months or a year, and a large scale where every 3 to 4 years. In the information provided by Li Mingqi, there were a few good places to obtain cultivation resources, raise one's cultivation base, and even obtain dragon blood fruits. Lanyu Town was one of them. Since there were all sorts of people here, it was not easy for the native humans to discover their identities as outsiders. Moreover, they could join the native human squads to hunt the dragons and plunder their cultivation resources. 10 days later, the moment Ningqi stepped into Blue Moon Town, he felt as if a pair of eyes had gathered in the void and scanned his body. After 3 or 4 breaths of time, this feeling disappeared like a tide. The Blue Moon Town was very big. It was even bigger than the White Tiger Empire's imperial capital that Ningqi had seen before. Although it was called a town, it was actually a big city surrounded by hundreds of mountains. There was only one exit, and it faced the Dragon Clan. The Woodflower Group is recruiting a 6-star Do Huang to kill the Green Flame Demon Dragon. Come if you have the guts. The Mysterious Sky Team is recruiting 10 Dozongs to make a trip to the Dragon Blood Orchard. Life and death are up to fate. Riches and honor are up to the heavens. Song Ming's team seeks cooperation. We have clues to the treasure in our hands. 80-20. The Blue Moon Army is recruiting. Anyone above the King of Fighters can sign up. The salary is high. Along the way, Ningqi found that this place was like a mercenary town. There were all kinds of private teams, and these teams were very popular. When recruiting, there were many people signing up, and it was basically 3 people fighting for a spot. On the other hand, the native Blue Moon Army seemed to have very few people signing up. Ningqi also discovered quite a few familiar faces, such as Fong Mo and Fong Bai. They had all spread out and entered various squads, even the Blue Moon Army. However, he did not see a single one of those peak Do Huangs at the 9th Life and Death Gate. It was likely that they had gone to a few places that were even more dangerous, but also had a greater reward. When Fang Mo and the others saw Ning Qi's arrival, their expressions changed slightly. Ning Qi felt the same murderous look that he had in front of the dried bones forbidden ground. "Don't let me know who you are, or I'll make you pay." Do, after which he walked around Lanyu town and realized that other than the Lanyu army and some very weak groups, no group would recruit Do Huang's below 6 stars. In order to prevent others from discovering that he was an outsider, Ning Qi had to find a team to temporarily blend in with. The Crippled Ground small group is accepting people. As long as you are an expert of the Do Huang class, our Crippled Ground small group will not reject anyone. We will kill a small dragon every 3 days and a large dragon every 10 days. If you follow our Crippled Ground small group, you will have a good life. It will not be a problem for you to earn a dragon blood fruit within a year. Hearing the words dragon blood fruit, Ning Qi's eyes involuntarily looked at them. He found that this so-called Crippled Earth team was made up of an old man, a young girl, and a middle-aged man. The one who was shouting was the young girl. She looked to be about the same age as Ning Qi, but her cultivation was 1 star higher than Ning Qi's. She was a 5-star Do Huang. The talent of the humans here is much better than in Dongxian. Ning Qi could not help but sigh. He had seen the native humans along the way to Blue Moon Town. The average level was probably many times higher than in Dongxian. The people he had seen were basically Do Wangs when they were 30 or 40 years old. There were no Do spirits or Dodoshers. These people were all underage children. The girl shouted for a long time, but no one went to sign up. Ning Qi could not help but curiously ask a 1-star Do Huang who was passing by, "Brother, why don't you join the Crippled Earth team?" Ning Qi had seen this guy a couple of times. He had been rejected by many teams, so Ning Qi asked curiously when he saw him scoff at the Crippled Earth team, "You look unfamiliar. Did you just come to Blue Moon Town?" It is useless for the Crippled Earth team to go. They have offended 9 of the 10 large teams here. They return empty-handed every time they go out. They will only become a joke if they join. The 1-star Do Huang explained in a low voice, after which a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He swept his gaze over the Crippled Earth team and strode away. "Brother, do you want to join my Crippled Earth team? Come, don't be shy." The girl saw that Ning Qi kept looking at her. Her body moved and appeared beside Ning Qi. She unceremoniously grabbed Ning Qi's arm and pulled him in the direction of the old man and the middle-aged man. Ning Qi was stunned as he looked at the girl. "Chunziken, you have tricked another person? TSK, do you know that you are hurting him? Even if he leaves your Crippled Earth team in the future, he will not be able to survive in Blue Moon Town." A team passed by and saw the girl pulling Ning Qi. The leader of the team suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He saw a few familiar faces at the back of the team. They were the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. They should be his seniors. However, the way they looked at Ning Qi seemed to be a little gloating. "Sangshui team, Li Mingho, why are you so nosy? You don't need to care about the matters of my Crippled Earth team." Chinziken said coldly, "Haha, I am just reminding this brother." Li Mingho glanced at Ning Qi, shrugged his shoulders, and led the team away. "Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. How can our Crippled Earth team be so weak? You just wait here. Wait for me to recruit 10 more people, and we will go on an earth-shattering mission." Chun Ziken smiled at Ning Qi. "Oh, right, what is your name?" Chun Ziken suddenly remembered that he had not asked for Ning Qi's name. "Hua Wushang," Ning Qi said without hesitation. "Hua Wushang, not a bad name." Chun Ziken nodded. Chapter 4:27. Counter ambush. The captain of the Crippled Earth team was Chun Ziken. However, according to Dichio, a year ago, the 3 of them were just peripheral members of the Crippled Earth team. In the end, a year ago, they became enemies with the 9 major forces because of a certain incident. They were beaten into pieces, and only the three of them were left to support the name of the crippled Earth team. It was getting late. Chun Zikin hadn't recruited anyone except Ning Chi. Haha, these people must think that they are not worthy of our crippled Earth team. That's why they don't dare to come in. Forget it, it's not bad to take you in. Chun Zikin smiled awkwardly at Ning Chi. Captain Chun Zikin, are we going to do that earth-shattering mission next? Ning Chi asked curiously. Di Chio sighed. He exchanged glances with Di Yun and remained silent. Chun Zikin laughed dryly. Let's wait for a while. There are 4 of us now. We don't have enough manpower. Let's wait until we recruit more people. For now, let's see if there are any lone dragons and kill one. Ning Chi was speechless. Ning Chi had been asking Di Chio and Di Yin about the earth-shattering mission that Chun Zikin had mentioned. However, the 2 of them had been avoiding Ning Chi. He probably didn't trust Ning Chi because he had just joined the team. Under Chun Zikin's lead, the 4 of them left Blue Moon Town overnight. In the end, after traveling a few hundred miles, he encountered a lone Tier 6 dragon. Demonic Bat Dragon, Tier 6 Medium Dragon. HP 780,000 inches Ning Chi's eyes. The lone Tier 6 dragon's attributes were all there. Damn, it's the Demonic Bat Dragon. This race doesn't seem to be very strong. Di Chio, Di Yin, Hua Wushang, the 3 of you get ready. I'll lure that guy over. Chun Zikin whispered. Having said that, she directly flew into the air and attacked the Demonic Bat Dragon. Damn it! The Demonic Bat Dragon flapped its wings and sent Chun Zikin flying. Then, it furiously chased after Chun Zikin. Now, Chun Zikin shouted. Instantly, Ning Chi and the other 2 launched their attacks at the Demonic Bat Dragon. Ha ha ha! Stupid ants! The bewitching Bat Dragon laughed maniacally. A large group of Demonic Bat Dragons appeared nearby. Each of them was at least lower 6th tier. They surrounded Ning Chi's group of 4. Chun Zikin was dumbfounded. We've been ambushed. I'm afraid so. Di Chio nodded solemnly. Di Yin was a little thirsty as he swept a glance at the group of at least 40 Demonic Bat Dragons and said, We won't die here, right? Among them, Di Chio had the highest cultivation level, but he could only deal with 7 or 8 Demon Bat Dragons at most. However, the number of Demon Bat Dragons in front of them had already exceeded their bottom line. Foolish ants, do you think you're the only ones who know how to set up an ambush? Ha ha ha! The Demonic Bat Dragon that had set up an ambush laughed wildly. It looked at Ning Chi and the others with eyes full of ridicule. Zikin, what should we do? Di Yun whispered. We can only fight it out with them. Chun Zikin frowned. I'll stay behind to deal with them. You guys find a chance to escape. Di Chio said faintly. Hee, there's no need to discuss. None of you can escape. Come, capture them alive for me. I'm going to send them to Lord Gilo. Following a furious roar, the Demonic Bat Dragons madly charged at the 4 of them. You follow behind me. Chun Zikin told Ning Chi, and then went to the nearest Demonic Bat Dragon to greet it. After 10 moves, Chun Zikin couldn't take it anymore. She was besieged by a few Demonic Bat Dragons. Originally, she could take care of Ning Chi, but now she could only take care of herself. Di Chio and Di Yin weren't having it easy either. They were being bitten and bitten by the Demonic Bat Dragons. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 3 of them had suffered serious injuries. If it wasn't for the Demonic Bat Dragons wanting to capture them alive, they would probably have become corpses by now. After 10 breaths, the 3 of them were captured alive. At this moment, they realized that Ning Chi was actually skillfully exchanging blows with the Demonic Bat Dragons. Why is he so powerful? Chun Zikin's eyes revealed a shocked expression. I didn't expect that a 4-star Do Huang that Zi Chan randomly pulled would actually have the ability to fight across ranks. What a pity. If we weren't besieged by the Demonic Bat Dragons, our crippled Earth team might still be able to do something. Di Yun watched Ning Qi's back as he fought with the demonic bat dragons. A sorrowful expression flashed across his eyes. Something's wrong. It seems like he hasn't used his full strength. Only Di Qiu, who was experienced and had sharp eyes, could tell that Ning Qi's true fighting strength was far more than what he had seen in front of him. The leading demonic bat dragon also seemed to see that Ning Qi was a little powerful. It let out a low roar. Don't hold back. Kill this ant. Roar. The demonic bat dragons that were besieging Ning Qi instantly multiplied their attacks. Seeing the situation, Ning Qi smiled slightly and directly slammed his palm on the head of the nearest demonic bat dragon. 6 silver dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws instantly struggled free from his palm and minced the demonic bat dragon's head into mush. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully killing the lower tier 6 demonic bat dragon of the dragon race. Obtained 150,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Not bad. Ning Qi smiled slightly. The experience points and Dragon Slayer coins given by this demonic bat dragon were not low. If he could kill all of these 40-plus demonic bat dragons in front of him, it would be a considerable reward. He was now a 4-star Do Huang. The experience points required to level up was as high as 6 million. It was around 5 times higher than when he was a Do Huang. Killing all of these demonic bat dragons would be just enough for him to level up to a 5-star Do Huang. What palm technique is this? He actually killed a demonic bat dragon in an instant. Chen Ziken and the other 2 were stunned as they watched Ning Qi's ferocious figure charge around among the demonic bat dragons. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. In a short period of time, Ning Qi had already killed over 30 demonic bat dragons. How can this ant be so strong? Chief, are we going to retreat? Retreat. The leading demonic bat dragon gave the order before decisively turning around and fleeing. The few demonic bat dragons that were controlling Chinziken also followed closely behind. Trying to escape, Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. However, the demonic bat dragon's speed was a little fast, so he released Little Amethyst. Chase! Ning Qi jumped onto Little Amethyst's back and pointed at the few demonic bat dragons that were fleeing. In the next moment, Little Amethyst turned into a purple light and chased after the few demonic bat dragons. Little Amethyst's speed was around twice as fast as this group of demonic bat dragons. In a short while, it had caught up with them. And if you continue to chase, they are dead meat. The demonic bat dragon turned its head in fear and threatened. Chapter 428. Dragon Blood Fruit Fragments. Oh no! The leading bat dragon felt the aura of death sweeping towards it. Before it could kill Chinziken and the other 2, it was cut into half by Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer saber. Ning Qi then attacked the demonic bat dragon that grabbed Chinziken, while Little Purple attacked the other demonic bat dragons. Almost in the blink of an eye, these demonic bat dragons were all killed. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Ning Qi's body emitted a ball of white light. The Do Qi in his body rose a few times, and he became a 5-star Do Huang. It had only been 10 days since he advanced to a 4-star Do Huang. Breakthrough? Chinziken and the other 2 looked at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Are you guys all right? Ning Qi smiled and waved at the 3. Di Yin was the first to react. He exclaimed, Brother Hua, your combat power is so strong. Even the bat dragon is no match for you. You should be a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, right? The Heaven and Earth Pavilion was the strongest sect of the human race in the Withering Bones Forbidden Land. There were 36 Do Di in the sect. Dongxian was so vast with sects and empires everywhere. The number of Dodi was about the same as the heaven and earth pavilion. Moreover, there were other forces in the Withering Bones Forbidden Land which had quite a number of Dodi. In order to leave the Withering Bones Forbidden Land, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had sent 3 Dodi to search for the entrance to the Cloud Rising sect. However, the entrance appeared randomly. Once the time was up, as long as one was not dead, he or she would be shrouded in a layer of fog and brought out of the Withering Bones Forbidden Land. Therefore, even the Dodi of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion could not do anything about it. From Ning Chi's point of view, the Withering Bones Forbidden Land was repelling species that did not belong here. This indirectly meant that the local human race and the human race in Dongxian might have different bloodlines. I'm not from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Ning Chi shook his head and changed the topic. It's easy to meet the dragon tribe here, right? Shouldn't we talk somewhere else? Yes. Di Chio looked around cautiously and nodded. Chun Zikin smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the corpse of the bat dragon on the ground and said to Ning Chi, "These corpses!" Wait a moment. Ning Chi smiled. System. Open all the betting gift packs. These 40-odd demonic bat dragons gave Ning Chi 3 gambling gift packs. At Ning Chi's request, 3 turntables appeared in front of him. A bottle of top-grade Earth Step Rejuvenation Pills, 10 pills. A bottle of top-grade Profound Chi Gathering Pills, 10 pills. Top-grade Profound Rank Do Weapon, Meteor Sword. Top-grade Profound Rank Do Weapon, Musk Moon Bow. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. This was one of the options on the wheel. The other 2 turntables had similar items, but one of them surprised Ning Chi. Heaven-ranked, low-grade fruit, dragon blood fruit, fragments. Gather 3 fragments to form a complete dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit is actually a heaven-ranked, low-tier fruit. No wonder it's so expensive, Ning Chi thought to himself. Previously, when he was searching for the dragon blood fruit in the dragon slaying mall, he was shocked by the string of zeros and did not pay attention to the grade of the dragon blood fruit. Start the bet. The needles on the 3 turntables instantly spun. In the end, they stopped at top-grade Earth Step Rejuvenation Pills, top-grade Profound Rank Water Escape Talisman, and heaven-ranked, low-tier Dragon Blood Fruit Fragments. Following the activation of the gambling gift pack, the corpses of 3 demonic bat dragons instantly turned into black gas and dissipated into the air. Chun Zikin and the other 2 noticed this and were shocked. They thought it was the effect of Ning Chi's martial skill. We'll each take one of these demonic bat dragon corpses. Ning Chi smiled. How can I accept it? Chun Zikin was a little embarrassed, but he was ecstatic. It had been a long time since the crippled Earth Squad made a profit. These dozens of demonic bat dragon corpses could be exchanged for at least 40 god refining stones. Hee, don't stand on ceremony. Aren't we in the same squad? Ning Chi smiled. Brother, you're so generous. Di Yin said excitedly. Di Chio stroked his beard and nodded. He thought to himself that there were very few people as righteous as Ning Chi now. Then we'll take 3 each. Chun Zikin hesitated for a moment and said, if the 3 of them were to fight against 9 demonic bat dragons, they could still win. Therefore, Chun Zikin only wanted 9. Ning Chi smiled and indicated that he was fine with it. Chun Zikin and the others happily kept the demonic bat dragons into their Qian Kunring. At this moment, Ning Chi was in a difficult position. His spatial bag could store materials, weapons, and elixirs, but it couldn't store the entire dragon corpses. Help me keep my share for now, Yuzichin said. Ning Chi said to Chun Zikin. He actually trusts us so much. Chun Zikin's face revealed a trace of emotion. Then, he kept Ning Chi's portion into his Qian Kunring. The 3 of them happily brought Ning Chi and flew towards Blue Moon Town. Brother Hua, We can sell these demonic bat dragons at heaven and earth pavilions, all things hall. The price there is very high. I reckon that one of them can be exchanged for one god refining stone. On the way, Di Yin couldn't contain the joy in his heart and smiled at Ning Qi. God refining stone. There didn't seem to be such an introduction in the jade scroll that Li Mingqi gave him. Ning Qi smiled without changing his expression. I just arrived at Blue Moon Town not long ago. You guys can decide. When the demonic bat dragons attacked just now, Chun Zikin had the intention to protect Ning Qi. Therefore, Ning Qi didn't plan to be calculative with them. It didn't matter how much he sold. His purpose of coming here was for the dragon blood fruit. After getting to know the three of them, he would ask about the dragon blood fruit. Just as they entered Blue Moon Town, Ning Qi's group of 4 met another group that was preparing to go on a mission at the entrance. Chun Zikin and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Di Yun pulled Ning Qi to the side and didn't want to meet this group. However, the other party had already seen the 4 of them. Yo, isn't this the crippled Earth team? You guys received new people again? From the looks of it, you guys are going to lose everything again. The leader of the small team was a young man in his late 20s. His body emitted the aura of a dozong. The team members behind him were all Do Huangs above 6 stars. 2 of them who were closest to him had already entered the first stage of life and death. Peak Do Huangs. Chun Zikin laughed coldly. Not to be outdone, he mocked the young man again and again. Brother Hua, this guy is the team leader of the Devouring Dragon team, one of the top 10 teams here. He is a 3-star dozong and is incomparably arrogant. He has some enmity with our team. If you see him in the future, just stay away. Chapter 429. Name a price, Yu Binqing. It has nothing to do with you whether the crippled Earth Squad opens or not. You go about your business and we'll go about ours. Let's go our separate ways. Chun Zikin sneered. Yu Binqing laughed and looked at Chun Zikin mockingly. Remember, don't let me see you in the future, or I'll teach you a lesson. Let me give you a piece of advice, Chun Zikin. Your crippled team can disband now. Back then, if it wasn't for your old team leader's stubbornness to provoke Galero, our Blue Moon Town wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. In the end, you reap what you sow. So what? If not for your cowardice, how could the old leader have died in Goello's hands? Humph. Chun Zikin's face showed a trace of anger. Senior Yu, don't waste your breath on her. This squad will die in the hands of the Dragon Clan sooner or later. When that time comes, no one will be able to collect their corpses. Let's go. A peak Do Huang beside Yu Binqing, who had entered the first stage of life and death, said in a low voice. Yes, let's go. Yu Binqing sneered. With a wave of his hand, he glanced at Chun Zikin's group and strode out. After they left, Chun Zikin's face did not look good. Di Yin took the initiative to explain to Ning Qi. It turned out that a few years ago, when the Crippled Earth Squad was still one of the top 10 squads in Blue Moon Town, the old leader received news that Goello, the youngest son of the Bright Moon Dragon Clan's leader, was going to pass by. He called the other squads and the Blue Moon Army to come up with a sneak attack plan. In the end, they underestimated Goello's strength. Out of the 300 to 400 people that went, only a few dozen managed to escape. The rest, including the old captain of the Crippled Earth Squad, all died at Goello's hands. After that, the Blue Moon Town's power was greatly reshuffled. The Crippled Earth Squad, which was originally one of the top 10 squads, became a mediocre squad. And because of the old leader, the factions that suffered heavy losses began to target the Crippled Earth Squad. In the end, only 3 people survived. They were Chun Zikin, Di Qiu, and Di Yin. Now there was one more person, Ning Qi. How strong is that Goello? Ning Qi frowned. Very strong, although he is only a rank 8 dragon. Even a Peak Do Zun is no match for him. They can only endure over 30 exchanges in his hands. Chun Zikin continued the conversation with a solemn expression. She was one of the survivors of that battle. She had personally witnessed the scene of Garello fighting against 100 enemies. Even now, she would still dream of it. She would always wake up from her sleep drenched in sweat. Even peak dozuns are no match for him. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of shock. Such strength! I'm afraid he's already a half-step saint. If he was in Dongxian, he would probably be in the top 100 of the Dongxian Earth leaderboard. Fortunately, we weren't caught by the demonic bat dragon. It's probably one of Garello's dragon armies. I heard that in order to deal with us humans, Garello often sends his subordinates to capture humans for him to study. Di Yin said with lingering fear, "It's all thanks to Brother Hua." Chun Zikin said. The three of them praised Ning Qi's singing skills again. After walking for a short distance, Ning Qi was brought to the front of a building with a large signboard. All Things Hall. The Crippled Earth Squad? What are they doing here? I haven't seen them in the All Things Hall for some time. Don't tell me they have gained something. That's not possible. After the four of them entered, the various squads in the All Things Hall looked over. Their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. There was also a trace of disdain. Ning Qi. He actually joined the Crippled Earth Squad. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. How can one gain anything by joining such a squad? A few familiar faces looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Among these people were inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, disciples of the Fong family, and disciples of various large sections. However, they were not very strong. It was obvious that Lanyu town was not attractive enough to these experts. What are you all doing here? A middle-aged man walked in front of Chun Zikin with a solemn face. He glanced at the four of them and purposely paused on Ning Qi for 2 to 3 seconds. He was a deacon elder of the All Things Hall. However, a few years ago, he was still a member of the Hell Squad. It was because the Hell Squad was almost annihilated by Giello that he became the deacon elder of the All Things Hall. Hence, his attitude towards Chin Zikin and the rest was very bad. Elder Lu, we are here to sell something. Demonic bat dragon's body. Do you want it? Chin Zikin said coldly. Demonic bat dragon's body? Everyone's eyes flashed with mockery. Demonic bat dragons were worth 1 smelting godstone. 4 of them would not make much profit. It would not even be enough to sustain their lives for half a month in Lanyu town. Lu Hui's lips curled into a mocking smile. Our Myriad Hall's lowest business deal is worth 10 smelting godstones. For a business deal that costs 1 smelting godstone, you should sell it outside. With that, he waved his hand as though he was shooing away flies. Lu Hui, what are you being so arrogant for? The All Things Hall has opened their doors to do business. I have never heard of a business that only sells for more than 10 smelting godstones. You are clearly targeting us, Di Yin said angrily. Di Qiu gave Di Yin a look, indicating that he should not fight with Lu Hui head-on. After all, Lu Hui was a peak do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. Haha, that's good. This business deal should not only be worth 10 smelting godstones. Chin Zikin sneered, following which she waved her hand. Demonic bat dragon's body appeared in the hall. Fortunately, the size of the hall was about the size of a football field. Otherwise, it would not be enough. Over 40 demonic bat dragons. How did they do it? Shock flashed in everyone's eyes. With Chun Zikin's and the rest's cultivation, they could at most kill a few demonic bat dragons. However, there were already over 40 demonic bat dragons' corpses. Only a few people, for some reason, had their eyes on Ning Qi. Looks like Fong Mo was really defeated by him. These demonic bat dragons should have been killed by him alone. The injuries on their bodies were basically fatal with 1 strike. Lu Hui looked at the demonic bat dragon's body, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. Even he might not be able to win against such a group of demonic bat dragons. After all, the dragon race was much stronger than the human race in the same cultivation realm. Those hard dragon scales were not something that an ordinary person could break. When did the crippled Earth team become so powerful to be able to kill so many demonic bat dragons? Chapter 430. The Mystery of Refining God. Stone Lu Hui looked coldly at the complacent Qin Zikin. If he could, he would definitely chase Qin Zikin out. It was a pity that he was only a deacon elder. Right now, there were other elders in the Wan Wu Hall watching him. If anything went wrong, he might be chased away. Hence, Lu Hui said unwillingly, there are a total of 41 demonic bat dragons here. I'll count it as 40 refining godstones. 40 refining godstones? Chun Zikin and the other two showed a hint of anger on their faces. One demonic bat dragon is worth at least one refining godstone. There are a total of 41 of them, so it would be at least 41 refining godstones. This doesn't include the increase in quantity. Who can give you 41 demonic bat dragons at once? Di enraged. This is the price of my all things hall. If you want to sell, then sell. If you don't want to sell, then take them and scram. Lu Hui said coldly. Di Yun still wanted to argue with him, but Qin Zikin stretched out her hand to stop him. She coldly glanced at Lu Hui and said, so be it. Give it to me. Lu Hui sneered in his heart. After saying so much, won't you just lower your head in front of me? Afterward, he took out 40 smelting godstones and threw them to Qin Zikin. Then, Lu Hui kept the demonic bat dragon's corpses and completed the transaction. Qin Zikin took 9 of them and gave the rest to Ning Qi. Ning Qi received the god refining stone in shock. Ding! Low-grade spiritual god stone discovered. The content is relatively low, and the purity is 1%. The total value is 3,100 dragon-slaying coins. Would the host like to sell it? Ning Qi looked at the god refining stones that were only the size of a fingernail. They were emitting a faint green light in his hand. He quietly put them into his spatial bag. I never thought that this god refining stone would actually contain the components of a spirit divine stone. One of them can be sold for 100 dragon slaying coins. Although it's 100 times less than a pure low-grade spirit divine stone, it can't be underestimated. Could it be that this place is a fragment of the ancient dragon's continent? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the era of spiritual godstones is even longer? Ning Qi was ecstatic. In the next moment, he sold the god refining stone to the system. He received a total of 3,100 Dragon Slayer coins. In addition to the Dragon Slayer coins given by the demonic bat dragon, his current balance of Dragon Slayer coins was as high as 144100. The Dry Bones Forbidden Land is really a good place. I can use the goods in the Dragon Slaying Mall to earn a large amount of god refining stones and earn the difference in price. Ning Qi immediately made a decision. Let's go. After completing the transaction, Qin Zikin was unwilling to stay in the Myriad Hall for even a moment longer. Ning Qi followed them to the largest inn in Blue Moon Town. Most of the people here lived here. After all, the people here lived by licking blood every day. If there was wine today, they would get drunk today. Who knew how long they could live? Naturally, there was no need to spend a lot of money to buy a courtyard here. Because she had made a small profit, Qin Zikin insisted on treating Ning Qi to a meal. She ordered more than 10 dishes in the inn, and Ning Qi saw that what she handed to the waiter was actually a piece of refining godstone, which was equivalent to 100 dragon-slaying coins. When the dishes were served, he realized why 5 of the 13 dishes were related to the dragon clan. Brother Hua, hurry up and eat. This is a dragon penis. It's very nutritious. Dian pointed at a translucent, gelatinous object and smiled strangely at Ning Qi. Qin Zikin seemed to be used to it. She calmly picked up a piece of dragon penis and placed it in her mouth, eating it with relish. Ning Qi smiled and rejected Di Yun's good intentions. He really couldn't bring himself to eat a dragon penis. After 3 rounds of wine, Ning Qi asked curiously, Gentlemen, in Blue Moon Town, the only way to earn refining godstones is to kill the dragon clan or demonic beasts and sell them in the Myriad Hall. Brother Hua, you are right. Of course, if you can rob a dragon clan's nest, you might be able to find a large amount of refining godstones. However, you must be extremely lucky. Once, there was a fellow with the same cultivation as you, a 5-star Do Huang. Because of a coincidence, he accidentally barged into the nest of one of Jia Yelua's dragon generals. In the end, he stole more than 100,000 refining godstones. TSK. Do you know that because of this matter, that dragon general fought his way to the Blue Moon Town and was still suppressed by the Blue Moon Army? Afterward, that fellow kept 10,000 pieces for himself and offered the rest to the Blue Moon Army as a tribute before settling this matter. However, he also left behind 10,000 refining godstones. Di Yin said enviously, "Oh, this method is not bad." Ning Qi thought in his heart. He had the dragon slaying mall, which sold invisibility talismans. Being a thief once was not a problem. Of course, there was a certain degree of risk. Thinking of this, Ning Qi asked the question that he was most concerned about. About this, where can I find the dragon blood fruit? When the trio heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Chun Zicken said in a low voice, "You want to find the dragon blood fruit? I advise you to give up on this idea. In these hundreds of years, for some unknown reason, there have been some demons from the extraterrestrial devil region who used all kinds of methods to steal the dragon blood fruit from the dragon race. After stealing it, they returned to the extraterrestrial devil region. The dragon race came to settle the scores with us humans. There have been countless humans who died in the hands of the dragon race because of the dragon blood fruit. There was once when the sacred dragon king personally attacked and destroyed an entire city. Millions of people died. Among them, a Do Di was also suppressed to death. At this point, Chen Zicken's face revealed a suspicious expression. Di Yin and Di Qiu exchanged glances and looked at Ning Qi with vigilance. "Why are you looking at me like this? Are you suspecting that I am a demon from the extraterrestrial devil region?" Ning Qi said with an innocent face, "Who asked you to mention the dragon blood fruit? Don't mention it in the future." When Chen Zicken saw Ning Qi's expression, her suspicion disappeared and she warned Ning Qi. "Looks like this dragon blood fruit is really not easy to get. You don't even allow me to talk about it," Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were a few places with information about the dragon blood fruit in the jade slip that Li Mingqi had given him. One of them was in Blue Moon Town. 5,000 miles away from Blue Moon Town, there was an orchard created by the dragon race. There were dragon blood fruits inside, but the security was very tight. If one wanted to pluck the dragon blood fruit from there, they would have to treat themselves as a dead person first. After the meal, Chen Zicken and the other two returned to their rooms to rest. Ning Qi thought for a moment and walked a few rounds around Blue Moon Town before he slowly walked into the Myriad Hall. Not far away, Lu Hui frowned when he saw Ning Qi. "What is this kid doing here again?" Ning Qi also saw Lu Hui, but he didn't intend to bother with him. Instead, he strolled around the Myriad Hall. Mystic class, inferior grade spirit nurturing pills. 1 refining divine stone per bottle. Mystic class, inferior grade spirit gathering pills. 1 refining divine stone per bottle. Chapter 431. Mystic low-grade spirit raising pill. Give me 5 bottles of mystic low-grade pills. A cloud rising sect inner sect disciple took out 5 smelting godstones and handed them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled and gave him 5 small porcelain bottles. Seeing this scene, Ning Qi finally understood why so many people wanted to enter the dried bones forbidden ground. A bottle of low-grade mystic spiritual raising pills would contain at least 10 pills, right? As long as it was a smelting godstone. This cloud rising sect disciple definitely didn't buy 50 mystic low-grade spirit nurturing pills for his demonic beasts. As long as he returned to the cloud-rising sect and sold them, a lower mystic spiritual cultivation pill would be worth at least 100 lower spiritual crystals. 50 pills would be worth 5,000 lower spiritual crystals. Was it easier to earn 5 spiritual divine stones in the dry bones forbidden land or 5,000 lower spiritual crystals in the Dongshin land? Based on the price of the demonic bat dragon, Ning Qi was certain that the former was easier. After some observation, Ning Qi had a goal in mind. He left the Myriad Hall and returned to the inn to get a room. Ning Qi's mind was immersed in the dragon-slaying maul. Stage 5 pill formula. Lower grade profound stage spirit-raising pill. Price 10,000 dragon-slaying coins. Purchase. After his dragon slayer coins were deducted by 10,000, the method to refine a low-grade, mystic-level spirit-raising pill instantly appeared in his mind. There's one more type of spirit grass to refine, and it actually requires the blood essence of a rank 6 dragon, different from the yellow rank spirit nurturing pill. A low rank profound spirit nurturing pill required a drop of a level 6 dragon's blood essence as a primer. Ning Qi didn't have one right now. Ning Qi left the inn once again. This time, he didn't choose to enter the Hall of All Things. After all, Lu Hui was someone who knew how to bargain. So, Ning Qi went to a general goods shop not far from the Hall of All Things. The quality of the things sold here was lower than the Myriad Hall. For example, the spirit-raising pill, the highest it sold was only top-grade yellow rank. "Sir, what do you want to buy?" When the only shopkeeper saw Ning Qi, he immediately stepped forward and said politely, "Shopkeeper, do you accept top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills?" Ning Qi asked with a smile. When the shopkeeper saw that Ning Qi was here to sell something, his enthusiasm immediately dropped. He forced a smile and said, "Naturally, I will take it. However, the price will be 20% lower than the market price. After all, I also need to make a profit. However, there is one more thing. 1 or 2. I will not do this kind of business. Of course, it's not just 1 or 2. I'm afraid you won't be able to collect them all." Ning Qi smiled confidently. In his storage bag, there were still more than 18,000 yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills. Oh! Hearing Ning Qi say this, the manager instantly became interested. "Young master, how many top-grade yellow-rank spirit fostering pills do you have? I won't reject anyone. How much is it?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, 30 top-grade yellow-rank spirit nurturing pills. I will buy them at the high price of 1 god refining stone." At this price I'd better not sell." Ning Qi sneered. He said it would only be 20% lower, but now it was at least 30% lower. This shopkeeper thought that he had a large amount of top-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills, and was purposely lowering the price. There's still room for discussion. How about this, young master? We hit it off at first sight. How about 125? A shrewd look flashed across the shopkeeper's eyes. I'm not going to be long-winded with you. I have 18,000. 110 is equivalent to 1 god refining stone. If you want it, then take it. If not, I'll sell it to the Myriad Hall." Ning Qi said faintly, 18,000? The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he quickly calculated in his heart and realized that the profit from this transaction was about 17 to 18 god refining stones. This was not a low profit. If he sold it, he would earn over 10 god refining stones. It was equivalent to the bodies of over 10 rank 6 dragons. How about this? I'll give you 160 god refining stones. I'll earn 20. If young master can accept it, I can give you the god refining stones now," the shopkeeper said with a determined face. It seemed like if Ning Qi continued to bargain, he would not do this transaction. "Deal." Ning Qi smiled. "Young master is a straightforward person." The shopkeeper laughed loudly. Then, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, The two completed the transaction. After Ning Chi counted the number of spiritual god stones, he nodded in satisfaction. 160 spiritual god stones were equivalent to 16,000 Dragon Slayer coins, whereas what Ning Chi paid was merely 18,000 top-grade yellow rank spirit cultivation pills. Ning Chi had profited greatly from the difference in price. Young master, if you have such business in the future, remember to look for me. The shopkeeper kept the spirit-raising pills and smiled at Ning Chi. Don't worry, shopkeeper. Do you have rank 6 dragon blood essence here? Ning Chi smiled. I do. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Young master, how much do you want? I have rank 6 dragon blood essence here. It's pure and cheap. 1 god refining stone can buy 100 drops. 100 drops? Ning Chi frowned slightly. A tier 6 dragon race's entire body would probably have 100 drops of essence blood, but the demonic bat dragon's entire body would only be worth a piece of smelting godstone. Now 100 drops of essence blood would be sold for 1 piece? Young master, we merchants definitely have to earn some money. I bought back a rank 6 dragon's body for 1 god refining stone. After some processing, I can only earn twice the profit if I sell it. The shopkeeper smiled. All right, give me 1,000 drops. Ning Chi nodded. All right. This time he earned another 5 god refining stones in profit. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. After buying the dragon blood essence, Ning Chi returned to the inn and bought a low-level cultivation training ground for a day. In the training ground, he counted the spirit herbs in his space bag one by one, and finally made 1,000 sets of mystic, low-grade spirit-raising pills. The devouring dragon karmic fire instantly emerged from his palm, and the pill liquid changed in his palm. 3 breaths later, the pill liquid exploded. Pill refinement failed. Ning Chi was not discouraged and continued to refine. After failing more than 100 pills, he gradually grasped the technique and strength to refine mystic, low-grade spirit-raising pills. However, the time needed to refine a finished mystic, low-grade spirit-raising pill was 4 to 5 times longer than a yellow-grade, peak-grade spirit-raising pill. Luckily, he had the Dan King's miraculous book to increase his refining speed by 6 times. Ning Chi could basically refine 4 pills a day. After staying in the low-level training ground for 3 months, Ning Chi had refined 300 mystic low-grade spirit-raising pills, which was equivalent to 30 god refining stones and 3,000 dragon slayer coins. He was not satisfied with this speed. After staying for 3 months, I only earned 3,000 dragon slaying coins. The low-level cultivation training ground cost 100 dragon slaying coins, and the dragon blood essence cost 3 god refining stones, which is equivalent to 300 dragon slaying coins. Adding the time cost, it's not worth it at all. It's too slow. Ning Chi muttered to himself. Once the training ground's time was up, he appeared in the room. Coincidentally, someone knocked on the door. Brother Hua, are you inside? Di Yun's voice sounded. Ning Chi opened the door and saw Di Yun and the other 2 standing at the door. He was slightly startled and said, What's the matter? Let's go and do the mission. The spirit god stones we earned this time won't last long. Di Yun smiled. Chapter 432. Come, fight me one-on-one. Zikin, are we going to do the earth-shattering mission that you mentioned previously? Ning Chi asked curiously along the way. Yes. Chun Zikin nodded and said, I wanted to go with more people, but since those people have no taste, I won't bring them to eat meat. What kind of mission is that? It can reach the level of earth-shattering. Is it very dangerous? Ning Chi frowned. It is indeed dangerous, but the rewards are bountiful. That place is called Dragon Gathering Valley. On the surface, there is a layer of seal concealing it. Ordinary people can't see it at all. We killed a demon beast that came out of the Dragon Gathering Valley and obtained a jade token. This jade token is the key to enter the Dragon Gathering Valley. Not only are there all sorts of demon beasts and dragons, there are also many spirit herbs and spirit fruits. If we are lucky, it will be similar to what we obtained yesterday. Chinziken said softly, "Oh, to be a thief." Ning Chi thought to himself, "Brother Hua, don't worry. We have been observing for a long time. Every month on this day, the dragon race and demon beasts in the Dragon Gathering Valley will come out to fight with the Blue Moon Army. When the time comes, the valley will be empty and the danger will be low." Di Yin said, "I see." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. The four of them flew for about half a day when a small black appeared in the sky ahead. "Hi!" Chen Zicken shouted softly. The four of them quickly found a place to hide. They saw hundreds of dragons and hundreds of demon beasts flying over their heads. They were heading towards the Blue Moon Town. Among these dragons, the strongest were rank 8 and the lowest were rank 6. As for the demon beasts, they were rank 7. When they disappeared from sight, Chen Zicken smiled and said, "Let's go." There shouldn't be many dragons in the Dragon Gathering Valley now. Soon, the four of them came before a huge rock. Chen Zicken took out a jade token from his Qian Kuan ring and pressed it on the huge rock. The huge rock underwent an inexplicable change and turned into a ball of gas. "Let's go." Chen Zicken took the lead and walked in. Di Chio was next. Di Yin looked at Ning Chi and smiled. "Brother Hua, don't be afraid. Follow me." After Di Yin entered, Ning Chi followed suit. As soon as they entered, Ning Chi felt the view in front of him suddenly become clear. The four of them stood at the peak of a mountain, and at a glance they could see clouds and mist lingering around them. There were dozens of mountain peaks nearby, forming a valley, and on each mountain peak there seemed to be several dragon nests. From time to time, a giant dragon would fly across the sky, and the four of them hurriedly hid themselves. Chun Zicken pointed at the nearest dragon nest and said, "Let's go there first to take a look. If we find anything, we can leave immediately." A dragon nest could at least give everyone tens to hundreds of refining godstones. Just as the four of them were stealthily approaching the dragon nest. Outside, another few teams arrived in front of the boulder. These teams were quite famous in Blue Moon Town. They were the Styx team, the Rose team, and the Battle team. The three teams added up to 40 to 50 people. "Mingi, let's make this clear first. This time my combat team and the Rose team will take 70% of the loot. You guys will take 30%. Dojan looked at Mingi and said coldly, "Divide it evenly." Mingi said indifferently. Rose smiled slightly. "If it wasn't for us, even if you got that jade token, you wouldn't know how to use it. So either you take 30% or get lost." After hearing this, the Styx team members all revealed expressions of anger. Mingi frowned slightly and glanced at Rose and Dojan. These two's cultivation was not lower than his, and they were both emperor fighters at the first stage of life and death. If they fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, Mingi nodded and said, "All right, 30% it is. But if anyone secretly hides it, you should know the consequences." "Don't worry, no one will hide it." Rose and Dojan looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. Then, Rose took out a jade token and placed it on the boulder. Not long after, the boulder turned into a cloud of fog. The three teams entered one after another. Ning Chi and the other three sneaked into the dragon nest. The first thing that came into view was a large pile of shiny things in the corner. These things were all kinds of jewelry. They were of some value in the secular world, but to Ning Chi and the others, they were all trash. Chun Zicken suddenly saw a small pile of refining godstones beside the pile of jewelry. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "We didn't come for nothing this time." A total of 80 refining godstones. Di Yun's face was filled with joy. Each of them could get 20 pieces, and they could leave the Dragon Gathering Valley immediately. They had made a huge profit. The four of them divided the refining godstones. Then they found all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. They were not very valuable, but they could be sold for dozens of refining godstones. "Let's go," Chun Zikin said with satisfaction. However, when the four of them walked to the door, they bumped into the Styx team, Rose team and Dojan team. Both parties were silent and looked at each other. After a while, Mingy smiled and said, "Crippled Earth team, I didn't expect you to be here too." Chun Zikin pulled a smile and said, "What a coincidence! You also got the jade token to enter the Dragon Gathering Valley." "Nonsense," Dojan said coldly. He looked at Ningqi and the other three and sneered. "Hand over the things, and I will let you leave safely. Don't you know the principle of first come, first served?" Chun Zikin's voice turned cold, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. "Zikin, hand over the things," Rose said softly. From her tone, it seemed that she had some friendship with Chun Zikin. "Rose, even you say so? There are so many dragon lairs here. Taking 10 of them will be extremely rewarding. Crippled Earth team will only take 1 dragon nest. We will leave now." Chun Zikin frowned and said, "Dream on." Dojan sneered, "Everything here belongs to us. If you don't hand it over now, don't blame me for being merciless." Chun Zikin looked at Rose and said, "Aren't you going to remember our past relationship?" Rose's eyes gradually turned cold. "Crippled Earth team did help me a lot in the past, but I have more or less repaid those debts. If it was just my Rose team, I could give you face, but I can't do anything for Styx team and Dojan team." Chun Zikin and the other 2 looked humiliated. "Forget it, Zikin. Give them the things." Dichio said faintly, "Humph, I should have taken them out long ago. Don't waste my time." Dojan sneered. Everyone looked at the 4 of them with mocking and gloating eyes. Chapter 433. Death Compromise 1-on-1? Chun Zikin and the other 2 were shocked. Although they were very reluctant, the other side had 3 peak Do Huangs who had entered the first stage of life and death, and more than 40 Do Huangs who were above 6 stars. Any one of them was not easy to deal with. Ningqi's words caused the 3's expressions to change. "Ha ha ha. What did he say? This 5-star Do Huang wants to fight brother Dojan 1-on-1. He's crazy." The members of the 3 teams laughed. If they were not afraid of being discovered by the dragon race, their laughter would have been 10 times louder. "You want to fight me 1-on-1? A terrible aura suddenly surged out of Dojan and swept toward the 4 of them. Ningqi bore the majority of it. Rose frowned slightly. She glanced at Chun Zikin and said, "The newcomer you recruited seems to be a little arrogant, but for the sake of the past, I will give you another chance. Leave now, and I will spare his life today." "Spare his life? What a joke." Dojan looked at Rose with dissatisfaction. "That's right, Rose. This person provoked Dojan. If we don't teach him a lesson today, how will Dojan face when we return to Blue Moon Town?" Mingy added fuel to the fire and sneered. "Today I can't help you." Rose looked at Chun Zikin and sighed softly. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Ningqi smiled. "It seems that you can't wait." Dojan grinned. In order not to make too much noise, he only used 30% of his strength. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ningqi and hit Ningqi's chest with his palm. Everyone could feel that the air in the dragon nest seemed to instantly condense on his fist. "Compared to Fong Mo, you are much worse." Ningqi looked at Dojan's fist and slashed out with his blade. Horizon Moon Blade. At this moment, the aura on his body was even more terrible than Dojan's. Rose and Mingy were shocked. They immediately emitted fighting energy from their bodies and blocked the entire exit of the dragon nest to prevent Ningqi's aura from spreading outside and being discovered by the dragon race. At the same time, the others looked at Ningqi with eyes full of horror. They could feel the horror of this blade. It made their hearts palpitate. Dojan's face revealed a hint of surprise, changing his fist into a palm. A pale blue Do-chi gushed out from his palm like a monstrous wave and bombarded the Dragon Slayer saber. Thud, thud, thud. Dojan retreated 7 or 8 steps, while Ningqi remained standing where he was, looking at him indifferently. What kind of saber technique is this? How could he be so strong? Everyone looked at Ningqi with fear. At the same time, most people's eyes were fixed on the Dragon Slayer saber in Ningqi's hand. How powerful! Brother Hua is actually able to exchange a blow with Dojan without being defeated. The way Chun Ziken and the other two looked at Ningqi was instantly different. Previously, when Ningqi killed the demonic bat dragon, they already knew that Ningqi's actual combat power was much stronger than what he showed on the surface. However, they never thought that Ningqi was actually strong to this extent. Now, do you want us to take out our things and give them to you? Ningqi smiled at Dojan. Dojan's expression was very ugly. He said, I didn't expect the crippled Earth Squad to find an expert like you. Humph, I'll give you face today. You can leave. Leave. We're not leaving now. Chun Ziken took a step forward and smiled at Dojan. What? Mingi, Rose, and Dojan's expressions changed slightly. Mingi looked at Chun Ziken coldly and said, Don't think that just because he can exchange a blow with Dojan, he can talk to us on equal terms. Your crippled Earth Squad is not qualified. Is that so? Then what if we accidentally cause a commotion when we leave? Although most of the dragon race in the Dragon Gathering Valley have left, there are still quite a number of dragon race left to look after the place. Can you guys handle them? Chun Ziken smiled, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Ningqi took a step back at the right time. It was obvious that he gave the right to speak to Chun Ziken. He also did not want to come here and earn a few refining godstones to return. He might as well refine mystic, low-grade spirit cultivation pills in the low-grade cultivation training ground and sell them for money. Are you threatening us? Rose frowned and asked. Yes, I am threatening you guys. Chun Ziken admitted straightforwardly. With Ningqi around, the crippled Earth Squad was not afraid of being killed by the other party. Naturally, they had the right to speak. If they did not fight for some benefits for themselves at this time, they would be fools. Rose and the other two looked at each other and seemed to have a private discussion. Then Rose said, Okay, you guys can stay. But if the dragon race finds out about the commotion because of you, we will definitely not let the crippled Earth Squad go after we return to Blue Moon Town. Also, you have to hand over 50% of the things you get to us. 50%? What a joke. The things we get are ours. You guys can divide the things you get. It's none of our business. That's it. Get out of the way. Chun Ziken sneered. You. Rose's face showed a trace of anger. Mingi pulled her and then signaled for everyone to make way. Chun Ziken smiled and said to Ningqi and the other two, Let's go. After they left, Rose said coldly, Just now the 3 of us attacked together. We could have killed them directly. That guy's saber technique is very strange. Even Dojan was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. Can you be sure that the dragon race won't find out? Forget it. It's just 4 of them. They can't take much. Mingi said lightly. Let's go too. Don't let them get ahead of us. Dojan said with an ugly expression. Ningqi and the other 3 visited several dragon lairs and gained a lot. One time, they were almost discovered by a rank 7 dragon race. It happened to fly in front of the dragon lairs. Ningqi and the other 3 were about to leave. If it were not for Ningqi's quick reaction, they would have been discovered. Occasionally, they would run into Rose and the others, but everyone had a tacit understanding that whoever arrived first would get the dragon lairs. There was no dispute. We have already searched several dragon lairs in the periphery. Why do we go inside? The owners of the dragon lairs are all rank 7 dragon race. They have much more things than these rank 6 dragon race. Di Yun suggested. No, that's too dangerous. Chun Zikin shook her head. Di Chio also said, this time it's enough. Let's stop while we're ahead. Just as Di Yin was about to say a few more words, suddenly, a roar of the dragon race came from afar. At the same time, Ning Qi and the other three saw Rose and the others flying in their direction in an extremely sorry state. Behind them, there were 3 rank 7 dragon race chasing closely. Damn it, they are so greedy. Di Yin cursed subconsciously. Run. Chun Zikin reacted extremely quickly.